agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag go boss. A brown woman, ICE agent, hashtag go boss. Laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag go boss. Black South Asian prosecutor, hashtag go boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag go boss. Black South Asian vice president, hashtag go boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MVs are having a fantastic one, because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a very special day. Now, you might be thinking, Hassan, is it a special day because you got an ascot on? It's not an ascot. It's technically a keffiyeh bandana. This way I get to wear a keffiyeh, but also, at the same time, don't have to wear a big keffiyeh, you know, that type of situation. Or you might be thinking to yourself, Hassan, is it a special day because you went out last night, you're feeling good, you went out and you socialized with people and you remembered what it's like to be a human being, what it's like to be around friends and peers. No, that's not the real reason, okay? What is the real reason why today's a special day? Well, it's a special day every single week. Ladies and gentlemen, all of those reasons are why today is special, but it's especially special because it's Friday. That's right.
Boss, you know we finally here, right?
You already know what it is, baby. It's
Friday.
Friday. And as is the case with every single Friday, I want to wish everyone a happy National Girlfriend's Day on this beautiful, spectacular, epic Friday. More like Friday, maybe Friday. But ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it's Mufasa time. We are celebrating the beauty of our forefathers fighting long and hard to ensure that we get a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose in our lives, a sense of feeling alive. A long, hard-fought battle for the weekend, baby. If you like enjoying a 5-day work week, then you gotta thank a union. You gotta thank the labor movement, ladies and gentlemen, and we do every single Friday. As always, you already know what it is. That's right, it's Friday. W camera work, I didn't do that. I didn't film this. But I was there. I was there when it was being filmed. Anyway, I'll talk about that in a second. I still have work tomorrow. Well, me too, buddy. But, you know, that's part of the process. If you're, obviously, if you're wage cucked in the service sector, this is your work week. So, sucks to suck to all the wage cucks. All right. Trump is firing the commissioner of labor stats. Nice. Okay, we got some big discrepancies that came out. We'll obviously be talking about that and a lot more, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Biker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. If you think my voice is a little raspy, a little grovelly, that is because I drank alcoholic beverages last night, and after the age of 34, when you drink even 2 doubles, which a younger Hasan would easily take down and wouldn't even make him drunk. Once you do that at my old age, it's over. It's over. I woke up not in a new Bugatti. You were pissed drunk? Were you pissed drunk and shouting? No, I was not pissed drunk and shouting, but Unc was dying. Unc was dead. Unc wasn't having a good time. I mean, Unc was having a great time last night, but Unc is not having a good time right now. But we'll be all right. Bro, stop exaggerating. You're not 70. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Because I feel like I'm 70. Anyway, last night I ended the broadcast, as you guys all know. Early, a little bit earlier than usual, but many of you are already used to it by this point. It's friggin' half day Hossie over here. You know what it is, right? And the reason why I ended the broadcast early, is because we had to shoot the Fear End podcast. You already know, greatest podcast out there, greatest podcast in the world. No podcast comes close to it. Except for apparently The Yard, which is what Cutie Cinderella is fucking listening to every goddamn time I get in her fucking car, but that's fine. It's neither here nor there. It's all good. It's all good. It's fine, you know. Oh my God, Vocal Fry, did you start HRT? Yes. I'm transing. I've never stopped HRT when you think about it. I've been doing HRT for the past 6 years, so. The Jojo Siva voice? What? I've been on the HRT tip. Because I have, why would she listen to her own podcast? I don't know. I wish she would. I've been, what is the Jojo Siva voice? I don't know what that is. Anyway, listen. Yeah, we did the podcast. We ended the podcast. And after the podcast was done, I went to Tara Yummy's birthday. There it is. I got a sticker. I went to Tara Yummy's birthday and I got this sticker. Tara Yummy's birthday. I got the sticker. I got a condom. I got I heart Tara Yummy condom. And I got an I heart Tara Yummy lighter. Well, hold on. We'll do it with the left hand so you can see. Look. Look at that. Yeah. For the SIG afterwards, sexo, you guys are silly. Bro's weed ain't even loud. Nice of them to get you out of the house, Unc. Yeah, I did. I got out of the house, and it was good that I got out of the house. Is it true, or is nephew wildin'? Listen, adapt somewhere risen Tara Yomi right now. I will not be confirming nor denying anything. Okay? Listen. I'm just saying. I can neither confirm nor deny the existence of information that pertains to whether Adapt was rizzing up Tara Yummy. Okay? I know it's a part. I know you might be thinking, oh, Hasan, you're a journalist. You're an investigative reporter. I'm not. But you know, I'm not. I can't confirm nor deny. Oh my God. You said Rislane Maxwell? That's insane. Stop. That is too much. That is too much. That is Baby Gronk, Livy Dunn, Labubu Matcha Dubai Chocolate. Yeah, I don't know. I know all of those words, which is crazy. Did you see Nephew did a whole ass war before that party? I did see that. I saw a little bit. I saw clips of that. Rislane Maxwell is so good, but so bad at the same time. You can't use that. Okay. An NPR article about you dropped a little while ago. Yeah, I know. I did this interview for It's Been a Minute, and it came out. It finally came out. I did it a while back, but very stoked on that. We'll take a look at that later. We got the video on it too. The NPR It's Been a Minute NPR video podcast, a himbo gateway drug to the left, Hasan Piker, which is pretty sick. But yeah, personal news wise, ladies and gentlemen, had a great time last night. Saw a bunch of friends, saw a bunch of peers, hung out. It was great time. I drank I had to drink a little bit because I made a promise to Tara that I was going to party a little bit, you know? And I did. And even a little bit is just a lot bit for me, you know? Does this look like Hasanabi? I think it does a bit, brother. Which one? I don't think I look like either of these fools, but they are swagged out. I mean, they look incredible. This is how I should start dressing, honestly. This is how I should start dressing. What? Middle right, confirm or deny? What is this? What is this? Middle right? What are you talking about? No party like a Tarayomi party? What? Hasanabi, my 15-year-old boy wants you to start using buffoon. K, thanks, bye. Like buffoon. I don't get what you guys are asking. Adapt. Oh, Adapt is right there. Yeah, he is right there. Yeah, bro, he's everywhere, man. I love Adapt. He's so funny. He's great. He's like, you got to address the hockey cover-up allegations. What do you mean? Oh, a hickey? No, I don't have a hickey. That's so funny that you think I have a hickey. Again, I'm a 34-year-old man, okay? I don't get hickeys. All right, so just so you know, Trump is going to pull something like that. Oh, El Salvador approves indefinite presidential re-election, extends presidential terms. Yeah. But he has a hickey Lamont. No, I mean, I can show you what, no, this is a new thing I'm trying, guys. Stop. It's a new thing I'm trying. Why do you have to fucking blow up my shit? I didn't want to wear a big keffiyeh. And I feel like if I just wear a bandana that is keffiyeh patterned, it's like, it gets the job done. You know what I mean? Can you guys chill? It's called fashion. God, you want to fucking blow up my shit every time, dude. Every time. God forbid a fella wants to do something new. Oh my Lord. Oh my Lord. Immediately. I'm like, oh dude, you're expressing yourself. You're gay, dude. Stop. You're unk. You're gay. You're lame. Stop doing it. Yeah, maybe I want to look like a little French man. Okay, like a little French gay guy. All right. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I want to look like I'm in Scooby-Doo. Okay. What if I want to look like I'm in Scooby-Doo? What if I want to look like it's Scooby Dooby Doo, where are you? You know? But it's Scooby Doo time. Don't y'all do this to Cutie on Fear End? Yes, but we gas her up. You guys aren't gassing me up. You guys are making fun of me. It's fucked up. But yeah, all right, let me just blast off. But as far as personal news goes, yeah, the party was great. It was fun. I left relatively early, but even though I left relatively early, well, Cutie left before me, which is crazy because we walk outside, like another group of old heads walk outside, okay? And I'm over here, I'm like, all right, it's time for me to go to bed. You know, I'm done. And what is she doing outside? She left like 15 minutes before me. Sick. Sickening. If the fit goes hard and that's why Chad is trying to knock you down a peg, lol. Thank you. Where'd you buy the bandana, fam? I bought it on Amazon. What is this? Accusing you of having a hickey from this chat is not making fun of you. Is jealousy? Streamer fucks? What do you mean? For the record, the next scarf can be very chic, but I fear the knot is a tad too tight. Next time, aim for something a little more soft so the ends aren't sticking out like that. Okay. Yeah, all I want you guys is to say, do it, lady. When I pull this off, okay? When I pull off a fucking fit, I want you to just go, do it, lady. Yeah, let me blast off. New Hasanabi compilation. What is this? Oh, you guys have been putting my freaking accents on the timeline, and it's been kind of embarrassing. I'm not gonna lie. I've been seeing the accent compilations, and it's like crazy. Anyway, hold on. Where was I? Let's blast off. I'm after moderate alcohol consumption. There's B-Day. Do we have a blast off meme? I like when you go full Jersey. You got it. Oh, thank you for the playlist. The Macy is rocking the Fred from Scooby-Doo look. Yes. I'm dying after moderate alcohol consumption at 30th of his birthday. Disastrous labor numbers come out as Trump is firing the BLS chief. Tariff terror. WITKOFF does Theresienstadt propaganda for Gaza Holocaust front and gaming later. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Dude, I was listening to the Daily this morning, and let me tell you, they pissed me off once again. It's pretty crazy. It's like, I feel like at this point, if I listen to NPR, no disrespect because they just interviewed me, but like, whenever I listen to like Up First or whenever I listen to the Daily, it makes me so mad. The moment that they start talking about Israel, it's just like, I cannot hold myself back. It's just like, I find myself with blood curdling rage. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme, chatters? Do we have a blast off meme? Because I need, what is this, Das Kapital?
Let's do Bandle to start us out, just so I have some momentum. Otherwise, I could just sit here and yap for like 40 minutes. Just saw the clip of you explaining the labor theory of value without knowing about it. You need to read Das Kapital. Honestly, brother, it sounds like I don't need to read Das Kapital. It sounds like I simply derived it from base principles and
That's fucking awesome.
Bayesian priors. If anything, they should get me to write the foreword for the next edition. Marx, hit me up, bro.
Okay, we don't have a blast off meme, it seems.
Is Karl Marx on Instagram?
The next edition. No blast off memes, make him work for it. Okay, I mean, I just won't do it then. I'll just make him work for it. What the fuck does that mean? Low budget one? You should do WikiFeet Reacts today? No. Okay, I like this. I like this one. That's good. Trump moved nuclear subs near Russia. No, I know. We got so much. I know. I got that on there too. I got so much in here. If not mistake, I think CBP announced today they're closing, which I think funds NPR and PBS, the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is still live and alive. Do not worry. Okay? Every day. Scott Jennings deserves the chair. Oh, dude, don't even get me started on Scott Jennings and what he deserves, okay? Scott Jennings, oh my Lord. Yeah, once PBS is completely crippled, then Piker Broadcasting Service is like the one and only, the only real PBS out there. You know what I mean? That's how this works. Chat, no sidetracking. I will cut you. I don't know why you said that. That's a little aggressive. Anyway, this is Friday, everybody. And as is the case with all Fridays, we have immaculate vibes, okay? Immaculate vibes. I woke up this morning after a long night of parasocial misconduct, okay? Giving some great advice to young nephew, Jason the Ween. And, you know, hanging out with Cutie, Vanilla Mace, Tina Kitten, 100 Thieves, Valkyrie, Adapt, and many others. I drank a little bit, hung up Tara as well, obviously. I left early, I will admit, because I'm an old man. And Thursdays are my worst days because I ship. What am I saying? Thursdays are my worst days because, like, I have workouts in the morning and then all this stuff. And then the podcast. It's just crazy, right? Was that fight real with FaZe? No, none of that is ever real. What are you talking about? All that stuff was content, chat. Yeah, they actually hate one another. Why not shift a work day? It just doesn't work. It works out the way that it does. The only time we have for the podcast that everyone has, it's just Thursday night is the best time for everyone in the pod. It is what it is. So I have to go along with it. But yeah. Saw you've been doing half days though. Have those been more relaxing? No, not really. I mean, I haven't really been doing half days. My half days are still 7. Oh my God. I'm getting called out in the group chat by Cutie. The Labubu lady did a blackface? What? The Labubu lady did a fucking blackface, bro? What? The 24 karat gold Labubu woman. Oh my God, this tweet has hit the group chat like Muhammad Atta, okay? On the Tuesday morning of 9/11, 2001. Cutie blasted this in the chat, went, "This your girl, Hasan?" She said, "I have the world's very own minstrel Labubu." She went from 24 karat gold Labubu to literally doing straight up old school British colonial roots. Here is the TikTok she deleted. Wait, hold on. Let's see. For context, she uploaded this. Wait. KSI Labubu? She didn't just like upload a regular well, I mean, I don't even know. Is it worse if it's like a singular famous black person that you are doing blackface for? Or is it still bad but less bad? Yeah, that's the term for it, right? This is straight up, what is it called? I don't even want to say it because it's one of those words that's like so old school racist where it's like I feel like there's you got marbles in your mouth when you're saying that word, you know? Like this is some Jim Crow shit. Yeah, it's bro. Oh, brother, what the hell? This is crazy. For context, she uploaded this KSI Labubu and deleted it 10 minutes later after backlash and is repeatedly saying she's not racist and blackface was not her intention. And I truly believe there were so many paint options just before picking up the black Sharpie.
Of the world's first KSI Labubu.
That's crazy, bro. White people are an unstoppable force. I swear to God. I know for a fact that when she did this, as a British lady, she wasn't even thinking like, this is gonna be horrible. Okay? She really, in the year 2025, picked up the fucking black Sharpie and Sharpied a Labubu in the face. And not even for a moment did she think this is not a good idea. Okay? It is crazy, bro. What is going on? White people, meet one singular black person, please. White people, be around a black person for once in your life challenge. Like just a little bit of melanin. I swear to God. This would have been a fire topic on the pod. I know. I can't believe she just did this to us after the pod. We already shot the pod. Stop defending your girl, first of all. My girl. I don't understand. I do not understand what goes on in the minds of people where they just go, this is good. What is KSI? I'm old. I don't get it. No, you're just not British. That's why you don't get it. KSI is probably the most famous British YouTuber. He's black. And he is the most famous British YouTuber. But that, like, her saying this is a KSI baby is just irrelevant to the conversation, okay? Yeah, Simon are the OG YouTube. KSI is famous for being bald. And also probably the most famous, might be one of the most famous bald men in the UK. And certainly the most famous content creator from the UK in general. Nah, pushback hairline? Bro, come on. Okay, yeah, he's also the most famous rapper. he's the most famous rapper from the UK. Hold on, let me give you a taste of it, okay? I know he like sometimes DMCA's people, I think, when they make fun of their music, but I'm just gonna show you like the best part. That's it.
I don't know nothing but no knows I see it. I'm in the thick of it. Everybody knows. They know me where it's no.
This is peak. This is peak. This is peak. 116 million views, bro. This is peak. Anyway, I don't know why I'm also I mean, I don't know why I'm shitting on the guy. He just got hate crimed a little bit, but but yeah, this is crazy. My 9-year-old loves this song.
I don't know nothing but no ice. I'm just cold.
Yeah, you gotta support your girl. Let's get it. This song has crazy earworms. He's not bald, brother. This kind of hairline is only achieved in anime, okay? Like that's not like this is like a hairline that there's someone that's like crazy, going crazy with a pen draws, okay? I have never seen a hairline like this out in the universe. Okay? I've never seen that. He's got the Japanese samurai offering fealty to his lordship haircut, but instead of cutting it so that he can put the samurai armor on his head better, this is just organic, homegrown. It's crazy. He knows, bro. He knows everything. Bro, he invented white people. What are you talking about? I don't understand why he's holding on. Just either it's like go to Turkey, man. Go to Turkey. Either go to Turkey or just, you know. Dr. Yakub, if he slayed, yes. Dr. Yakub, but instead of inventing white people, he invented rap music. Anyway. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, that's KSI. Okay, that's KSI. That's KSI. He's chill. I don't really know. I've never met him, but he seems fine. He's had some oopsies, but honestly, for my metric, it's like if you're a big content creator for many years, if you only have like a couple oopsies and no like serious crimes, you know what I mean? Then you're probably the best it's gonna get, right? You're not playing the best part. I don't want to do it to you. I don't want to do that to you. I don't want to do that to you. You're not playing the best part. Okay, you guys literally want it. You want the smoke. You want the devastation.
From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. See.
Yeah. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Was my crown, that's my bling. Always drama when I ring. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, this is why I don't listen to music. I listen to music one time and then it extends my no listening to music hiatus by like a couple months. Okay, I did this to myself. All right. Oh. Hold on, I gotta deal with something real quick. Anyway, we're getting started. We'll do it. We'll start with this real quick. I gotta deal with something here. I got a guy. My mom wanted to fix something in the kitchen. So there's a kitchen appliance guy that just showed up, and I just got to bring him inside real quick. Greatest rule of thumb, of course, is that if you have to call yourself masculine or alpha, then you probably do not exhibit those qualities in general. People keep asking me whether or not we need a Joe Rogan to the left, or whether or not I am the Joe Rogan to the left. And I keep repeating to the Democrats, at least, that like a Joe Rogan is not going to solve their problems. they need to change their policies.
I think recently you said on Twitter or something like that you realized that you hadn't taken a weekend off from streaming in 18 months or a year and a half or something like that?
18 months, no, since 2018.
2018, that's what it was, since 2018.
I had not taken 3 continuous days off.
Right, you can't do that at 60.
That's what you think.
Sure. All right, y'all, if you are a regular listener to this show, then you know that for the past couple of years, I have been very interested in the state of masculinity. We've talked about the rise of bro podcasting, the male loneliness crisis, male body image, and there is one man that I think embodies all of these conversations, Hasan Piker.
Oh, damn, the grays came immediately. Right as soon as I got up, that's crazy. Yeah, so I got another update by Twitch CEO Dan Clancy on view botting. Yeah, we'll get into that in a second, but yeah, yeah, we're gonna talk about the YouTube ID discourse as well. It's very stupid, but yeah, I went on. It's been a minute. I went to the NPR studio. I went to the NPR studio in Los Angeles. We were supposed to do this in New York in person, but unfortunately we couldn't do it in New York in person because I was, filming some other stuff. I think she wasn't there at the time that I was there. In any case, we did it. It's been a minute. It's a 42-minute conversation. It was pretty good. I hope it's I love doing these sorts of podcasts because it's great. To show your family members or whatever, you know what I mean? It's when I go on, I don't know, a bro podcast, right? That's good for all the bros. You can show your bro friends. When I go on NPR, you can show your older liberal moms and stuff like that. But yeah. We did this.
He is a hugely popular Twitch streamer who talks about progressive politics with his more than 2.9 million followers. He's covered topics ranging from the war in Gaza to immigration and even the New York City mayoral race. He also has hugely loyal fans. Here's just some of the things they say about him. Shaka143 of TikTok says, "Tell him, Habibi." Swept the Leg from Reddit says, "He is a himbo gateway drug to leftist thought." And lil.gay.ray from Instagram says, "Not to be dramatic, but I'd die for this man, LOL." And Hasan, I don't know if I've ever heard the term himbo gateway drug before. Is that how you describe yourself?
Yeah, I think that nails it, I guess. What is this? The description, not to be dramatic, but would you die for Hasan Piker? For some of you, Hasan Piker needs no introduction. He's one of the leading voices in progressive political content online, boasting a massive 2.9 million followers on Twitch alone. He's polarizing, charismatic, and kind of a bro, and his fans love him. Just take his Instagram comment, for example. Not to be dramatic, but I'd die for this man, lol. With all the discourse about young men flocking to the political right because of online commentators like Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn, some have started asking if Piker is the Joe Rogan of the left. A fan on TikTok did refer to Piker as the himbo gateway drug to leftist thought. Just gateway drug to empathy.
Gateway drug to empathy.
In a himbo format.
I will say, I do think that this is a super useful example to get into something else that is kind of going on. You haven't just gotten attention for your politics. There's also been a lot of talk about your specific brand.
Dude, Schizo Abe, dying for an online commentator is not revolutionary. Yeah, man, it's a joke. I don't know if you know this, but you know what's revolutionary? Taking an Instagram comment seriously. That is the peak revolutionary form right there.
Masculinity. Earlier this year, you were profiled by the New York Times, and that headline was really something.
I think the original headline was "Progressive Mind in a MAGA Body." That's what it was.
Yes, you are correct. The headline was "Progressive Hasan Piker, a progressive mind and a MAGA body. Which, I have to ask, like, what is a MAGA body? Like,
I don't know.
Do you know what that is?
No, I believe that they were trying to say that, like, this is the manosphere, and there's a lot of content creators in the manosphere that, like, work out. And I think that's what they were trying to point to. But, like, when you invoke the MAGA body, I don't think most people, New York Times readers or not, are going to look at that and think, like, a very brolic guy. They're going to think of, I don't know, someone like a normal American, the average American. The New York Times was specifically, I think, trying to invoke the image of this this masculine man who works out quite a bit.
I find it interesting, perhaps the everyday person might think of a MAGA body as like, an everyday person's physique. Yet, it sounds like that headline kind of tied masculinity to a certain type of physique, or masculinity to MAGA in a really specific way.
For sure. I think that's deliberate, and I think it's wrong. Which, like, I don't think masculinity is associated with MAGA. I don't even think masculinity is necessarily associated with working out. I think what we consider to be masculine is just confidence. That's what I believe is, like, the number one mistake that many people make when talking about masculinity. It's just an outward expression of confidence and, like, I guess, a demonstration of leadership skills. That's what most of these people are pointing to when they talk about being alpha or being masculine in general, like a lot of these people online.
Women can't be confident? No, first of all, women can be masculine as well. And you're misunderstanding my point. I'm not saying this is the correct interpretation of masculinity. I'm saying that what people consider to be masculine values is basically just a demonstration of confidence, okay? Like, whenever someone says, oh, I'm alpha, like, the value that they're describing with that terminology is simply being confident. That's it. And it's ironic because none of those people are actually confident. Like, if you have to consistently relitigate how confident you are, how macho you are, how masculine you are, you probably aren't that, and you're insecure about it, and that's why you're making up for that insecurity by really hamming it up and consistently explaining to people how masculine you are or how alpha you are. That's it. If you got to keep telling people you're that, then you don't have it. You ain't that.
The greatest rule of thumb, of course, is that if you have to call yourself masculine or alpha, then you probably do not exhibit those qualities in general.
You talk a lot about working out. You also like video games. And on top of all of that, you talk about politics on the internet. But these are very much right now activities associated with bro culture. Bros, I think, are often stereotypically considered to be conservative. Why do you think, like, these activities, like working out, video games, etc., why do you think they are so conservative coded?
I wouldn't say they're necessarily conservative coded. I would just simply say that they are easier to be branded as apolitical. I mean, there's a very funny, long-standing joke or meme in the gaming sphere where people will say, "Oh, why do you have politics in my video games?" Like, get politics out of my video games is like this rallying cry from Gamergate onward, and it usually is deployed at any video game that has like a black female protagonist, and then immediately that's like being considered as political. It's like the two genders, white man and political, and these guys will unironically say things like Call of Duty is not political, or Call of Duty wasn't political until there was like a black woman in it. Yeah, they just don't understand that, like, Call of Duty has, of course, always been political. And it's sometimes making a criticism of American imperialism. In other instances, it's quite literally defending American imperialism, but it's never not political. It's just that a lot of guys don't read it as politics when it's something that they agree with or aren't putting much thought into. And I think that's what happens in a lot of these spaces for a lot of these hobbies, is that we cede territory to right-wing actors because they get to angle it as though they're above the interests of politics. Don't try to read too much into this thing. Just enjoy it.
which is interesting because I kind of do that as well. Like I say that same thing every now and then. Like I had Dr. Abdul El Sayed on yesterday. He's running for senator in Michigan, in the state of Michigan.
Yeah.
He's great. He's also kind of a bro himself. He loves working out.
I've seen him post about it online for sure.
Yeah. And we were talking and he said something. He was like, you know, I felt bad. I felt uncomfortable, but I really like Top Gun. And I was like, dude, you don't have to say that. Like, yeah, it was a good movie, you know? Sure, it's a movie about American imperialism, but like, it's a good movie. Sometimes it's okay to just be like, I like this. This is funny. I like this movie. This is a good movie. It was well shot.
But I wonder, like, you know, his hesitation to embrace or even to openly embrace, like, his love of Top Gun with him, and also sometimes other politicians or other public figures, there is this desire to not be associated with things that kind of bro culture. Do you think that there is almost like some, I don't know, like some residue there or something that people don't want to touch or don't want to, like, associate themselves with right now? In terms of, like, bros in general.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there is still a heavy focus on the aesthetics for a lot of politicians on the liberal side of things, on the Democratic Party side of things, and I think that heavy focus on the optics of it all makes people a lot more careful when bracketing themselves in a certain way. I think that if they were more policy focused, it wouldn't really matter necessarily whether they are coming in this like broy veneer or not. But I think what's most important is to just be honest and be earnest and be who you are. That's what I am, at least. And that's why it's always funny when, you know, the New York Times is writing about me and they ask me like, do you feel like this is a carefully crafted, you know, perfectly balanced out character that you've created? And it's like, no, it's just, no, I just grew up playing video games. I like playing basketball. I like competitive sports. And I like working out. This is just who I am.
A lot of young guys have the same interests and end up going down another political pipeline. And you came out progressive. Like, what kind of caused your political development to?
When was this filmed? This was like a month ago, maybe. A while back. We were supposed to originally do this in New York when I was in New York, but we couldn't because she wasn't in New York. We were supposed to do this we were supposed to conduct this interview in person, but we didn't get to do it.
You know, lean toward progressivism.
I mean, growing up in Turkey, I always had a much more liberal slant, I would say, especially because I saw the formation of the Erdogan coalition, the Erdogan government, and I saw the repressive nature of conservatism. One of my first interactions with government repression in general was when Recep Tayyip Erdogan sued one of the cartoon newspapers that I used to read with political satire. And that's when I was like, whoa, this is messed up. I don't really like this guy. Outside of that, I, growing up in Turkey, always had an anti-imperialist slant.
Brother, can you suck your own dick pussy? Yeah, I can, actually. Don't care, bitch. Dude, lose 100 pounds. You're a tool, bitch. The fit is gay. Fit is mad gay. Can't lie. Don't fucking care about that broad. Don't care, bitch. Dumbass Turkey. German Turk shouldn't be a thing. Damn, this dude is so funny. Fuck bitch ass Israel and bitch ass Palestine. This guy is just like an equal opportunity angry man. He just hates everybody, I think, and himself. WIL Tortillas. Fuck Jason the Dweeb. Okay, well, that's a bridge too far. You get clapped for that. Okay? Disgruntled centrist? Yeah, not nephew. You can't do that. Yeah, 2018 account, 40 years old. I had to move my couch and recliner earlier, but I accidentally dropped it down the stairs. I witnessed the fall of the ottoman. Okay, good one, dude. I'm sure it was as devastating. How much of the current men's rights movement, which are associated with hate groups, only have oxygen because leftists don't take that space? No, I don't think it's because leftists don't take that space. I mean, I do.
here's what I think about leftists not being able to quote unquote take up space. If you are on the left, on the political left, you are not being represented by party politics. You're not being represented by the liberal media ecosystem. You are, as a matter of fact, considered antagonistic to both the left flank of media. This isn't to say that they're leftists, liberals, right? And certainly considered public enemy number one to the right flank of the media. This creates an environment where you're catching it from both ends and you're just basically on an island by yourself. Okay? Right-wingers, no matter how far right they are, can still be elevated by and represented by the right flank of media. Okay? That's the difference. This is precisely the reason why you don't see a lot of like leftist commentary in these spaces. Because right-wing commentary, no matter how far right, still gets elevated all the way up to Fox News. There is a closeness to what even someone like Nicholas Fuentes is saying with someone like the Fox and Friends people. You know what I mean? Like they are on the same. They're one might be a little bit more extreme than the other, right? And there are certainly some issues like blaming Jews where they're completely at odds with one another. But overall, their worldview is close to one another. There's a closeness to it. Whereas for liberals don't want even basic social safety net expansion. Like liberals in the media, by design, as a consequence of their job, as a consequence of like what their role is in society, do not even want to present modest expansion of these social safety nets. And this is precisely the reason why people like Tucker Carlson get to flood the marketplace with commentary on Gaza, for example. Anti-Zionists who are on the left, anti-imperialists, anti-Zionists, have been talking about this issue for decades, myself included. But the most prominent voices in American discourse right now, American political discourse right now, on what Israel is doing in Gaza are all right-wingers, and that is by design. The reason why it's all right-wingers isn't just because like the media wants or is more comfortable with right-wing voices as opposed to like leftist voices. That plays a role in it. But I think like that major motivation from even liberal outlets in general that will every now and then with sympathetic people that work in places like NPR, like such as this interview, right? They'll drip feed people like myself into these top rosters and my worldview into these like platforms. But I will never have the same placement as like Scott Jennings, right? Or someone who has my politics will never have the same consistent placement on liberal outlets in a way where even like the Podjohns can get it. You will never see Tucker Carlson's position on Israel on Fox News. Yes, but also, Tucker Carlson came from Fox News, right? Like he is the perfect example of this, where like he already is an OG Fox News demon. He is a Fox News manufactured creation. Like they made Tucker Carlson. They gave him the largest platform he could possibly have, and then he took that influence and he took that platform, and now he can do stuff on the independent side, and he still carries a lot of weight with his voice. This is what happens. This is usually what happens. This is how right-wing voices are so much more prominent than left-wing voices, even on the independent media side. Many of the right-wing voices are also directly funded by the same institutional donors to the Republican Party, because there is an ideological commitment to a project, right? We've said this before. I talk about this all the time, but it's like, if you want to do a real left-wing broadcast, it has to be grassroots, because No institutional donor is ever going to fund a media initiative that revolves around dismantling a system that they benefit from, a system that they have designed, a system that they are purposefully participating in. Like, what billionaire is going to be like, I'm going to give $100 million to a guy that says billionaires shouldn't exist? That's not going to happen. So leftist voices have to create a grassroots movement. There are not that many Engelses out there, is what I'm saying. Okay, it's not common. And the closest you can get to that is a guy like George Soros. And his foundation is not leftist at all. It's very much liberal. And liberalism is always going to be antagonistic to leftist values and leftist politics. When push comes to shove, and there's an issue that hurts their bottom line, liberals are going to openly present the left as an antagonist, openly present the left and left momentum as a spoiler.
Which is a given usually for people on that side of the planet who are privy to the negative consequences of American empire, who get to experience it firsthand, or at least secondhand. But when I came to the United States of America, I think that's what was like such a radicalizing moment for me. It was healthcare. It was the ambulance bill that I got when I was in college. I was like, this is insane.
What happened? If you can share. If not, understandable.
I just blacked out. I didn't call the ambulance myself. I just woke up at the hospital, and then I saw the bill, and I was like, I can't believe it. And I already had this attitude that a social democracy is perhaps the best possible way to go about things, because I came from Turkey. I saw the importance of public education, free public college, and a nationalized healthcare system. Even if it's not the best funded, it's still really good that it exists, right? That's the attitude that I had. And then when I saw private healthcare here, I was like, oh, it's over. This is never. This is the worst thing on the planet. We need to put an end to this immediately. Whoever is doing this, they need to stop, was my initial attitude.
I could see how that would be a complete shock if it's something you never had to think about before.
Yeah.
And you call an ambulance to pick you up in an emergency in a time of need, and then suddenly you're like, oh, this costs money. But I don't think it's something that anybody wants to think about when they're in like a low moment like that.
Yeah, and also I'll admit, like, I think I was too well educated at that point to be duped by some dude online being like, that's because of Mexicans that you have to pay for this ambulance. But I do think that in that moment of weakness, in that moment of anger and resentment, if there was someone out there who was charismatic and I wasn't very well read and I did not know that there was an alternative readily available, like a public healthcare system was readily available that I had seen work in a much poorer country like Turkey, I probably would be like, I'm really pissed off. Who else is pissed off with me? And if you got a dude on YouTube saying, yeah, I'm pissed off too. You know why we're pissed off though? Because the Democrats care about Mexicans and Guatemalans and trans people, and you should be pissed off about that. That's weird, right? And you know, all of that combined, I think, creates this perfect powder keg where young men who are already predisposed to reactionary tendencies find themselves swept away, desperate for a sense of community, desperate for an identity. They find themselves in right-wing circles, and they unironically wear it as a brand, where they think that being politically right-wing is a way to demonstrate your machismo, is a way to demonstrate how masculine you are. It's kind of funny because it's not the case. And I feel like I brick a lot of people's brains for that reason. And then they see that and they just can't contend with it. Where like in a world where you look more like Ben Shapiro than myself, you want to believe that simply saying the things that Ben Shapiro is saying is going to make you more masculine.
We're talking about sort of how your progressive politics had developed over time. And speaking of your politics, like you have done interviews with AOC, Bernie Sanders, Zohran Mamdani, but also you've sat down with figures like Theo Von, and most recently, at least at the time of this conversation, the Nelk brothers,
The Nelk
or the
boys.
Nelk boys, right after they,
The Nelk
right
brothers.
after they had interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was something. It was something. What's your thought process behind engaging both progressive politicians and people who share similar politics to you, as well as, more conservative or questioning figures like, the Nelk Boys and Theo Von?
So I bracket those guys off as like, I guess, apolitical. Like in the, they represent the median voter quite well, as a matter of fact, especially with how.
You mean you just to pause? You mean you bracket someone like Theo Von more as apolitical, or you consider the Nelk Boys apolitical as well? You think they're conservative.
I'm saying that they're conservative, but they're not a mouthpiece for the party in the same way that like the Daily Wire is, or the same way that Charlie Kirk is. So those guys are. Nelk is probably at the tail end of this. Like that's the closest to the Daily Wire and the PragerUs of the world. Whereas like the Theo Vons and Andrew Schultz and all of these other podcasts, like they just kind of go along with the wind. And they will find themselves swept away with like right-wing sentiment. I mean, to a certain degree, one might even consider it to be grifting, I guess. But I think it's more so just like someone who doesn't have a well-defined political worldview. The reason why I consider them in a separate category than like the Daily Wires of the world and the Charlie Kirks of the world, the Fox News of the world, is because like those guys are deliberately doing right-wing political propaganda, and their entire job relies on them being a consistent defender of the Republican Party and reactionary thought, whereas a lot of these other podcasters, they will change their attitude. While they command influence and attention within the base of support for the Republican Party, they will change their perspective. As they'll jump ship, I guess, far before any Republican commentator ever would. They're easier to convince, and therefore their audiences are easier to convince.
Is that something you take into account then when sort of like debating these guys or having or like streaming with them or talking to them?
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely something I take into account.
What is this comment? Is this the guy Hasan who very much... So this is the famous Hasan who LARPs as a leftist but is really a Nazi at this point, much less tame than I heard. Yeah, I mean, you should question why you think I'm a Nazi when my output and things that you hear from my mouth are exactly the diametrical opposite of Nazi beliefs. This should be a moment where you go, you know what? Maybe he's not this person that some random dipshit on the internet has presented him as. That's why so many people who come in here and have this kind of attitude just kind of let it. They just say that, and then that's it. They never explain it. They never have a follow up to why they think this way. Beyond here, I unbanned this person because I want to hear what he has to say. So this is the famous Hasan who loves the leftist, but is really a Nazi at this point, much less tame than I've heard. I suspect that if you were to dig deep and try to figure out what my worldview is, you'd find yourself agreeing with a lot more than you disagree with. There's a comment that you read once that lives in my head. Why does mainstream media keep interacting with this guy? It's like they just don't care, or we're wrong about him. I know. And it's really interesting because a lot of people don't just go, maybe this entire community that we've designed, not around real political opinions or anything, and just simply cultivated drama around this person is wrong. And all of these like other educated journalists who have a political opinion might actually be right about him and we might be wrong about him. But instead of entertaining that notion, I think a lot of people turn around and fantasize even. They just like go after even more ridiculous fantasies. Like it's a QAnon style situation where I just have like blackmail on all of these people, whether it be the Twitch CEO or whether it be journalists in all of these other reputable outlets. Or maybe perhaps all these outlets are wrong too. You know? Ladies, as you paid $20K for this NPR interview, that's so funny. That's like when people say I'm on steroids. I take that as a, that's great. Thank you for thinking that I'm competent enough to hire a PR team that is getting me all these media hits, and it's not just like my poor manager who is taking in all of these inbound requests that are coming in for these interviews. Yeah. What's going on with your voice, dude? I made the mistake of drinking alcohol at the age of 34 one time. Yeah, I saw this. I know. Hasan, it doesn't matter how many puff pieces you buy, you will never outrun your own reputation. A Nepo baby, terrorist-loving, America-hating, tanky, degenerate, and womanizing creep. He for sure spends at least $20,000 a month on PR based on my experience. Based on my experience is so funny. Does that mean Ethan is paying $20,000 a month for a PR firm and they just haven't been able to like get him into any of these outlets? Is that what that means? Because goddamn, dude, I think a lot of people around this man are just farming him. They're just basically farming him aggressively for whatever wages they can justify. Every accusation is a confession. I mean, this is literally a confession. According to Taylor Lorenz, he's a meme in journalist circles because he keeps asking for a puff piece. I would give him free ball right now because I obviously have been in these spaces for quite a while. I have a lot of fantastic journalist friends, for example, but I'm not going to do that because there are outlets that you could go to. I'm just not. God, I always love giving ideological enemies good advice for some reason, so I'm not going to do that. That's my New Year's resolution. Using America hating as a position that should be reconsidered tells you everything you need to know. I know. This is like Steven Crowder shit, okay? A Nepo baby, Nepo baby is not even something that I hide. You know, I am a nepotism recipient. Shouts out to Uncle Jank. But terrorist-loving, America-hating, tanky, degenerate, and womanizing creep. It's like, dude, you sound like you're writing for Breitbart. None of this is new. Like this is what I've heard my entire career as a political commentator. It's just I've never heard it from someone who still tries to cling on to the notion that they are a liberal. Also, womanizing creep is so funny. You hate America. Yeah. Doesn't he still say he's progressive? I don't fucking know. I don't keep up with him. I just only see shit every now and then whenever he just like has a moment, has a Hasbara moment on the Hasbara Hate Hasan podcast. That's what the H3 stands for now. Hasbara Hate Hasan. Yeah. I think I think these guys just don't understand how this stuff works. Like, they can't contend with the reality that there's like a fuck ton of journalists that are in this community, like with regular frequency. You know what I mean? They don't understand that there is a ideological diversity represented even in mainstream institutions. And some of them are like, "Oh yeah, I want to interview this person." Like, that's it. The Piker Broadcasting Service is, of course, funded by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. This one is funny, too. I don't even know what the critique is here. This is incredible. Hassan at various points refers to himself as a progressive social democrat, NPR for Zoomers. He says that his privilege allows him to do emotional labor of being more patient with people who have progressive or bigoted attitudes. I mean, it's literally true. And I don't say I'm a social democrat. I say my starting point was social democracy. I don't even understand. Like, this is just your failure to understand the point. Why do these guys get so ass mad anytime any of these outlets are like, yeah, we should do they think they can just like harass NPR and NPR journalists into submission. It doesn't work that way. Okay? These aren't like squishy liberal influencer types that are going to get really scared when they see like a fuck ton of brigaded comment sections. These are journalists who already eat that every day. Like, they're hardened reporters who have already experienced an endless amount of hatred from the right. So when they see stuff like this, they know exactly what it is. You know, these are people whose ops are the president, and you're over here being like, this guy's bad. How dare you interview this person? It's like, okay, dude, good luck. Anyway. Yeah, Richie Torres is back on his bullshit. I know. We'll talk about that. Regarding PR, are you paying Hoscord and Hostwit $20K combined a month, or is it $20K each? I would like to know how much, so I should be requesting. Yeah. Bill me. Hassan, you got so old. That's what happens. You know, time passes. Seasons change. And last year I was 33, and this year I'm 34. I think what you it's just a part of human nature. I don't know, I don't mean to freak you out, chatter, but you're also getting older every single day, as a matter of fact. Yeah. You just gotta, father time is undefeated. You just gotta make sure that you try and get comfortable in your own skin and age as gracefully as you can. Where were we? Yeah. I am going to get into the news. This guy should start doing political commentary. He knows a lot. Oh, yeah. This guy that was being interviewed, I think he knows a thing or two. Yeah. He's been around the block a couple times. What is this? Someone asked a good question. What's the last time your old brain remembers the world changing to make things better? As recently as Zohran Mamdani's electoral victory in the Democratic primaries in New York, the dramatic attitude change where the Western world populations recognize the cruelty of Israel and the humanity of the Palestinians. These are all things that happened quite fast, as a matter of fact. It took years and years to get here, but the attitude shift almost happened. It's seemingly overnight, as opposed to for however many years there was no movement in the right direction. Yeah. Why doesn't your stream have ads? Because the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, Skullho, and many others like you. There are no ads on the Piker Broadcasting Service, except sometimes I do take sponsorships for video games, like I will be later tonight. But yeah, let's get to the news. Because Donald Trump is doing the N-word, nukes, nuclear. That's right. We'll get back to the NPR interview later, potentially.
Donald Trump has posted online about moving 2 nuclear submarines to be nearer to Russia. Let me read you what he said. Based on the highly provocative statements of the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who is now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, I have ordered 2 nuclear submarines to be positioned in the appropriate regions, he says, just in case these foolish and inflammatory statements are more than just that. Words are very important and can often lead to unintended consequences. I hope this will not be one of those instances. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He finishes with an
It can't be just me, right? That gets annoyed when he says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter." I feel like it's so whack that he ends his statements with that lately. That's his thing now. I like that instead of releasing the Epstein files, Donald Trump is just gonna do the nuclear holocaust, finally end it all, you know? Nuclear winter imminent. Great.
exclamation marks. So Donald Trump confirming that 2 nuclear subs have been moved to, in his words, the appropriate regions in response to words to do with the nuclear deterrent, by the way, of the former president of Russia, former prime minister as well, Dmitry Medvedev, who is now the deputy chairman of the Security Council of the Russian Federation, a politician who has long been very close to President Vladimir Putin. So a spiraling war of words over nuclear deterrence there, and now actions taken by the US to move 2 nuclear submarines to appropriate regions, they say, to be positioned in those appropriate regions in response.
Stocks are sinking sharply right now. The Dow is down. Take a look at this. The Dow is down right now a lot of points, 1.64, 1.65%. The Dow Jones is down 729.
Is this good? I don't really understand numbers and stonks and the economy or tariffs. Is this good, chat? I mean, it'll rebound again. It's just like he'll just go back to it and be like, no more tariffs, we don't have it, and then everyone will buy, and then sell. I mean, it's there's a market correction. I don't really care about like market movements of this sort. I don't think the stock market is representative of the economy in general, like the health of the economy. I don't think the GDP is an adequate metric to understand the way that people exist. I don't think that it's a good metric. I don't think the stock market is a good metric either. It's a good metric for how much wealthy people are making money. Like wealthy people who have parked all of their net worth into stonks. But yeah, a job report came out, and it was insane. A job report came out with that showed some numbers for the month of July, but that wasn't the real interesting part of this. Like there was limited job growth, It was less than expected, but not like too much. But the real scary part of the job report that came out was actually the correction in the past month's job reports, where apparently we did not get 114,000 new jobs. It was more like 14,000 new jobs, which is crazy. I feel like this is, I mean, if your estimate is off by, I don't know, 100,000 or 200,000, then you're not doing much of an estimate at all. You're just kind of making stuff up. It's no different than when Donald Trump says, you don't understand, the nation of Japan has given me $7 quintillion that I can purchase as many Labubus as I want with. That's right. They're making America great again. It's like, okay, so we got some IOUs. All right, got it. Where is the money going? Like, the roads are still dog shit. I don't think that is going there. The ISPs still offer horrible service, so I don't think it's going there either. Yeah, the net correction was minus 258,000 jobs than first reported. Now, look, I don't know if this is normal or not. I don't understand. I'm not an expert, right? But people that seemingly are experts here are saying, Justin, a weak jobs report. The U.S. economy added only 73,000 jobs in July. That's way below expectations. May and June revised down by 258,000. 75% of the July job gains came from healthcare. The unemployment rate ticked back up to 4.2 from 4.1 in June. Wages grew 3.9 in the past year versus 2.7 inflation. Heather Long continues, chief economist for Navy Federal, columnist of the Washington Post. The labor market is in trouble. Healthcare or social assistance are pretty much the only sectors hiring. This is not healthy. Retail plus 16,000, finance plus 15,000, hospitality plus 5,000. I mean, this makes sense. Do we really need more hospitality workers when tourism is taking a major hit? You know? I mean, like, what to do with hospitality when Donald Trump is basically saying, we're shut off to the rest of the world. If you come here, we will arrest you. You might actually be prosecuted. You might actually spend some time in an immigrant detention facility for an extended period of time for the crime of trying to come into the country and having like a JD Vance meme in your phone or something. Who the fuck is going to want to come here? State government plus 5,000, transport and warehouse plus 4,000, construction plus 2,000, professional business services are down 14,000, federal government is down 12,000, down 84,000 since January. They almost fired. Wait, there were almost 100,000 people that lost jobs in federal government. 11,000 in manufacturing, directly tied back to tariffs and the tariffs mania. Because on the one hand, with tariffs, the inconsistency and the instability might be good for Trump's close friends and associates that know that he's not going to pull the trigger on the tariffs or whatever. But obviously, foreign corporations that have manufacturing facilities on U.S. soil do not like that inconsistency. It seems like they will respond by downsizing. This is a predictable outcome, something that people warned about. Not me, again, not an expert, but experts have warned about. Local government down 3,000, information down 2,000. My company just had layoffs announced today. Jesus Christ. But hey, guys, did you get laid off from your manufacturing job because the foreign company that hired you for a manufacturing job in a facility is worried about what the impact of tariffs, so they have to move some numbers around? Fear not. You can become a fucking Gestapo officer. That's great. Can't wait until we have a nation that produces nothing except for pain and violence, both in terms of manufacturing weapons, of course, but also domestic pain, so that everyone can be a Trump-backed loyalist SS guard. Great. Great. I thought you meant like wrestling. No, I mean like literally. It's gonna get to a point where the only jobs that are available are ICE agents, like snitch hotline person, concentration camp guard, brown shirt brigade. Great, love that. Like arresting the remaining people that actually work in construction and things of that nature. Meanwhile, Trump is what? In wake of bad jobs report, Trump wants to fire head of labor statistics department. Trump said on Truth Social that he will remove Erica McAnterfer as the commissioner of labor statistics after the July employment report found that just 73 jobs were added. I don't know if this is because he's mad about like how little new jobs were added and she didn't lie enough, or because she lied in the past, or like the previous estimate was so off base that they think it's like ridiculous. I was just informed that our country's job numbers are being produced by a Biden appointee, Dr. Erica McIntyre, the commissioner of labor statistics, who faked the jobs numbers before the election to try and boost Kamala's chances of victory. This is the same Bureau of Labor Statistics that overstated the jobs growth in March 2024 by approximately 818,000, and then again right before the 2024 presidential election in August and September by 112,000. These were records. No one can be that wrong. We need accurate jobs numbers. I've directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. She will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified. Important numbers like this must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated by political purpose. Wait, but isn't she doing what she did for Biden, but for you, and you're mad that she actually didn't continue doing for you what she did for Biden? Also, the thing that I don't understand about this, the thing that I don't fully understand about this is like, are these jobs numbers just like phony, made up? Someone is just going around and just saying like, no, shit's great? Or is it like, I don't know how these statistics are tabulated. Is it because companies constantly have these like ghost jobs that they never fill? And then the Bureau of Labor Statistics actually responds to that as though these are like real job openings. Like, how do you get something like this so wrong? I don't understand. Also, I mean, this is anecdotal and it's not a great way to make an assessment, but the report from most people that have jobs, that want to get other jobs, and also most people that don't have jobs currently and want to get a job, is that they just keep applying to these millions of different job openings that seemingly are out there, and people don't even like call them back. Like, there is something so inconsistent with what's going on. Brutal. If you exclude these two categories, job growth has been running negative for 3 straight months. Basically, the only U.S. sectors in the U.S. economy that are adding jobs are healthcare and social assistance. That's crazy. it's also crazy because like we are a growing nation, right? I mean, we have 330 million people here. So there's like constantly new babies popping up. The population is constantly increasing, and therefore there should be more need. There should be more jobs. There should be more people working to fill those roles. You know, you need new houses, you need new homes, you need new roads, you need new cars. People need to build those things. And that's why there's no lump sum of labor, technically. Now, of course, you can create a second tier of labor to depress the existing wages. And America has done that consistently for decades with undocumented immigration. But even then, especially at a time when undocumented immigration has been curbed dramatically, there shouldn't be this kind of a response, I think. Yeah, this is the other side of the story that David Dane correctly points to, which is that the only source of labor stability right now, the only sector of labor stability right now, healthcare and assistance, social assistance, is getting at least $1 trillion cut, with insurance being cut to 15 million people. So that growth will bleed in the coming months. A worrisome futuristic jobs report. In the newsletter, Joe Weisenthal says, in the newsletter I wrote about today's labor market data and how it was not only bad, but bad in a specific way that could portend a more ominous direction for the economy. Today's non-farm payrolls report was not good, but it's more than that. There was something ominous about it, or like it was a glimpse into a weird future. Let's start with the data. The actual headline numbers weren't really that big of a deal. Headline job gains came in at 73,000 versus expectations of 104,000. Not the end of the world. The unemployment rate ticked up to 4.2%, but that's what the economists were forecasting, so that's fine. However, there are two mega asterisks everyone's paying attention to. First was the revisions. According to the BLS, the last 2 months of job gains were overstated by 258,000 jobs. Those solid post-tariff reports, an apparent mirage. Shocking. But then also, look at what sectors are adding jobs. And we already covered that. It's healthcare. 73,000 jobs are added in July, and 73,000 of them can be attributed to two low productivity sectors that increase mechanically almost every month as society gets more old and infirm. Everything else is stalling at best. It's actually worse than stalling. As Matt Basler noted, without healthcare, the last 3 months of payroll gains look like this: minus 53,000 and minus 45,000 in June and minus 300 in July. Of course, we know in reality that it isn't just healthcare and social assistance that are growing. There's that whole AI thing going on, which is helping lift the entire stock market to record highs. Yesterday alone, Meta added about $200 billion to its market cap. Everything is so fake, dude. I mean, come on. Come on, dude. Everything is propped up by stonks. Literally. That's the only area there where there is like noticeable growth. And it's completely fake. It's completely fake. It's all a speculation for the future that these companies are going to be completely destroying the existing labor pool. Like, that is what people are making money off of right now. The speculation that these companies that use artificial intelligence, okay, are going to be able to gut the existing labor pool. This is one of the best reasons why I always point to the stock market not actually being a good metric for a healthy economy. Because I always use the example of a merger, right? In the aftermath of like a mega merger, two companies merging with one another, right? Larger company eats smaller company, whatever. There are always layoffs that come in the process. They eliminate redundancies. Their stock price goes up because they've become more efficient, right? They've become more efficient due to horizontal or vertical integration as a consequence of this merger, or they've become more efficient because they've laid off all of these additional employees. So now you have tens of thousands of people that no longer have a job, right? They've been taken out of the labor force. They're clearly not doing better. Tens of thousands of families are now doing worse than they were before. And yet, the stock performance looks great for those who actually are wealthy enough to have been able to purchase stocks in this company are now doing better overall. How can you look at a system like this and still think this is a perfectly healthy way to look at to make an assessment on a perfectly healthy economy? It's not. It clearly isn't. At least stock performance in the past, to a certain degree, was associated with a product that you were manufacturing. You made the best planes, for example, or you found more efficient ways of building a plane. You had new technology, and then your stock went up. Now it's stock buybacks and market manipulation that plays a major role in people's stock performance. Obviously, this past year has been a downturn for Tesla, but Tesla is a great example of what I'm talking about. Tesla is not regarded as a automobile manufacturer. It's regarded as a tech company. So every time Elon Musk comes out and lies about whatever kind of new initiative that they're building, its stock performance goes up. It has nothing to do with the fucking cars that they're making at all. And as someone who isn't like a finance guy, I look at this from the outside and I'm like, how does this make sense? Finance guys try to explain to me like, you don't understand. The analysis is different because it's a tech company. But I just don't, I can't understand it. Like the whole purpose of this, like the whole purpose of any kind of like valuation was supposed to be like what you are making and what, like how much revenue you're generating by selling things, okay? And how much it costs you to build those things that you're selling to begin with. And when you make an innovative product or when you find new technology, right? You are supposed to be rewarded in the market for that. That is how it's supposed to work. And yet, that's not how it works at all. Every company is a bank. It does not make sense. Larger write-offs when the stock plummets. This is unproven tech. Regulators on the board. This is not an argument. I'm not simply talking about like what the stock market has become. I'm also like, people will sometimes hear me say certain things about like cryptocurrencies or whatever, or the stock market, and they misunderstand it. Like, I'm fundamentally saying that the way that the stock market has been designed is not an indication of anything but wealth consolidation. That's it. And not even wealth consolidation for Americans either. Wealth consolidation for an international consortium of capital owners. Faceless, lifeless capital owners. Numbers going up for them, regardless of whichever country they're in, as long as they've made this investment into a company, as long as they are shareholders. And nobody else. Everybody else keeps getting fucked in the process. But because we've also kind of created an environment where you feel as though you have a stake in this, because you have a 401k, for example, a lot of people are deluded into thinking that they're doing better overall when the stock market's doing better overall. But within the stock market, the gains are privatized and the losses are socialized. So whenever companies are doing well, it's the wealthy that are doing really well as a consequence of that. And when the stock market is doing poorly, well, then everybody suffers. Of course, the wealthiest suffer significantly less. I don't know. I'm not a very intelligent person, especially when it comes to this kind of stuff. It's not my forte. But to me, it just feels so made up and so fake. And yet people defend this despite the fact that they're not getting anything out of it. Generally speaking, the other big tech giants are more or less riding the same wave. It's great for shareholders. It's great for some workers. Again, with Meta, it's been hiring top AI talent with compensation packages that are in line with professional athletes. But if you ignore this very small slice of elite AI talent, the labor market within tech doesn't look that great. Microsoft has been another huge AI winner, with its cloud business growing like crazy. And yet even they've been cutting jobs. The CEO, Satya Nadella, even posted a memo about how the pace of layoffs at his company have been weighing on him. This is a weird state of affairs. Normally when a company's profits and stocks are booming, you just sort of assume them to be in hiring mode. No, you don't. That's it. That's what I mean. Like, you don't. You just don't. That's not. When has that been the case in like the last 25 years? You know what I mean? I feel like that's just never been the case. And this is a, gaming adjacent community. So I think a lot of you actually know this better than anybody else. Game developer comes out with a fucking banner prized AAA title. It's incredibly expensive. It rakes in billions of dollars, record high profits. What comes immediately after that? Layoffs. It's just like, it doesn't make any sense. It literally doesn't make sense, but that's just how it's been for as long as I've been at least an adult and paying attention to this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, Microsoft has reached $4 trillion in valuation after solid results. The only other company that has like a big T valuation is also, as Trump calls it, NVIDIA, right? What's the reason for both of these companies' valuation exploding? AI. What does AI do? They are experiencing tremendous stock performance for focusing their efforts on something that is a labor displacement mechanism. It is shredding labor. It's supposed to work to shred labor. Now, I'm not against AI. I'm just saying, without regulation, without some kind of insurance that when the company tries to become more efficient by utilizing AI, they instead of firing employees, they have to give commitments, assurances to its labor force that they actually just lower the time that employees work and also boost their pay, directly adjusted to the output that they have. With AI, if you are capable of doing 24 hours of work in a matter of 12 hours, then you should be paid for 24 hours of work in the 12 hours that you work, or you should at least work 6 hours to do the 12 hours of work now. That's how it's supposed to work. This is, of course, entirely antagonistic to capitalism. You say dream on, but I'm explaining to you something that makes sense, right? Like, I mean, you're not a boss. You're not Mr. Bill Gates, right? You're a guy that is watching me on Twitch. From your position, you should be advocating for this. This is what you should be advocating for. Less work, more pay. After all, your fucking output is higher now. You are making more money for the company. You are more valuable as an employee. Your productive output has grown dramatically due to technological innovation. But companies look at that and go, hell yeah, now we can make one guy do the work of 10. Fuck the 9 other guys. We're firing them. And then the stock market goes, this is amazing. Thank you for firing the 9 other employees and making the one guy do the work of 10 now. We are going to reward you. This is efficiency. a higher profit margin. What a lot of people don't understand is like, you can't all be little capital owners, okay? That's not how this works. Like, everyone has this Sigma grind set mentality where they're like, dude, just you wait, man. I'm gonna put that little bit of money I have aside and become a little boss of my own. I'm gonna become a capital owner myself. And it's like, that's not how this works. Is batshit insane to me, says Ryan McCaffrey, senior executive editor IGN, that Turn 10, a studio that has literally never shipped anything less than a great game, Metacritic receipts attached, is being reduced to perhaps a support studio with these cuts. What an absolutely brutal business gaming is. Jason Schreier reports, many of Xbox subsidiaries are getting hit by the layoffs this morning, including Call of Duty studios such as Raven, big cuts at Forza Motorsport developer Turn 10, nearly 50% of staff per source. Anyway. But in this current system, investing early seems to be the only way anyone even has a chance to make it out of the rat race or be super talented. Okay, good luck. That's it. That bug has already hit you. You know what I mean? You've been duped. You've been duped. You've been duped. What capital do you have? What capital do you have? You can't make these major market moves that wealthy people can, okay? You got meager wages and maybe a little bit of disposable income, and you think that that is going to allow you to be able to get into the capital ownership class. This is precisely what I was talking about with like 401ks. People assuming that they actually can kind of game the system to their benefit when the system is designed to keep you servile. And the little meager crumbs that they offer you in the form of a 401k or the little money that you have in your pocket at the end of the month that you can like put back into the market is not making you a capital owner. It's making you fantasize that you can be a capital owner. A lot of people actually get mad at me when I say this because they're like, no, I want to dream. I want to dream of upward social mobility. And that's why people get very upset when I say this. I understand, but I don't think you should be discouraging people from investing. Yes, I understand the issue is at the core. I'm not. I'm just giving people a healthy dose of reality. And it's very frustrating for a lot of people because they look at that and they go, dude, this guy is not a Sigma grind set guy at all. He's actually telling me things are fucked and nothing can be salvaged. Okay, yeah, buy my course on my Discord server to make your money make money, okay? That's it. People would love it if I were to turn around and be like, guys, I'm going to give you the secrets of success. Okay? I'm going to give you the secrets of success. Buy my course, buy my course, buy my course, buy my course. We're all going to hustle. As the resident brokey, I made $120 in brokey investments this year, but the day trader Nepo Baby made $120,000. Yeah. It's just dumb. So if you think about the current state of the U.S. economy, there's something vaguely futuristic about it. A very tiny handful of people getting generationally wealthy and powerful. A broad swath of people seeing their personal balance sheets improve because the stock market has been so hot. You could argue that the stock market has become something of a privatized UBI for people fortunate enough to have bought in. And then the only areas of actual widespread job growth being in areas that are tied to aging and health, much of which is sustained by widening deficit spending. What we're not seeing is any kind of general expansion and activity across the economy. A bad jobs report here or there is not the end of the world. They happen from time to time and people freak out and then they forget about it. However, the specific contours of this moment feel like a glimmer of a stranger, less comfortable future. It's interesting to observe the market today. 2-year yields are down sharply, about 21 basis points, as you would expect, because the weakness in the data make the case for sooner cuts and more of them. Odds of a September rate cut are now at 88%. Just yesterday, they were less than 40%. And yet the action at the long end of the yield curve is less dramatic, with the yield on the 10-year down closer to 15 basis points. The market is telling us that over the long term, conditions will still warrant elevated interest rates, even if we're in a moment of stall. In fact, this is generally a problem for both the Fed and the White House. Today's data certainly makes the case for cuts look stronger. In fact, at 8 a.m. this morning, Fed Governor Waller put out a statement explaining why he voted for a cut this week, and the argument holds up well. But if the goal is to revive the housing market or to reduce interest payments on the debt, which seems to be what Trump is interested in, it's not clear that we're going to get much juice from the squeeze on cuts. This is literally capitalism killing itself. Okay? We are experiencing the final stage of Reagan-era neoliberalism in the United States of America. Uncontested capitalism in the aftermath of the dissolution of the USSR with no ideological market competitor basically eating itself alive, because every company wants to monopolize. Every company has a tendency for corporate consolidation, because that's the only way you can engage in price fixing, you can engage in price leadership, and keep up shittier and shittier, increasingly shittier and shittier products, increasingly shittier and shittier services, while simultaneously boosting the prices. Okay? It's like Amazon. You capture the market, and then after that, you slowly but surely raise the prices. And if that's the case, and there's no regulation whatsoever against endless amounts of profit seeking from corporations, and corporations basically use the government like a fleshlight, okay? What is the other outcome here? Of course it's supposed to be like this. Of course this is inevitably going to happen, that capitalism is slated to crumble within its own contradictions. Not to talk about the big guy, okay? But this is it. Because endless greed means there's endless opportunity to seek out profits in areas that the welfare state is supposed to take care of, right? So you privatize those areas as well, with the hopes that you can make sure that you can keep returning more profits to the private sector. And then they rinse and repeat the same cycle of corporate consolidation, increasingly shittier products, increasingly shittier services, because it's not profitable. Everything gets worse overall for the average person, and people at the tippy top of society, the top 1% that increase their ownership over many different sectors, keep making fake money like the numbers that keep growing in the stock market. Meanwhile, on the other side of that, you have millions of people, tens of millions of people who are now jobless, who have to go into the gig economy to hopefully be able to feed their children. That's where we're at. Of course, people are going to be increasingly resentful. And now, when that resentment reaches a boiling point, you have fascism. Fascism restores order. Fascism creates a different villain, not the villain that actually has designed society in a way where you experience these horrible realities, where your dream dies of upward social mobility. Fascists tell you there's a secretive outgroup out there. For Nazi Germany, it was the Jews, it was the socialists, the trade unionists. For the United States of America, it's the undocumented migrants, the trans people. For Nazis, it was trans people too. It's always how it's worked, and that's the direction that we're going towards right now. Yeah, fascism is capitalism in decay. And capitalism is slated to decay if we just only try to max out corporate profits. Anyway, maybe things will turn around for the better. Who knows? But as long as liberals hyper-focus on their true enemy, which they think is people like myself, saying it's your bosses and it's the corporate profit seekers that are actually at fault for the way that this society is designed, I don't think there will be a lot of momentum in this direction. Because there are people all the way from the lumpen proles, the counter-revolutionary people who think, the temporarily embarrassed millionaires who are actually not millionaires at all the way to the modest millionaires and billionaires at the tippy top that either, one, demonstrate class solidarity because it benefits them, or think that if they actually suck up to the billionaires, one day they too will become a billionaire themselves. They defend a system that doesn't help them at all and actively fight back against anyone who tells them there is a different future out there. There is a alternative method out there. There is an evolution from this previous evolution, because obviously capitalism was good in its inception. It was a better version of the previous methods of commodity production. But it's time for an alternative vision.
Points right now. That's a big number. This morning's lackluster jobs report and President Trump's new tariff policy clearly having a major impact. The Labor Department says just 73,000 jobs were added to the U.S. economy in July, far fewer than expected, and revised figures show June with the weakest job growth in more than 4 years. President Trump is also cementing his break with America's longstanding free trade policy as he announces sweeping new tariffs for the entire world. More than 60 countries now face higher rates. The new tariffs for any country with a trade deficit is now at least 15%. And more than 24 nations are being hit with an even higher percentage. These new rates will go into effect on Thursday. CNN is covering all the angles with Kevin Liptak over at the White House. Matt Egan in New York. Matt, let me start with you on the jobs report. Update our viewers.
Yeah, Wolf, this was an ugly report about the most important part of the U.S. economy, the job market. We learned this morning that the U.S. economy added just 73,000 jobs in July. That was weaker than expected. The unemployment rate went from 4.1 to 4.2%.
My impact.
And as expected, still low, but moving in the wrong direction. But the big thing here that has economists and investors on Wall Street alarmed is the fact that the U.S. economy added almost no jobs at all in May and June. There were these massive revisions downward to those 2 months, showing that the economy added about 250,000 fewer jobs than previously known. June at just 14,000. Some context, that's the lowest since December of 2020. When you dig into some of the
Hasan, listen to me. Don't even give Republicans the fake W that the market is good, because it is not. These bullshit tariff dips left and right are dog shit for the market, and Kamala would have given us a higher stock market. Bro, I don't think you understand. I am fundamentally at odds with you if you think that I give a shit about the stock market performance. Okay? I just spent the last hour explaining to you in great detail that, like, the stock market performance does not actually mean your situation is better overall or the average person's situation is better overall. And you just came in and you were like, well, my stock portfolio would look better if Kamala Harris was the president. That attitude is at the heart of why we are not getting the changes that are necessary and bouldering towards fascism. That's precisely my point. My point is, unless we move away from this kind of attitude and re-envision what a healthy economy looks like by putting labor first, by putting average Americans first and their existence first, we are cooked.
Sectors, almost all of the job gains in the month of July came from one sector, and that is healthcare. Other sectors, including manufacturing and business services professionals, they lost jobs. Leisure and hospitality job growth in that key sector, that's bars, restaurants, hotels, it slowed to almost a complete standstill. And so why is this happening? Well, two big things. One is the immigration crackdown. That is making it hard for businesses that want to hire to find the workers that they need. The other big factor, of course, is this historic trade war. All of this chaos with tariffs that are seemingly changing by the hour, it's paralyzed a lot of businesses. CEOs, they may want to hire, but they feel like they can't because they don't understand the rules of the road. The bottom line here, Wolf, the job market has been so resilient for years, but right now it is coming under significant pressure.
A lot of pressure indeed. I want to get to the new trade policy that's unfolding, Matt, right now. Some countries are celebrating their new tariff rates while others are slamming the U.S. Give us some perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at historically high tariffs from the Trump administration. The big key here is that countries that have a surplus with the United States, right? Countries that the United States has a trade surplus with, their minimum tariff is going to be 10%. Countries that the United States has a deficit with, it's going to be 15%. That's the new minimum. But we also know that starting on August 7th, number of countries are going to have even higher tariffs than that, including Taiwan at 20%, India at 25%, South Africa 30%, Canada on the non-USMCA compliant goods 35%. The highest in the world is Syria. The other big development is the White House has announced a 40% tariff on transshipments. These are goods that go from high tariff countries to low tariff countries before they come to the United States. This is a 40% tax on top of existing penalties. Bottom line here, Wolf, is we are talking about historically high tariffs that we have not seen in the United States in almost a century.
Interesting. Kevin Liptak is joining us from the White House. Kevin.
They made the ships woke. They're transing the ships. I heard that.
The president has been negotiating with two of America's biggest and most important trading partners. We're talking about Canada and Mexico, our neighbors. Where do things stand on that front?
Yeah, and I think the relative fate of Canada and Mexico gives you a good illustration of how the president has approached all of this, because they have fared dramatically differently in this trade war. When it comes to Mexico, President Trump spoke to that country's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, yesterday and announced this 90-day reprieve from the heaviest tariffs. So they'll remain at 25%. They were expected to hit 30%, but the president held off as he tries to work on this new trade deal with that country's president. He says that their relationship is improving. He says that the southern border makes a uniquely complicated trade deal to try and strike. Canada has fared very differently. The president jacking up tariffs on Canada from 25% to 35% for what he says was lack of cooperation in trying to combat the fentanyl crisis. The president has had obviously a very testy relationship with that country and with its new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, who said in a statement that Canadians will be our own best customer. He says that they'll work to diversify their trading relationships throughout the world. And so in these two examples, I think you have a good illustration of how the president is approaching all of this. One, these interpersonal relationships continue to be very important for the president. But when it comes to Canada and a number of other countries, you see the president using tariffs and using trade to try and exert his other geopolitical priorities. I think the other big question is whether all of this is set in stone. The president has obviously in the past shown a degree of flexibility on these rates. I think it is clear, though, that we're now entering a very different trade era.
Economist and the president of the Budget Lab at Yale University, Natasha Sarin, is joining us right now. She was also a counselor to President Biden's Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. Natasha, thanks so much for joining us. I'm anxious to get your thoughts on the July jobs numbers that were just released this morning. Economists expected a much higher number. What's your reaction?
Well, my reaction is that what we are seeing in the economy is that the tariffs are really starting to bite. Because what happened this month is the labor market has proven to be weaker than we anticipated, both for this month here in July, but also these really substantial downward revisions for May and June, which indicate to us exactly what the models that my colleagues and I at the Budget Lab have been producing, which is when you have tariffs at these incredibly high levels, the effective tariff rate in the economy now, post all these new deals that we saw over the course of the last few days, is at about 18%. That's about 7 times what it was when President Trump took office. And that is going to lead to a smaller economy. It is going to lead to 500,000 fewer jobs in the economy. And frankly, that's what we're starting to see.
And as you mentioned, Natasha, numbers for May and June, jobs numbers, were revised down dramatically by more than 250,000 jobs. May saw just 19,000 new jobs added. June had only 14,000. These are huge decreases from where they were previously reported. What does this tell you about the numbers?
Well, what's really interesting.
I genuinely don't understand. Like, I'm not an audio pervert. I don't care that these glitches happen, but I truly don't understand how CNN has not fixed this problem. Like, every single one of their videos has this issue. I don't get it. Like, do they not have a single person? Do they not have a single person working over there that just like looks at the YouTube videos after the fact? Am I the only guy who is watching CNN YouTube videos? I don't get it. It's crazy. Reminds me of someone. No, my audio is spectacular as opposed to CNN. Jesus Christ. And also, once again, this is a one-stop shop, okay? This is a one-person operation. And we work through a lot of those problems in real time while we're doing live production. This is a VOD that, this is a VOD issue with CNN all the time. And it's also like it's a major media conglomerate. Okay.
Interesting, Wolf, is that I think it kind of comports with what you might expect in a world in which there's just so much uncertainty around where these trade deals and where policy is ultimately going to land. Because if you're a business in this country and you're trying to think about making decisions about new workers to bring on or where it makes sense to invest or where it makes sense to build, you're frankly in wait and see mode because you don't at all know the environment in which you're going to be operating in. You don't know how much it's going to cost to import parts to build those cars. You don't know the environment in which you're going to be able to bring in different types of products that you need to be able to sell if you're a retailer. And so I think what the economy is reflecting is that that type of uncertainty really has quite seismic consequences. And we're starting to see it show up in the labor market. Also this week, though, you're starting to see it show up in inflation. You're seeing durable goods inflation. That's particularly the sectors where the tariffs are having the most bite. It's things like furniture, consumer electronics. Inflation in the last 6 months has been grown at the highest rate that it's grown at any time in the last 4 decades absent the pandemic. So this is an economy that sort of on both dimensions with respect to inflation and with respect to the labor market is showing signs of real challenge.
The president has been claiming almost every single day that the U.S. is the, quote, hottest country in the world when it comes to the economy. Listen to what he's been saying. I want to just play this clip.
We have the hottest country in the world now. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like he's just kind of saying shit. Guys, again, not a big economy guy, okay? Not the biggest economy guy. But it kind of feels like he's just saying shit, okay? I don't know. I don't know, man. It just feels like he's just making shit up. At a certain point, we got to go, hey, boss, your audio is crackling. My Sennheiser. Okay, stop. Why are you adding your own fucking username, dummy? I got it. It's funny. It's funny. You're an audio pervert. Okay.
We have the highest stock market we've ever had. We have the best numbers we've ever had.
So, Natasha, what are you?
Yeah. In my opinion, today's job numbers were rigged in order to make the Republicans and me look bad. Just like when they had 3 great days around the 2024 presidential election and then those numbers were taken away. Okay, but you're literally describing what the same person did for Biden, doing it for you. I don't get it. Like, he is saying that the very same person that he's now firing did this for Biden and now is doing it for him. And now he's saying it was bad when she did it. It was good. Like, she was working in favor of the Biden administration when she did this exact same thing for the Biden administration. But now when she's doing the exact same thing for him, it's bad. Right after the election, jobs were massively revised downward, making a correction of over 818,000 jobs, a total scam. Jerome Too Late Powell is no better, but the good news is our country is doing great. I don't think the country is doing great. Because if it was, you wouldn't be doing this. Whatever the fuck this is, okay? He's a fucking idiot. Once you start viewing everything he says through this lens, it will make sense to you, lol. No, I know he's an idiot. I know that. I know that. I understand. I promise you, I understand that. It's just like, how stupid could he get is still something that has the capacity to shock me. A Trump stan, a Trump follower, someone who has followed Donald Trump for fairly closely for quite some time.
What's your reaction to that? What do the numbers actually show?
Well, the thing is, when President Trump took office, we actually had a very, very strong economy. The labor market was very strong, and you had inflation. It hadn't gotten all the way back to the Federal Reserve's 2% inflation target, but it was well on its way. The sort of challenge that the economy is facing right now isn't that we've had a financial crisis or that there's been some sort of seismic event like COVID. What's happening right now is we have this man-made crisis that's come as a result of these trade wars, where it's impossible for businesses to make any real decisions.
Like one of the funniest parts about this like horrible situation overall is that things are slated to head in this direction regardless, unless the Democrats or the Republicans make the necessary changes that actually improve people's living conditions, living standards, and dramatically restructure the way that our economy is organized. They're never going to do that. Their job is to literally not do that. Okay. But Trump, on top of that, is accelerating the demise with the actions that he takes that make no sense whatsoever. It does genuinely feel like this is a necrophilic state that we're in, where it's dying, and the remaining things that we have, the remaining industries that we have, and the remaining like state. No, I'm saying necrophilic on purpose. I'm saying that they're fucking the corpse of America. Okay? They are having sexual intercourse with what remains of the carcass of the American state. The select few people. It is very much the demise of the USSR. Okay? It's giving. Wait, why'd you say gaming? Why are people saying copium gaming? Oh, is it because you... Oh, did the Steam thing download completely? Oh, that's why. You heard the Steam notification. Yeah. I know. Okay, calm down, everybody. Yes, gaming will happen today. It will. I got a hashtag ad from China. Wild, but also appropriate analogy. That's what it is.
About how to think about investment, and also
Dude, this guy keeps spamming it. Would you do an interview with Tucker Carlson if his producers reached out? Yes, I would. Okay, I would. He has a ginormous platform. It would not be a positive one, but I would. I've said it before. I will go on any platform.
for consumers, because essentially tariffs are a tax on literally everything the American consumer is buying. When you tax those goods, you make them more expensive, and that impacts the pocketbooks of the American people to buy those goods, but also changes their choices about other goods that they're going to be able to buy if the prices of things they need for things.
Breaking news this morning, economic news, brand new jobs numbers just out. You can see them behind me. In July, the U.S. added just 73,000 new jobs, below expectations, the unemployment rate at 4.2%. But the big news, really big news, major revisions for May and June, major downward revisions. Those months much, much worse than thought, really making them two of the...
It's crazy because, like, they cooked Brandon when this happened. Trump literally brought it up. Trump brought this up with the Brandon regime, too. Max Blumenthal, don't agree with all his takes. Obviously, neither do I. Calls it the necro economy, a corpse that produces no real goods in manufacturing. Only remaining goal is profiting off death and weapons. The deadly health insurance industry scam, the inefficient and deadly weapons and war industry are the only real things left, and the fake bullshit like AI and crypto. Like, what is... Like, there's nothing there, okay? With AI and cryptocurrency, there's nothing. There's no output. It's just not real. It's not a real thing. It's not like a tangible product. I guess you can say with AI, like, it's supposed to be more efficient manufacturing, more efficient everything, but that efficiency comes at a cost, and that cost is the evisceration of labor. So what's supposed to happen? We just have like a 99% of the population be like servile little serfs, and the top 1% is just like unimaginably wealthy, and everyone else is just a slave. Like, and it's all held together. There will be tremendous resentment towards that sort of thing, but all of that is held together by like a fascist military state with, I guess, the only remaining jobs being relatively well-funded soldiers that are there to make sure that any kind of discontent is stamped out violently. It's great. Fantastic.
The weakest month since the pandemic. Let's get right to CNN's Zane Asher for the latest on this. What are you seeing, Zane?
John, I don't know what to say. I mean, this number is bad. You mentioned the downward revisions, but if you look at this number, 73,000 jobs added compared to 115,000 that was expected. And you have to remember that...
Actually, I take it back. It won't even be, it will be cyberpunk. It won't even be like, there will be no function of the state, not even for military purpose. It will just be like private military brigades, PMCs that different corporations hire, and are just like at a constant state of warfare with one another, and also consistently killing the working poor, you know? And we're not even getting any sort of cyber, any sort of like cybernetics or whatever. We're not even getting any of the cool stuff. No lifelike AI bot, artificial girlfriend. The best you'll get is like that horrible soulless grok.
In order for us not to be in the danger zone in this economy, the economy should be chugging along at least 100,000 jobs every month. The fact that this is below that is significant. You have to go back to October last year to find a worse number. As you mentioned, the downward revisions are really problematic. We're talking about June being 14,000 instead of 147,000.
That's a huge discrepancy.
That is huge. And then you think about May coming in at 19,000. And a lot of the economists that I've been speaking to have been warning me that, look, when you start laying off the people whose very job it is to actually collect the data, that is likely at some point going to show up in the numbers. And the discrepancies is really what concerns me. I do want to talk about some of the specific sectors. I'll start with some of the positive numbers that we got. As we've spoken about time and time again, a lot of the jobs growth has been driven by healthcare, right? This is a care economy. You have an aging population. That seems to be doing relatively fine. Part of the problem, and what I find really problematic, and I'm waiting for Trump to post on Truth Social about these numbers, and wondering what he's going to say about Jerome Powell and the Fed needing to cut rates. But when you think about manufacturing is the one sector that the Trump administration has said that they want to help. That this whole sort of tariff game is about helping that sector. That sector is losing jobs by the minute. When you think about the fact that factories are not able to import raw materials, that you have factories in this country that are sitting idle, that factories are laying people off, and you have at least 11,000 jobs being lost in manufacturing, that's a problem. Construction is another sector. That's sort of, 2,000 jobs added. I mean, that's sort of relatively lukewarm here. You're not seeing much movement in construction. That's a sector that is definitely dependent on immigration. And when you have the fact that A lot of people in this country who are immigrants, who are from elsewhere, are scared to show up to building sites. That's also a problem as well. We're seeing wages in construction actually soar and activity go down as well. Retail as a sector was okay, added about 15,000 jobs, sort of chugging along. Retail has obviously been problematic because of a little-known company known as Amazon, but also retail is heavily dependent on tariffs as well. I'm really curious about what Jerome Powell is going to say, not just because of the headline number, because it's not really just about the headline number, as you know, John. It is really about, A, what is beneath the hood, but also these downward revisions, which tell you that when I came on here last month telling you, the economy is resilient, that wasn't actually the case because of these downward revisions.
If we can get that other board up, because that's the one that actually tells the story. When you see job growth from month to month of 14,000, 19,000, and then in the 70s, hopefully that can come back up, because that's the news here. You've got three anemic months of jobs growth.
Right.
Put that side by side with this new announcement that came overnight of these tariffs, which may or may not go into effect. See, right here, this is the news.
Right, this is
you
the
look
news.
at this. These are, and I'll just walk around. These are two of the weakest months we've seen since 2020.
Right.
14,000, 19,000. Those are very, very weak numbers. And it's also just statistically, and for those who keep track of things, way off from what they said before. But if you looked at a 3-month stretch like this, you'd say, wait a second, we've got an economy that's got some real challenges.
That's got a lot of work to do. And when you think about the fact that Liberation Day, yes, April 2nd rather, Liberation Day, we were sort of wondering when we were going to see the...
It's so great. It's so great to call it Liberation Day. Last bar seems fake. I mean, who knows? Who knows what it will look like when those job numbers get liberated too next month, when we go back and we're like, actually, we had 12 new jobs. Not 12,000, just 12. We were wrong. Our estimation was wrong. Oops.
Effects of these tariffs.
Except that won't happen because Trump will probably put like some freak at the Bureau of Labor Statistics who, okay, if next month all of a sudden you see unprecedented job growth, tremendous job growth, just understand that the new guy is in charge, okay? Next month, we have we found out there are 1 million new jobs. It's crazy. So many jobs, more jobs than there are people. It's no one's ever seen anything like it. It's so much job. It's jobs. We're doing so many jobs. Jobs like you've never seen before. The hottest economy from the standpoint of heat
on the labor market. And you and I were talking about the fact that, wow, we haven't actually seen it yet. Well, we did see it. It just wasn't reflected in the numbers. 19,000, as you point out, 14,000 jobs added in June. Clearly, it was having an impact. People were not hiring. You had so much uncertainty in this economy where employers just didn't feel comfortable actually hiring. And I'm wondering what Jerome Powell is actually going to do. He talked about just this idea of being data dependent. And now we're seeing the data really showing some kind of indication that these tariffs are absolutely having an effect now. And so a lot of people are saying that the September rate cut was already likely. It is now even more likely, John.
Zane Asher, thank you very much.
Of course.
Kate?
Thank you so much. Joining us right now for more on this from the White House is Stephen Myron, the chair of the President's Council of Economic Advisors. Stephen, thank you so much for being here. What's your reaction to this jobs report?
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Look, this jobs report isn't ideal. There's no way around that. But nevertheless, I think that the downward revisions reflect a couple of anomalous factors. First of all, about 60% of the downward revision is due to quirks of the seasonal adjustment process. Then on top of that, there's the fact that the president created in a household survey since the president took office, he created about 2.5 million jobs for Americans, whereas we've eliminated about 1 million jobs for foreign-born workers. That's a result of our strong immigration policy of our.
Oh, that's what they're doing. Oh my God. This is the meta. Okay. The meta is, no, you don't understand. We're getting jobs for the Americans, okay? We're kicking, the layoffs are just the Mexicans, okay? You don't understand. Oh, hell yeah. Bro, this is great. Remember when they tried to pull this spin? Not that they needed to do this spin at all, because like we're not going to see the Medicaid cuts until after the midterms. But they were like, No. You don't understand. We said we weren't going to cut Medicaid, and now we're cutting Medicaid by almost a fucking trillion, okay? But that actually is for the Mexicans. We're cutting off Medicaid for the Mexicans. Your Medicaid is fine. They just literally slam that talking point on everything. No matter what. Whichever way this goes, they're like, no. You don't understand. The job layoffs are Mexican layoffs. Mexican-style layoffs. Americans are getting good jobs. I don't know how long you can lie like this, for the record. I don't know, like, because at a certain point, people are going to be like, this is not happening. I thought it was just the Mexicans, but I don't think it's just the Mexicans. I think my job, I lost my job. You know? So, yeah, JD Vance. I was told 6 months ago that America's losing jobs and the foreign-born gaining jobs was an irreversible demographic fact. Turns out you just needed a new president and a new immigration policy. Holy shit. I thought this was a typo. In the last 4 months, native-born Americans have gained 1.8 million jobs. Meanwhile, 1.5 million foreign-born workers, legal and illegal, lost a job. A sharp reversal of the last few years. Hell yeah. I specifically note legal plus illegal immigrants because the government does not separate the two groups in their data on foreign-born workers. However, based on numbers, a large percentage are certainly illegal immigrants. Yeah, no, this is certainly... No, this is happening. This is for sure. Also... Once again, having to remind myself that Americans would quite literally rather be unemployed than work any sort of agricultural job. Yeah, no, you don't understand. They're lining up, dude. They're lining up, dude. You don't understand. They are working the crops left and right. He's gonna send me a quote for something that is broken, like the fuse box or something. Okay. 0 white people lost their jobs. I swear to God, bro. Come on, bro. No, you don't understand, bro. You don't understand, King. You don't get it. Okay? White people are getting the jobs. They're getting good paying jobs right now. I promise. Not your cousin. Not you. You're white. You just didn't get it, but there's, I'm sure, white people out there that are getting the good jobs, I promise.
Strong border policy, keeping America safe, and eventually the outflow of foreign workers in this data.
Yeah, 85,000 Mexicans fired from the government, from the public sector. The public sector was just using the 85,000 Guatemalans that they fired, you know, and pushed for an early retirement. That's what happened. This makes sense. I believe this.
We're bound to show up in the establishment survey, as they finally did this morning, too. Finally, we've been hearing a lot about uncertainty over the last few months, but that's all resolved now. We're creating trade deals left and right that have unlocked enormous new potential for the American economy. The tariff uncertainty is fading away. Tariff rates are settling in. The one big beautiful bill is now law. There's no more uncertainty over the tax bill either, over potentially the biggest tax hike in American history. And on top of that, there are such strong, powerful incentives in the one big beautiful bill for investment. Things like full expensing on investment in equipment, in R&D, on new factory structures. These are huge. So it's all going to get much, much better from here.
But on those major downward revisions for June and May, I mean, June was initially said to be 147,000 jobs added, now revised to be just 14,000 jobs added. That amounts to the weakest month of job growth since December of 2020. And you attribute that to what, if it is not in part because of the uncertainty created in part by the president's trade war?
Oh, I attribute it to the combination of the three things that I described before. About 40% of that is due to seasonal adjustment quirks around teachers. Some of it is due to declining foreign-born employment, even as we created more American-born employment, and that is going to net out in a way that you see ultimately reflected in the data like that. And then finally, there's the uncertainty, right? Don't forget, we were in the midst of restructuring the global trading system in a way that hasn't been done in decades. The president is standing up for American workers and American firms for the first time in decades, and of Of course, that was going to induce some uncertainty. It induced some volatility in financial markets, and we can see it induces some volatility in economic data too. But that uncertainty is resolved. The tariff rates are set. The one big beautiful bill is law. It's going to get better from here.
Congressman Stephen Lynch, a Democrat from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Congressman, thanks so much for being with us. Major downward revisions for May and June, making them the worst months since the pandemic. A miss on the jobs report just out. I want you to listen how the chair of the Council of Economic Advisors at the White House, Steve Myron, just described it to our Kate Baldwin.
You know, this jobs report isn't ideal. There's no way around that. But nevertheless, I think that the downward revisions reflect a couple of anomalous factors.
Not ideal. How would you describe it?
Well, we're seeing in our area, we've got 30% unemployment among the ironworkers union. A lot of those building trades are being affected by the 50% tariffs against Canadian steel, where we get most of our fabricated steel from, aluminum as well. So in the building trades, we're seeing, they're probably the tip of the iceberg, but they're the first, I think, to be impacted. And I think that the impact will continue to grow from there. It's not an anomaly. This is the beginning of a bad sequence.
Bro, everybody said this was going to happen. Who is this supposed to be a surprise to? Like, literally everyone said that this was the inevitable outcome of the inconsistent messaging coming from the administration about, like, molesting the money over and over again. Not that it matters, because obviously the wealthiest people don't actually suffer here, because they can just like move their assets around in the market because their wealth is directly tied to stock performance. Ironically enough, those are the motherfuckers that don't have a real job. The ones that do not rely on wage labor. Yeah, the financial economy is immersed in the kind of wild gambling we saw leading up to the 2008 financial crisis. Honestly, even the wild gambling leading up to the 2008 financial crisis took years to implement through steady deregulation. This is just like, this is a level above that. I think this is just straightforwardly using the entire American economy and the stock market as a get-rich-quick scheme for the richest people. Just turning it on and off so that his homies can, like, buy and sell quickly. I don't get it. Bro, don't take this as a complaint. I'm not as mass-sensitive audio per, but did you change your mic volume? You're hella quiet, but YouTube is loud as fuck. Dealing with it, whatever, to be honest, but just wondering. No. Wait, let me see. Maybe. Hold on. I think, yeah. I think that's what's going on. I cranked it because I couldn't hear it. Hold on. Robert Reich says, we're seeing it all over again. This time with crypto, meme stocks, junk bonds, and investors pumping up shares of AI stocks without knowing what it is. Be warned.
For employment in the country.
Actually, 11,000 manufacturing jobs lost last month in those reports. You are deeply connected to the unions up in Massachusetts, South Boston, and elsewhere. What has the impact been of the president's tariffs to this point on manufacturing, and what do you think it will be now that he is announcing a new round of tariffs that he says will go into effect in a week?
So I've got about 6 major projects that have already gone through the environmental process, the community process, the zoning process, but those develop, and these are large-scale projects. These are all hundreds of thousands of square feet, lots of retail, residential units, some manufacturing. All those projects are stopped because of the uncertainty. How can you put a bid in, or how can a developer get financing when the cost of your products, whether it's steel or concrete or aggregate or lumber, which is also historically high right now, around 20% lumber from Canada, how can you give a bid to an owner when you don't know what your costs are going to be? Your margins can disappear like that, and so we're seeing the banks also very reluctant to offer financing on favorable terms because of the uncertainty.
Folks, let's go down to Washington, D.C.
Oof, it was loud.
Megan Casella, pretty big headline happening right now.
Absolutely, Brian. We're just hearing from President Trump via Truth Social that he is firing the Commissioner of Labor Statistics. He says effective immediately. This, of course, coming after the jobs report this morning showed lower than expected job growth for the previous month, as well as major downward revisions for the past two. So the president focusing on those revisions in particular in this Truth Social post, saying he's firing Dr. Erica McIntyre for the Commissioner of Labor Statistics because she was a Biden appointee. She was appointed to her job in January 2024. He says this is the same Bureau of Labor Statistics that overstated the jobs growth in March 2024 by approximately 818,000, and then again right before the 2024 presidential election. He says these were records. No one can be that wrong. We need accurate jobs numbers. Goes on to say, I have directed my team to fire this Biden political appointee immediately. She will be replaced with someone much more competent and qualified.
That's some China shit. Numbers are not looking good. Let's not publish the numbers anymore. That's so funny to think that that's China shit, especially when China is on the exact opposite trajectory, all things considered. Like, no, dude, I don't think that works anymore. No, it's happening in America. It's not happening in China. That's not China. I wish we had China shit going on here. Okay? What do you mean? I wish we had China shit going on. I wish we had a fucking command economy and central planning and a robust industrial manufacturing base and jobs and consistent building, rapid urbanization, a network of high-speed rail and public transit that's readily available and very affordable. No inflation crisis whatsoever. That's China shit. It's so funny because, like, I think, like, one of my biggest points of vindication beyond people finally coming to the conclusions I arrived at a long time ago on Israel has been China. More and more younger people that aren't as readily hopping on like the America is good and all the enemies are bad attitude are, because there's nothing to look forward to being in America. They're seeing all the cool stuff China's doing and they go, oh my God, maybe China's not so bad. They're not talking about the Chinese economy. I think they're referring to the tendency of the Chinese government to shut down publishing data when it's not very positive. For instance, the youth unemployment rate. Sure. But once again, all things considered, they are doing much better than we are. And we're doing it here.
Important numbers like these must be fair and accurate. They can't be manipulated for political purposes. He says much more about McIntyre and about the revisions that we saw this morning, Brian. And towards the end of this very long post, he goes on to say, Jerome, quote, too late Powell, should also be put out to pasture. So again, returning to those strong words for Jerome Powell here, Brian. But I want to emphasize a major, major move here.
Also, this is quite literally America shit from Trump 1 too. COVID testing. Numbers look terrible. We need to stop testing for COVID. Was literally the Trump 1 attitude on COVID, which is hilarious because they did not do that in China. They did the exact opposite in China. They were heavy-handed with their zero COVID policies for sure, and it created a tremendous resentment. People literally started rebelling against the state, and then they stopped it. But like, that was that was, again, Trump 1 as well as Trump 2. He's just doing it for everything else now. It's great, man. It's awesome. Fantastic stuff. We are doing so good. I love it.
By the president. Those jobs numbers that come out every month, yes, they are subject to revisions. These are larger than normal revisions that we saw this morning. That's part of what you've seen the market reacting to.
Day in Trump's economy. Wake up, check the news. BLS, 10 billion new jobs created. Check my phone to see what today's tariff rates are. Norway up 20%. Cambodia down 5%. Go to my iPhone assembly line job where I make $7.25 an hour. Spend the next 4 hours putting chips inside of phones. Take 15-minute break. Check my shit fart pisscoin holdings. Rugged. Watch the FOMC meeting. FOMC is just Trump. Trump goes on stage and announces he's raising rates from minus 10% to minus 5%. Also announces date of Jay Powell's public execution. Everyone to thunderous applause. Jerome Powell, really bad guy. We're killing him. We're killing him dead with a guillotine. AI manager scolds me for taking 60 minutes on my 15-minute break. It's only been 12 minutes. Call employee helpline to complain. It's also AI. Go home frustrated. Complain to my girlfriend about my job. She's also AI. Everything's computer. Everything's computer. Even girlfriend is computer. Manager's computer. Girlfriend is computer. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Just wait. Just wait. Everything is great. If you don't think things are great, don't worry. We got Palantir. Your identity numbers are all over. We are tapping in directly to your personal messaging on social media to make sure that there is no discontent. When we find out there is discontent, don't worry, computer will come for you. And to make sure you no longer say you don't like it. It's great. Yeah, the guys for all the you will eat the bugs, you will live in a pod, you will be happy fear-mongering on the right, they've been awfully quiet about all this from Trump. Yeah, no, turns out all you needed to do to make them feel a little bit better was like, no, we're just making the Mexicans eat the bugs and live in the pods. That's all you need to do. You just need to say Mexican. And everybody goes, oh, okay. Oh, it's not happening to me? All right, got it. Cool. It is much harder to deify the president if every establishing shot of the White House subjects you to the goofiest fucking building on earth. Wait, what? This is what they're doing to the White House? I hope it looks exactly like this and we spend the next 200 years getting repeatedly dunked on with this gilded garage extension looking monstrosity. What is this? What the fuck is this? Oh my God, this is literally Erdogan. Oh my God, he is Erdogan. Oh my God, the Turkification is so complete. We keep talking about the Brandonization, but this is some Erdogan-ass bullshit right here, bro. This is straightforwardly the most Erdogan thing he's done. Oh, everything is fucked? Oh, is there a cost of living crisis that I ran on fixing and then did not fix? Well, guess what, dude? We're building a fucking palace. Sick, man. We're building an ugly-ass palace. The new Rose Garden is finished. Oh my God. Oh, dude. Oh. I mean, look. We kind of deserve it. Don't you think? Don't you think we kind of deserve it? A little bit, like, just grotesque, tasteless people just destroying what remains of, like, American cultural output piece by piece. Like, this is... God... I think it's lame to say, oh, this is idiocracy, but this literally is idiocracy. It's hard to say it's not. This is going to be like, what, sponsored by Crypto.com and shit too, I assume, you know? Sponsored by Palantir and Crypto.com. Sponsored by Trump Coin. The Dorito Steak.com ballroom is brought to you by Fartcoin. It's the greatest coin, powered by farts. Okay. Blue Chew Ballroom. Makes you light up. He said he will name the donors. President Trump speaking to oh Jesus Christ, that was loud. President Trump speaking to reporters just now committed to releasing the names of the donors who helped pay for his $200 million White House ballroom, but he said he might ultimately cover the entire cost himself. With what money? Oh, I guess like one of nah, there's no way he's gonna do that.
Are you going to publicize the names of the donors? Are you going to pub?
Great camera work from this guy, by the way.
When I do, I'll release. How many donors do you think it's going to take to get the 200 million? Maybe one, me.
The ballroom building pic is AI, but the real render isn't any better. It's not right on the side of the building, but yeah, they wanted to slap this massive brick right next to the White House. Very post-glorious revolution, noble slapping modern pleasure palaces on the sides of older two-door buildings coated. Hampton Court 2, but uglier. Connor banger on the White House. Stupid. It's an extension. Why are you complaining? We're making the White House even bigger. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of NPR, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting is shutting down following loss of federal funding. I don't know if they'll like completely gut. I don't know how this works for NPR and PBS. But yeah, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting announced today that it will begin an orderly wind down of its operations following the passage of a federal rescissions package and the release of the Senate Appropriations Committee's fiscal year 2026 Labor, Health, and Human Services, Education and Related Agencies Labor Appropriations Bill, which excludes funding for the CBP for the first time in more than 5 decades. For nearly 60 years, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has carried out its congressional mission to build and sustain a trusted public media system that informs, educates, and serves communities across the country. Through partnerships with local stations and producers, CBP has supported educational content. Well, why do you need this? Why do you even need local publicly funded broadcasters when you can just like have AI make up whatever is going on? You know what I mean? Don't worry. Don't worry. AI will just make shit up. It will just hallucinate an alternative vision that is reflective of Trump's goals and what Trump wants you to feel like is going on. You know? This is devastating. This is truly devastating. For the record, one might say, oh, well, Hasan, you're a fucking independent broadcaster. You're independently funded by us, the fans, so this doesn't matter. But I have long been an advocate for good media, good mainstream media, because I can't do my fucking job without there being real reporters. Okay? I need there to be real reporters. There is nothing to do. There is nothing to add media literacy to if there is no media to begin with. I guess the alternative to this is that like NPR will become and PBS will become more independent because it will be just like entirely funded by donors. It'll turn into like a Democracy Now! Style situation, potentially. I mean, that's the best possible. That is the best possible outcome. But it is fucking nuts. That's the most hopeful outcome. But I don't know how that works with like the imminent, the current ongoing cost of living crisis. You missed this part of the story? Oh, this is the inside of the ballroom? Thank God we have money in the bank for this stuff, though. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, that's far better. That's important to do, I think.
All day, but when it comes to government statistics and the jobs numbers in particular, the independence of these agencies and the accuracy of the numbers has always been paramount. So accusing these agencies of politically manipulating the numbers is a major step here. A little bit of background on McIntyre. Yes, she was appointed to this position by President Biden in January 2024, but she's also a labor economist who served over 20 years in the federal government. She's held positions at the U.S. Census Bureau, the Executive Office of the President, and the Department of Treasury as well. So not someone who was just put in there at the end of Biden's term that was a stranger to government, more than 20 years in government. Brian, now the president saying he's firing her effective immediately.
We have a major escalation in President Trump's trade war. Last night, he announced new tariffs on dozens of countries around the world starting on August 7th at rates up to 50%. It's uncharted territory for the global economy, and economists say it could mean you'll pay more for all kinds of goods in the future. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest. Nancy, good morning. What's going on?
Well, what's going on, Nate, is this is the day that the president has been promising for months, and here is the list he has just released. In many cases, these tariff rates are not quite as high as the ones that he first threatened to impose back in April, but they are still the most aggressive tariffs the U.S. has imposed by far since the 1930s. And U.S. companies will only have 7 days to prepare before the new rates take effect.
This is making our country very rich and respected again.
The president's new tariffs will soon apply to goods from all of America's largest trading partners. A 20% tax on Taiwan, 50% for Brazil, and 15% for Japan, one of 6 countries that cut deals in advance. In a new executive order, President Trump said he has to hike rates because America's global trade deficit poses, quote, an unusual and extraordinary threat to national security. Democrats called it chaos.
This is a deal, all right. It's a raw deal for the American people.
Trump is even hiking his existing tariffs on some Canadian products from 25% to 35%.
They've been treating our farmers very badly. They've been treating our country very badly for years.
The new rates will likely bring in more money for the U.S. government, collected at ports of entry by U.S. Customs. But it could also make goods more expensive. Already, U.S. inflation is creeping up after Trump imposed 10% tariffs in May. Furniture, appliances, and computers all cost more.
We now have a 25% tariff on this product that we didn't have a week ago.
Barton O'Brien owns Baydog, a pet gear company based on Kent Island, Maryland, with a staff of 7. He makes his products in China, Vietnam, and in...
I told you, this was another lock early on. Even from before the election, I told you, when Trump comes in and he says he's going to put these tariffs in place, he is going to hurt the small business owners that voted for him. Okay? Because all of these, like America is propped up by these small business owners that have like a couple people that they've hired that rely almost entirely on drop shipping, basically. Like getting their products from China and then selling it with a markup to Americans. The funniest version of this, of course, is the MAGA stores. But yeah, I said this to Bradley Martin months ago. Yep. Dude, that conversation is so crazy. Look back at that conversation that I had with Bradley Martin about every single thing that I said that was going to happen with Donald Trump. Every single thing has happened. Literally every single thing that I said was going to happen with Donald Trump has happened. Like 100%. And it's not even, I mean, just like every single thing that I said was going to happen with the election, and all of the failures that I pointed out with Kamala Harris and her campaign also unfolded fairly quickly in real time. Great stuff.
And sells them in 2,000 stores here in the U.S.
the only way for us to survive as a business is to raise prices and probably cut expenses, which means firing people. So tariffs are going to hit small businesses first, and they're going to hit small businesses hardest, and they're going to put a lot of us out of business.
Now, the White House argues that the tariffs are going to incentivize companies like his to move production to the U.S. where there's no tariff. But O'Brien told us that that would cost so much more that he'd have to hike the price of, say, his best-selling harness from $30 now to $150. In other words, Vlad, no one would buy it.
All right, Nancy Cordes for us this morning at the White House. Thank you, Nancy. More on how these tariffs could impact you. We're joined by our senior business and technology correspondent, Jolene Kent, here in studio. Jolene, good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Good morning.
All right. Good morning. So we've talked a lot on this show about how these tariffs will mean higher prices. You just heard Nancy's tag there. We will be absorbing these costs.
Cutie really picked the worst time to start a business. This is kind of true. Especially one that relies on, like, almost entirely Chinese-made goods, like with virtually no market substitute here in the United States of America. Because her entire business is like imported goods. But like, I don't think there's anything that she could purchase that has a market substitute anyway. Like, do we even make those little trinkets here in America? I don't think so. Like, what could she source? What could she source from the United States of America? I can make them. All right, dude. Yeah. She needs to make them. She needs to make the little trinkets homegrown and sourced with local labor. So instead of like little labubus and stuff, you're gonna have bullets. Different kinds of bullets made in an American factory. That's the only thing that's like size equivalent. Bullets and soybeans. La bullpup. La bullet.
The question I have is, what kinds of products are going to be hit the hardest?
Well, we're already seeing, if you think about what's coming from Canada, we import so much lumber from Canada. So we could see lumber prices go up, which could make housing more expensive. You think about that 50% import tax on Brazil, for example. Coffee could get more expensive. Clothing. We're already seeing furniture prices tick up, as well as computers and appliances as well.
How quickly will customers notice a difference in prices?
Okay, so it's all about the dates. So we know that the Canada new import taxes have already gone into effect. So that's happening now. That could hit companies. And
Yeah, with coffee, there's like not really much you can do about that either. That's another one that's just like kind of region cucked. You know what I mean? Like, what do? You're just straightforwardly region cucked.
hit consumers very soon. But then for all of the other countries that Nancy was talking about here, we know that they have until August 7th to get their orders in. And if their stuff arrives before October 5th, then they can avoid these new higher levies.
Okay.
But we know these businesses, they tell us, it takes a long time to get stuff into the U.S.
That's true.
Making that October deadline, that's a tight turnaround.
There's so many deadlines to keep track of, but how is this impacting the markets for people who invest 401ks?
Yes, we're taking a look right now. Dow futures are down about 1%, same with S&P 500. And looking at the global markets, we saw Japan and Europe pulling back very slightly. But what this really means, small businesses are really the driver of our economy. They're already struggling to make payroll, to get their orders in, to afford the stuff that you and I want to be buying. And I've talked to a couple of business owners overnight, and they say, this uncertainty has...
U.S. is not becoming a 100% small business economy. No, it's even worse than that. The only small business you can do is crypto pimp, okay? That's it. Like, t-shirt salesman, influencer, cryptocurrency peddler. That's it. That's it. That's the whole That's the entire nation. An entire nation of multi-level marketing schemes, Ponzi schemes that get increasingly stupider as well. Nope, drop shippers are gone. We can't do drop shipping anymore. Trump effectively killed that. You can't even do drop shipping. Dropshipper looks like an honest job as opposed to like cryptocurrency hawk. Okay? You're become like, what do you mean? You got rug pull merchant versus dropshipper. Dropshipper literally looks like a real job in comparison. Oh, what do you do? Oh, I just like peddle shitcoin with the hopes that like the guy next to me, the guy after me is going to be stupid enough to buy it, thinking that he can fuck over the next person. Nothing, just nothing else.
It's just heightened, and they're looking at the holiday season thinking, oh my gosh, what about what I'm going to be able to sell? Can I stay open?
So one of the things that I'm really curious about is how this fluctuation in tariff policy has affected consumer sentiment. We've already seen numbers in Las Vegas. People aren't going to Vegas in the way that they had in years past. That is a leading indicator of how people feel about the economy.
And the other side of that is Procter & Gamble, for example, the maker of Tide and Bounty, household products. They say these tariffs are going to force them to raise prices. That's coming from the CEO, one of the biggest companies. So if that's how Procter & Gamble is feeling, imagine what you might be paying at, you know, your big box store when you think what you're paying on Amazon.
Yeah. And those are staples, right? The laundry detergent and the paper towels.
I need those paper towels.
No, big time.
I got a lot of
big
kids.
time. So many paper towels. Joe Kent, thank you so much.
So this just in, automaker Ford's profits have been entirely wiped out.
Is this media? Is this media? Oh, Midas Touch. Yes. Yes. My goats. My fucking goats. Oh, hell yeah. Let me look at their numbers. They're cooking, dude. They're so good.
Donald Trump wrapped up a disaster.
Oh, Jesus. That's loud. They are so good. Oh, my God. 2 hours ago, 300,000. They're doing Asmongold numbers, bro. They're doing Asmongold numbers. Oh, man. This gives me a little bit of fucking... This gives me a little bit of happiness. I know that they're libs. They'll never touch, like, Israel and stuff. You know what I mean? And they're obviously going to... actively work to farm as many like boring shitty Democrats, middle of the road Democrats as they possibly can, but at least like someone is fucking combating the major moves that the right is doing online. Don't you feel happy that Midas Touch is doing good? Look, I've been an early defender of Midas Touch. Oh, wait. They did talk about Israel. World turns against Netanyahu over Gaza crimes. Didn't do that well though with the audience. Now did it? It's okay though. Even they're talking about Israel too now. Netanyahu's on the thumbnail right there. What do you mean? I've never heard of these guys. BTC is farming Trump too. Yeah, Brian Tyler Cohen is another guy that's been like actively farming Trump. 400K, 5-alarm fire, Bondi pulls bombshell stunt ahead of midterms. Trump caught with brutal Epstein question 22 hours ago, 700,000 views. This gives me a little bit of hope. I know Brian Tyler Cohen also is like he is again noticeably absent from the conversation when it comes to Israel, which is really fucking annoying. But you know, you take what you can get at that point. As long as they're not like standing in opposition, against those who speak out against Israel's crimes, you know, it is what it is. He did say something on the Chris Cuomo show recently that really pissed me off. I saw where he was like, what hope? These liberals hate Trump and you? No, that's not true. I don't think Midas Touch hates me at all. I don't even think Brian Tyler Cohen hates me, really. Yeah, I've been on. Some do. I don't know percentage. Yeah, I did a spot on Midas Touch at the DNC. No, this isn't. You need to understand something. This doesn't mean that these guys are on board. Okay, I'm just saying that like with the wave of psychopathic far-right commentary, Tim Miller definitely does not like you. I mean, Cam says he does. So I don't know. They don't hate you. They're just out of touch with the working class and disgust me in general. I think younger libs are much more open to you than older libs tend to be. I mean, yeah. They're lying to grift your audience. What? Yeah, here it is. You found
Bush era liberalism. Midas Touch carries that energy with it, and I really respect it. Like, I mean, obviously there's disagreements that I have sometimes, but overall, I'm a big fan because they love smoking Republicans, and I love that energy.
Absolutely. So, what are you doing here at the DNC? I feel like you're generally a little bit farther left than the average liberal. So, are you here to represent?
Yeah. I'm here to scope out the scene, check it out. I have a pretty young audience that's like unfamiliar with the back end of like DNC and how this machine works in general. So I thought it would be cool to see that. I also am like very nerdy about news outlets in general and news media in general, political news. I watch it a whole lot. If you've ever watched my streams, like that's all I do is just watch all these different news outlets. So seeing them in action, seeing the sausage get made, it's just, you know, it's a fun, exciting experience for me.
Do you fan out when like Caitlin Collins walks past, or are you just like freaking out?
No. I fan out when I see Epoch Times.
Yeah?
That's like
C-SPAN, you're like, oh, that's C-SPAN.
No, it's not even that. It's more so like weird news channels like NTD, Epoch Times. I'm like, those are like weird channels that I watch on a regular basis, and they're here.
Absolutely. So
I don't care about like CNN or whatever.
So I'm 21 years old. I have a younger audience. Can you explain what is at stake this election? If Donald Trump wins, what is at stake for younger people? Because you and I might disagree on some stuff politically, but I think we can both band together to defeat Donald Trump.
I mean, if Donald Trump wins, it's probably going to look exactly like it did 2016 to 2020, if not worse this time around. I don't want Donald Trump to win. I don't know what he would do at this point. I feel like I legitimately don't know what Donald Trump might do at this point, because like 2016 he was like, Mexicans are rapists, they're coming over the border, they got drugs, and then he would at least say, and some are very fine people, I assume, right? Like that was the tail end of that. Now he's just like, Guatemalans are coming to do rape against white daughters, like 12 million migrants, we are immediately deporting them. Like he's greatly amped up the dangerous rhetoric surrounding immigration in this country, surrounding immigrants in this country. There's 15 million of them on U.S. soil. They're everywhere, all around us. They're just like you and I am genuinely terrified of what like the Republicans will inevitably end up doing in terms of their handling of like the undocumented migrants that are living here.
It's like, how do you deport 11 million people without crashing the economy, having violence, or accidentally deporting American citizens? And something I'm worried about with Donald Trump is that if he gets a second term, he doesn't learn from his mistakes much, but I think he'd learn from appointing people like Mike Pence, and he would make sure he only has loyalists around him. People who would make sure, like J.D. Vance, for example, has said that he would not have certified the results in the same way that Mike Pence did, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he has more sycophants around him. But like, listen, the question that you ask is actually the right question, which is, how do you deport migrants? How do you deport 15 million people living on U.S. soil without an unimaginable amount of violence? You can't. It's concentration camps. It's Hitlerian policy. It's completely unacceptable. And not only that, but also, you just mentioned like American citizens being deported, right? That happened already. It happened with the Bracero program. It happened with Operation, I won't say the name of the operation, it's just the anti-Mexican slur, anti-Latino slur. And and Donald Trump routinely brings up that policy, the mass deportation of Mexicans, and hey, what's good? And including American citizens of Mexican descent. 1.3 million of them were deported in this country, and Donald Trump talks about that every rally. He talks about that shit like it was awesome, and he keeps saying it. He keeps saying he's going to do that, and it blows my mind that there aren't more news media professionals out there or more politicians out there being like, you want to deport 12 million people? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's insane. That is literally like Holocaust level cruelty.
This has been Adam Mockler with Hassan Piker at the 2024 DNC. Where can people find you? You're probably bigger than us, so.
Twitch.tv/Hasanabi.
Awesome, nice. And just in case you want to link up more, I live in
Remind
Chicago.
people you are live at Midas and Adam Mockler on YouTube.
We are live at Midas Touch on YouTube, and thanks for reading that out. That's supposed to be covered. Here, take my card. Just see what I live in Chicago, so we can link up.
Thank you.
See you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Was this pre or post most lethal military? No, pre. This was like, I think, this is day one. You can literally watch me become more and more resentful and angry as by day 3, I was out. I was like, this is so bad. Every single day that passed, my hope and optimism went away. Did you know you had a crystal ball? Yeah. It's so funny because, like, I'm willing to fucking work with Democrats all the time, and all of my fucking biggest naysayers are constantly trying to present me as this, like, massive radical, and it's like, no, dude, just listen to what I am saying, please, instead of listening to, just listen to the warnings that I am delivering, instead of just fucking assuming that I have like some nefarious purpose in mind that's somehow going to be bad for everybody. Jesus fucking Christ. I remember the couple of months before the DNC, I feel like we all had a lot of hope and they do things in the right this time. No, my attitude shifted immediately after the DNC. Your main YouTube channel should take notes from MT, Brian Tyler Cohen, and Kyle Kalinske. It's performing bad lately. That AI bot channel, Hasanabi Archive, is taking all the views. It's a shame that it's thriving and it has more views than your main. I don't think you're right about that. We've been posting a lot more videos on the main channel, and the main YouTube channel has gotten more views, more monthly views overall than it ever has before. Well, you're right about the archive bot channels. They are a burden for sure. Anyway, let's get back to Midas Touch.
By tariffs. Ford just reported a net loss of $29 million last quarter, compared with $1.8 billion in net income just 1 year ago, after they were hit by more than $800 million from Trump's tariffs. This is despite the fact that Ford manufactures most of its vehicles in the United States, because the company relies on parts imported from outside of the country. Plus, they were also hit hard by the new Trump taxes on steel and aluminum. The company said that tariffs are expected to cut about $2 billion from its annual earnings. Executives say that they are pressing the Trump administration to lower taxes on parts and materials that they need to survive. We're going to keep on following all the news, so spread the word, follow along, and add the Midas Touch podcast for more.
President Trump demanding that major drug makers lower the prices. That
the archive channel is 500K views on your Jubilee reaction. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. Okay, maybe they are cooking me a little bit. Holy fuck. This is a bot channel, man. It's crazy that a fucking AI edited AI bot channel. Oh my God, they've already... Hassan's incredible interview with NPR. This Kamala Harris book makes no sense. check their lives. Clankers.
They charge Americans in the next 60 days. In a series of letters sent yesterday, the president told companies to offer the full portfolio of their drugs to Medicaid patients at the same prices paid abroad. This is what's known as most favored nation rule. Trump also told drug makers to guarantee that Medicare, Medicaid, and private insurance patients get the same lower overseas prices for all newly approved medicines, and he demanded companies create a direct-to-consumer option for certain drugs. The efforts are likely to be met, obviously, with fierce pushback from the pharma industry. Experts say it's also unclear whether the president has the authority to force drug makers to lower their prices without the help of Congress. We're going to talk more about this next hour with former FDA Commissioner Dr. Scott Gottlieb. And I don't know what the answer is, but we're importing price controls. I guess once the price controls were being levied in Europe is when, I guess, pharmaceutical makers should have taken a stand, probably back then. Once it happens over there, you can see why the president says, why should they, their citizens, get these prices when ours are paying 10 times as much? But so fine. For the drugs that have already been developed, maybe we're able to keep those. But long term, you see about innovation for drugs over in Europe, there's been almost none. And that's why they want, and defense and research and development. People want Europe and overseas to step up to the plate because it's really harmed innovation. Is that going to happen here on the future drugs? Why wouldn't it happen here? So this could be the unintended.
I haven't seen these guys get this sad and this scared since the Zohran Mamdani victory. That's so funny. I don't understand what's going on. Why is this happening? This is not supposed to happen. What about the innovation? Yeah, I don't mind President Trump demanding drug makers slash prices within 60 days. It's actually goated.
Consequence of this could be that we don't have innovation anymore in this country and price controls.
I like that the one good thing, which I'm sure he will never follow up on, is still seen as like a major negative here.
Never work, and I don't see how you look at this as anything other than price control.
No, but look, there's a fairness argument.
This is price control. What is happening?
But I mean, and it's a populist argument. But we should.
But I'm with you. I worry.
We should have when it started happening over there, and it's been happening for years, where people get drugs for 1/10 of the price. Why?
Right.
They didn't even develop them over there.
It's one thing with countries that are not as developed as us, but when you're talking about developed nations where they can and should be able to afford prices, that's
what should the drug companies have said to like the EU when they were
I don't know.
passing
laws
to the price control?
Right.
I don't know, but now that horse has left the barn, the toothpaste has left the tube. Humpty Dumpty has already fallen off the wall. You've already made an omelet. You've already cracked the egg. Toothpaste? Did I say toothpaste?
You've already done it.
Did that one?
Did Genie's already out of the bottle? Did I do that one?
I don't know, but I think there's some earnings that are coming.
Yo, this is amazing. All right, let's hear what kind of questions he took here. I gotta pee again. Hold on.
Before the election, the same kind of thing happened. And I think you'll see some very interesting information come out. But you have to have honest reports. And when you look at those numbers, or when you look at just before the election and And then after the election, they corrected it by 800,000 or 900,000 jobs. Yeah, I would say. We have a great relationship. Yeah, we have a great relationship with South Korea.
Are you ready? Are you open to negotiate with Brazil? The Brazilian President Lula said he'd like to call you. He requested conversation. Would you talk to him now?
He can talk to me anytime he wants.
So are you open to tariffs?
Yeah, he can talk to me anytime he wants.
What is on the table for Brazil?
Well, we'll see what happens, but I love the people of Brazil.
What evidence do you have?
Why you said the two I love the people of Brazil.
So why do
two Marines close to Russia? Because the people running Brazil did the wrong thing.
What evidence do you have?
7 years. 7 years. The time that you learned the people were being stolen from Mar-a-Lago, the time that you picked up that you took Jesse Epstein. Yeah, I don't understand your question.
What's going on recently? I'm seeing a lot of annoying institution defending liberals in your comments being annoying. I don't know what you're talking about. Where?
Say it?
Where are being deployed nuclear submarines.
Oh yeah, well we had to do that.
I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but the entire plan for this announcement is botched and screwed all fucking over it. He put out a bullshit attempt to fix his own undoing of Medicaid, botching of trade deals, and failed Canadian drug import plan. He's doing fuck all but Medicare for all and under any other name. No, I know. That's why I said, like, he's not going to follow through on it. He's going to fuck it up somehow. Do not make no mistake. Under no circumstances will Trump ever do anything right by regular Americans, okay? He'll find a way to fuck it up.
We just have to be careful. And a threat was made, and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So
Is this audio better?
Where are the submarines being deployed? The nuclear submarines.
Say it?
Where are being deployed the nuclear submarines?
Oh yeah, well we had to do that. We just have to be careful. And a threat was made, and we didn't think it was appropriate, so I have to be very careful. So I do that on the basis of safety for our people. A threat was made by a former president of Russia, and we're going to protect our people.
Will Hillary Clinton finally be investigated for election fraud?
I hope so. I hope so. I don't know whether or not that'll happen, but I hope so.
Mr. President, why did you fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Because I think her numbers were wrong. Just like I thought her numbers were wrong before the election. Days before the election, she came out with these beautiful numbers for Kamala. I guess Biden/Kamala. And she came out with these beautiful numbers trying to get somebody else elected. Then right after the election, I think on the 15th, November 15th.
So she pumped your numbers too. I don't understand. Like, she did the same thing that she did to Kamala.
She had an $800,000 or $900,000 massive reduction. Said she made a mistake. No, that woman's numbers are. Say it. Yeah, one of the governors, as you know, of the Federal Reserve has just announced she's resigning. I understand it was over the fact that she disagreed with somebody from her party. She disagreed with Too-Late. You know who Too-Late is? Yeah. She disagreed with Too-Late on the interest rate. So we'll see what happens. But we just found out that I have a open spot on the Federal Reserve Board. I'm very happy about that, John.
And what did Medvedev say to you that made you really mad?
Well, you just have to read what he said. He was talking about nuclear. When you talk about nuclear, we have to be prepared, and we're totally prepared.
Mr. President, on the monthly jobs report, going forward, why should anyone trust the numbers?
Well, that's the big thing. You're right. No, you're right. Why should anybody trust numbers? You go back to election day. Look what happened 2 or 3 days before with massive, wonderful job numbers, trying to get him elected or her elected, trying to get whoever the hell was running. Because you go back, and they came out with numbers that were very favorable to Kamala, okay? To trying to get him elected, trying to get her elected. And then on the 15th of November or thereabouts, they had an $800,000 or $900,000 overstatement reduction right after the election. It didn't work because you know who won, John? I won.
But here's the thing. Your supporters have had issues with these numbers.
I've had issues with the numbers for a long time. But today's, we're doing so well. I believe the numbers were phony, just like they were before the election. And there were other times. So you know what I did? I fired her.
Right.
And you know what? I did the right thing.
If any government official going forward is presenting data or information you don't like, should they fear for their job?
I've always had a problem with these numbers. You know, I was thinking about it this morning. Before the numbers that came out, I said, who is the person that does these numbers? And then they gave me stats about before the election. I had a similar problem. I mean, she gave out numbers that were so good for the Democrats. It was like unbelievable. And then right after the election, she corrected those numbers with, I think, almost 900,000 corrections. I think nobody had ever seen anything like it. Well, today she did the same thing with the 253,000, whatever the number was. No, we need people that we can trust. I mean, your question is a very good one. We need people we can trust.
What about Switzerland? What would you like to see from Switzerland?
You know who you plan to replace her with? I've got about 3 very good, I have a lot of good candidates. I will say everybody wants it. I've had more phone calls, but I have 3 people that are.
Do you have a background in labor statistics?
You know, I could do a long-term thing, or I could do a temporary. It's a 14-year term.
Right, but do you put someone in who actually has labor statistics experience?
I put somebody in who's going to be honest. That's all we want. I have a choice. I can have 4 months. I can do a short term, or I can do a 14-year deal. So we'll see. We have a lot of people. We've got a lot of good people around.
Can I ask you a construction question?
That was the stock, the tariff rate with Switzerland. It was higher than other European.
Well, the problem with Switzerland, we have a $40 billion deficit with Switzerland, and I spoke yesterday to Switzerland, but we have a $40 billion deficit with Switzerland. That's a big deficit.
Question on the construction. Can I ask you a question on the construction? You say you're raising $200 million. You're donating a bunch. Others are as well. Are you blocking foreigners from donating money to build that addition?
Honestly, I never even thought of it, but it doesn't matter. I'm putting up my money, but it doesn't even matter. They've wanted a ballroom at the White House, and it's been very popular. You know, when we put it out yesterday.
You're not ruling out that a crown prince or some European
I'm not looking for that. You know, you have very strong restrictions as to who can donate, and we go by the restrictions. It's not a lot of. I mean, it's not that much money. It's money. Yeah, I'll do that.
Okay, we've seen some of this already. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. Kamala Harris's comeback, okay? The comeback queen herself, Kamala Harris. She has a book. You thought Kamala Harris wasn't doing anything, okay? As big enjoyers of Kamala Harris, we all were confused as to why she wasn't saying anything about how Trump was fucking up the economy, how Trump was fucking up the planet, how Trump was further accelerating the demise of Gaza, you know, all things that she would do differently, okay? So many of you, understandably, were shocked because you expected a lot more. This guy's saying slurs when you go AFK. What? What? I mean, I think this is a crazy person, but they're not saying slurs. What are you talking about? Do you think Alhamdulillah is a slur? Or Inshallah?
I didn't even start yet, by the way. But when I do, I'll release it.
How many donors do you think it's going to take to get to 200 million?
Maybe one, me.
Oh yeah. We thought that Kamala Harris was dead. Turns out she's alive. What was she doing this entire time? One might ask. What was Kamala Harris doing this entire time? Okay. Really, what was she doing? Well, it turns out she was writing a book. Okay, she was writing a book, an important book. An important book that's going to fix everything. Let me see if I can find that TikTok that she made as well. The Kamala Brigade is alive and well. She was powering up. She was writing a manual on how she lost and how you can too. Let's see if my prediction that I made yesterday came true here. Probably not, because I haven't heard from a lot of liberals. I have not heard from a lot of liberals about how excited they are about this interview. So, wait, pregame with this.
What concerns do you have about Vice President Harris's ability to beat Donald Trump if she were at the top of the ticket?
Look, I wouldn't have picked Vice President Trump to be vice president. Oh! But I think she's not qualified to be president. Let's start there. Number one. The fact is that...
Are you kidding me? It's
is
the
that I think I'm the most qualified person.
Killing it. I miss him. No, that's not new. She's talked about this before. Okay. Even that's not new. Great.
Well, Madam Vice President, thank you so much.
You know what's really fucking annoying too? Like, people say Bernie's not electable. Bernie's not electable. This person is not electable. That person is not electable. It's like, bro, she's not electable. Look at her. She can't even have a normal conversation with a person who is desperately trying to glaze her. What is this? The Felix take from 115?
War is incredibly unpopular. She said fucking nothing about it. And people posted the clip of her saying that Iran is our greatest threat, which is, she's not unique in Democrats in saying that. What is unique is the sheer terror in her eyes when she says our greatest threat. That's easy, because the thing with Kamala is not that I 100% believe she would strike Iran. I don't know that for a fact.
What I guess we'll never know, because she threw the election. She did everything possible to make sure she lost the election.
Well, what I do know is that more than any other Democrat who has run for president in our lifetimes, more so than Bill Clinton, she has no beliefs. And I don't mean that in that like she's a genius, cynical operator. I mean, she just has never thought about that part. And she has not thought about it so much that when she gets asked questions like that, she goes, oh my God, what? I know this one. Fuck. And
no, literally, it's not. It goes beyond policy, man. It goes beyond policy. You could literally ask her if she thinks, if she prefers like club sandwiches or a hamburger, and she just like fucking short circuits, man. It's like a robot. It doesn't make any sense. Like, what are we doing? What is going on? What would you ask her? What went wrong by your estimation? Why didn't you actually drop Biden when myself and many others actively kept begging for you to change trajectory, considering the fact that you were in the most unprecedented manner the candidate, as your book title reflects, 107 days. It's the shortest presidential candidacy of all time. It's the shortest election of all time. Why did you not drop Biden, who was weighing around your neck like an anchor? Why did you refuse the 37 different polls that came out throughout the election in the 107 days that said that you would perform better in key states if you actually took a position on Israel, Palestine that was different from the Biden administration? Here are all of the different polls that existed at the time that said your approvals would go up. People would be more likely to vote for you if you actually took a stance, a firm commitment to a ceasefire by denying weapons transfers to Israel. Why did you say there's no daylight between you and Biden when asked what are the differences between you and Biden, when you are the reason why you're running for president? The reason why they're asking you that question to begin with is because Biden was unelectable. What are your actual stances when it comes to immigration? You've said that the border wall was a racist and stupid project for 8 years until the Biden administration changed trajectory, responding to the endless amount of messaging coming from the Republican side and a tremendous amount of hysteria, turning immigration into the singular most important issue in this election cycle. Why did you change your attitude on the border wall? Why did you go on? Do you feel like it was smart to take a right-wing stance on a lot of these issues and try to outflank the Republicans? Do you feel like it was smart to run around with Liz Cheney? Do you think like it was a great idea? Who gave you the great idea to send Bill Clinton and Richie fucking Torres to Dearborn, Michigan? Who gave you that brilliant idea? Why did you listen to your brother-in-law, who was the chief legal counsel of Uber, when he told you, according to reports, to drop the anti-billionaire populist messaging? I'm not a professional journalist. I'm not like a long-standing media professional. I'm just a fucking Twitch streamer. Don't you want to know the answers to these basic questions that I just asked? Don't you think that this would be a far better interview?
John Stewart. Huge guest tonight. You excited?
I have no idea who it is.
Kamala Harris.
Get out! Get out! Kamala!
John Stewart. A huge guest tonight. You excited?
I have no idea who it is.
Kamala Harris.
Get out!
Oh. Why'd they stop calling Trump weird? Why did they not change their policies when they spent $30 million in Pennsylvania flooding the market with TV ads about the policies that they had so far, and they realized that it wasn't actually making a dent against Donald Trump at all? As a matter of fact, it was actually lowering her chances of winning Pennsylvania. Why did you choose Tim Walz as your running mate if you were going to do this shitty fucking middle-of-the-road neoliberal campaign? That's another question. Actually. So yeah. Many questions.
We have some more breaking news for you here on CBS.
All right, let's see what the updates are on the Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein saga. Ghislaine Maxwell is being transferred to Texas prison. It's going from state to federal, baby.
News 24/7, something that CBS News' Scott MacFarlane flagged for us just a moment ago. We're just learning former Jeffrey Epstein associate and convict Ghislaine Maxwell has been transferred to a federal prison in Texas. Maxwell serving out her 20-year prison sentence in Tennessee for grooming and abusing underage girls with Jeffrey Epstein. Now she's got a new home. No explanations given for the move to Texas. So we've done some digging. Here's what we know so far about her new home in Texas. It's a low security federal prison, smaller population, It includes another high-profile inmate, ex-Theranos chief Elizabeth Holmes. We'll continue to ask questions about why Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved while serving out that 20-year prison sentence. Of course, this is on the heels of her meeting last week with the feds and a chorus of accusations that there is concern that she could be looking at a presidential pardon. Of course, Mr. Trump saying he can, but has not signaled that he would or that he's even been asked for a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. A lot of questions here. We'll continue asking those and chase the answers that we know you're looking for.
One of Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sex abuse victims say they are stunned by recent comments from President Trump. The president said he had a falling out with Epstein after he said Epstein, quote,
what is this? You know what? You know who I really love? Jabotinsky. Yeah, I saw this. He was such a badass it almost breaks the historical genre. The man saw the Holocaust coming and warned people. While everyone else was clinging to assimilation or polite diplomacy, he was out there organizing Jewish military units and saying, they won't save us, we have to save ourselves. He founded the Irgun. He trained militias. He fought for a Jewish army in World War I. He wrote poetry, ran newspapers, and was nothing if not pragmatist. He believed nothing would save Jews like military strength, not because he glorified violence, but because he understood what powerlessness costs you. You can disagree with his politics, you can argue about his legacy, but you cannot deny he had no illusions about human nature and spine. It's a simple lie that Jabotinsky was a terrorist. One more for the bonfire of free Palestine bullshit. Dude, if I talked about Jews the way Jabotinsky, if I talked about Jews and Israel in the way that Jabotinsky did right now, Brianna Wu would demand me getting banned. Okay? What's so crazy about this is like, because he was honest. He was honest about what the fuck was going on with Israel. Like he was honest about the colonial process of Israel. If I talked the way Jabotinsky, if I talked about Jabotinsky's demands for what he wants to do to the project of Israel, the colonial project of Israel, which in certain respects I do talk about, they say I'm wrong. They say I'm crazy. They say I'm fucked up for saying this. Who's Brianna? Brianna Wu is I don't know how to describe her. She's just stupid. She's a dumbass. That's it. She's just a fucking idiot who literally got like she had no opinions whatsoever on Israel-Palestine before October 7 by her own admission. And you know, as an adult woman, she got her fucking mind melted by sex pestiny of all people. And became a, slowly but surely became a major Israel dick rider. Check logs for an insane Jabotinsky quote. Fossa clapped me. What is this? Jeffrey Epstein is running for mayor. What? What the fuck? What is the... Oh, Jabotinsky quote. As long as the Arabs preserve a gleam of hope that they will succeed in getting rid of us, nothing in the world can cause them to relinquish this hope, precisely because they are not rubble, but a living people. And a living people will ready to yield on such fateful issues only when they give up all hope of getting rid of the alien settlers. See? Ruthlessly honest about the conditions of colonialization in Israel. Only then will extremist groups with their slogan, no, never lose, their influence, and only then their influence be transferred. Your message was too long. Brianna Pooh being stupid. Are people just unaware that Biden has dedicated his entire State Department to pursuing a ceasefire for many months? What do you think our Secretary of State... By the way, look. February 28th, 2024. It's really funny looking back at this, looking back at my statements and then looking back at the commentary around it. Ted Lieu, Biden did better in the Michigan primary against his opponents than Trump did in the Michigan primary against his opponent. Biden overperformed, Trump underperformed. That's what the numbers show. Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150K. 100,000 plus voters voted uncommitted in the Dem primary. 77% of Democrats want a ceasefire in Gaza. 69% of independents want a ceasefire. 56% of GOP wants a ceasefire. February 28th, 2024. If you believe it, huge majorities support the cause. Why did so few vote for it in Michigan? If it was a no-stakes vote, but only still 13% opted for it, how do you explain the huge gap with the polling numbers you cite? You realize Israel isn't in Michigan, right? Not sure if you're aware, Biden has dedicated the entire State Department to pursuing a ceasefire for months. These people are professionally wrong, okay? You need to understand. These people are professionally wrong, except it's even worse than being professionally wrong. They're doing it for free. They're wrong for free. Isn't he literally trying to negotiate one? Here's Brianna Wu. Are people just unaware that Biden has dedicated his entire State Department to pursuing a ceasefire for many months? What do you think our Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, has been doing with these repeated trips to the Middle East pretending to work? It's already our policy. The rub of all of this, how you define a ceasefire. Do the hostages come home? Is Hamas left in charge? Who's the new government of Gaza? A lot of Free Palestine types are not actually looking for a cessation of fighting. And it's so funny because these people that have been professionally wrong this entire time, like without getting paid to be wrong, well, some of them are getting paid to be wrong. But what's so funny about this is they're still doing it. They're still doing it in my fucking replies. Okay? Where I said that all it takes is one fucking phone call, and here's why, and I laid it out. I said one phone call is all it would take to stop Israel's genocide. If Israel doesn't comply, shut off weapons transfers. If Israel looks to get weapons elsewhere, put a sanctions package. If all else fails, invade Israel militarily. This is why all it takes is one phone call. And motherfuckers were still up my ass, who have been wrong the entire time, still in the fucking replies being wrong. At some point, you just have to have, like, even this person. So that's way more stuff than just a phone call. Yo, have the fucking decency to sit this one out. Okay? One of my friends said this tweet was stupid and then tried to compare it to Trump. If I'm so stupid, why are they wrong all the time and I am right? How are you gonna be worse off than a stupid person? It makes no damn sense. Okay? It doesn't make any sense. Why are you always wrong and the stupid person is right? Maybe it's time for you to just shut the fuck up and listen to the stupid person. You know what I mean? It just doesn't, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. Anyway, let's get back to Virginia Giuffre. Virginia Giuffre's family questions Trump's Epstein comments.
Stole Virginia Giuffre, who worked for Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Now her siblings say that they want to know what the president knew and when about Epstein's crimes. Scott McFarland has more from Washington.
Virginia Giuffre was one of Jeffrey Epstein's most vocal and visible victims.
Jeffrey was a sick pedophile.
You should take Pegasus advice, little bro. I have no idea what this is. Are you talking about the spyware? This is like the 8th time someone has said Pegasus, and I still don't know if you're talking about some like random drama slop tuber or something, or if you're talking about like the Israeli spyware. dude from Yu-Gi-Oh. People always say this is like a slop tuber or something, but I don't know what his advice is. You can relay it to me. Oh, you know he's a slop tuber. That's so funny. I love that you were like, nah, the slop tuber. Okay, what's his advice? What's the advice of this slop tuber that I've never heard of in my entire fucking life, who I suspect, considering that you're in here demanding I listen to him, he's probably made a shit ton of videos on me. What's the advice? I'll bite. You won't be able to link the video, most likely, because you're not subscribed. You have to be subscribed to be able to link a video. So just summarize it for me. Also, it's really funny to go to the stream of a political commentator and be like, hey, you should listen to the advice of this slop tuber that I'm admitting is a slop tuber. I'm open to it. Stop supporting terrorism. That was good advice, thank you. It seems like it's pretty good advice. Don't worry, I don't support Israel. Bro, how does this shit not get old to you? It's pretty funny. Come on, man. This guy is he's trying. Sometimes I think you can be biased towards chatters, but why is it every time sometimes? That's the advice that he's giving me. Well, he should just get back to whatever kind of slop he's doing. He's done those goofy ass, he's done thumbnails videos of you in bread tube around the E-drama shit. Yeah, it's funny because like there are so many guys like this who are like, Hasan is done, Hasan is done, Hasan is done. And then when it never happens, they just keep making videos. Thank God I'm not done, so they can keep making videos about how done I am, I guess. It's over. It's over. This time you're done, buddy. You're supporting terrorism. Why is NPR not aware that Hasan is supporting terrorism? I don't understand. Why does New York Times not recognize that this guy is not only a supporter of terrorism but a hater of America? I don't understand. I don't know. Maybe because the fucking average New York Times reporter, regardless of our ideological differences, is not like Steven Crowder brained. Have you thought about that? Like, oh yeah, I'm the China for slop tubers. I'll collapse any moment because you're paying them for puff pieces. Yeah, exactly. Which is weird because like my my opponents online are far wealthier than I ever could be, and yet for some reason they are not able to pay for these puff pieces themselves, it seems. Yeah. Lol, that dude Pegasus made 82 videos about you. 82 videos to say I'm a terrorist? You couldn't get that away? You couldn't do that with one video? You needed 82 videos to say I'm a fucking terrorist? That's crazy. Good luck, man. I'm happy that you're alive and well, eating good. I'm sure people will get bored at some point.
Just months after her family said Giuffre died by suicide, they're speaking out after Trump said Epstein stole Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago, where she worked as a teenager.
I think she worked at the spa. I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
We were shocked by it. Especially to use the term stolen. Because she's not an object. She's a person.
The family's also questioning why, 2 years after Giuffre said she was recruited by Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell at Mar-a-Lago, Trump told New York Magazine Jeffrey Epstein was a terrific guy, and it is...
I might jump on the Hassan hate industrial complex. It seems super lucrative. I mean, if you're an amoral scumbag, you can find yourself among the ranks of notorious sex pests, pedophiles, lolly lovers, Nazis, Israel defenders, sometimes all of the above. But the alternative also is just like making positive content as well about your worldview. There are plenty of examples of up-and-coming content creators that I've highlighted in the past couple of months, and they're doing great, and they didn't have to fucking sell their soul or be professionally wrong all the time. So yeah.
Even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. The president hasn't ruled out a pardon for Maxwell, a possibility Giuffre's family blasted.
The word that comes to mind is it would be an abomination.
On Thursday, the president again faced questions about his claim Epstein stole Giuffre from him.
I said if he's taking anybody from Mar-a-Lago, he's hiring or whatever he's doing. I didn't like it, and we threw him out.
While Giuffre's family said before she died, Giuffre pushed for all the documents in Epstein's case to be released.
She wanted the world to know what they've done to her and so many other survivors, and she had been fighting that to her very last day.
We reached out to Maxwell's defense attorney to ask if pardon negotiations are underway. The attorney did not respond. Maxwell has 12 years left remaining in her prison term for trafficking girls for sex. Nate?
All right, I'm sure more to come on this. Scott, thank you.
And I want to bring in the members of Virginia Roberts Giuffre's family, her brothers Sky Roberts and Danny Wilson, as well as their wives Amanda Roberts and Lynette Wilson. And I'm just so grateful to have all of you here tonight to talk about something that I know is really painful, but also really important for each of you. And Danny, I think it's hard for anybody to imagine the emotional toll the last few weeks have probably had on your family. What made you decide to speak out tonight?
I don't think it's even the last 2 weeks. I think it's the last 10 years. I'm speaking out because my sister's not here to speak out, and I think she would, and I'm here to speak out for the survivors.
And Sky, your sister was just 16 years old when she was working at Mar-a-Lago in 2000, when she was recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. As this has played out over the last few weeks, I imagine you're probably quite surprised when the Justice Department sent their number 2 in charge to go and sit down with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, we were very surprised, I think.
Calm down, chatter. Calm the fuck down. I'm gonna play video games at 7 p.m., okay? In 3 hours.
You know, she was
with Will
preyed
Neff
upon by Ghislaine Maxwell as well as many other predators out there, but she was preyed upon at Mar-a-Lago. And we were very shocked and very surprised that they were giving her a voice and giving her a platform to essentially possibly make a deal. And reality to that is that there's so many survivors still out there that are affected by that, including my sister, who's not here to speak for herself. And I think it's important that we stand beside them, that we stand in front of you and in front of everyone out there with a sign of strength on my sister's behalf, because she's not here to do that herself. But we stand with survivors here, and I want to make it clear that, she does not get the opportunity to get out. She deserves to rot in prison where she belongs because of what she's done to my sister and so many other women. And it's absolutely a pure sense of evil.
A pure sense of evil. I think some people remember this and think of Jeffrey Epstein, but may not remember Ghislaine Maxwell. And I know that y'all as a family have said that at times Virginia said that Maxwell could be more cruel than Epstein was. And Amanda or Lynette, I wonder what either of you remember about what she had to say and her view of that.
Yeah, I just remember very vivid and specific conversations with her and talking about Ghislaine and almost describing her as this puppet master, you know, and being this organizer of things and being so viciously cruel to the young women, and knowing that they were so vulnerable and young, she targeted them specifically, you know, and she was also very complicit, like, in those actions. She wasn't just like a recruiter. She participated and viciously participated with these girls and abusing them. And so she just described her as this monster, you know, of a nightmare.
Well, and, you know, Lynette, remembering that, I wonder, you know, as we're in this conversation of whether or not she'll be granted immunity to speak to Congress, or whether a pardon would be on the table, or even a reduction in her sentence that she's serving right now. Not only what message that would send to someone like your sister, who was so outspoken about this and such an advocate, but also to the survivors, the other survivors in this moment.
I mean, I think that's really the point, and a big reason why we are even speaking out, because it does send a message to the survivors that, you know, if you're in power, if you've got money, if you've got connections, then you're above the law. Because if there is any kind of conversation around leniency or potentially getting out, this wasn't someone who was a minor player. This was someone who was an organizer in this sex trafficking ring.
Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that the Trump administration is even like remotely entertaining, and they are gonna do it already. They some kind of leniency, sentence commutation, you know. It's just, again, these are supposed to be the anti-pedophilia party, but eventually they're or the Trump administration at least thinks that, like, they can get the masses to turn around and be like, oh, well, it was just actually a phebophilia.
Every day, more questions are being raised about that Jeffrey Epstein prison cell video that the Department of Justice and the FBI released with great fanfare. Look how transparent we're being. They described it as the full, raw surveillance video from the camera near the child sex trafficker's prison cell the night before he was found dead. It was their so-called look. Here.
I feel like the end point of this is just like anyone that's ever been criminally convicted of like sex offenses is actually a victim of cancel culture. You know what I mean? Like, it's the Candace Owens working with Harvey Weinstein move, where it's just like the administration is like signaling that they want to pardon Diddy. That's where we're going towards.
Here's the video. Right away, people noticed at least a minute was missing. Now, the explanation Attorney General Pam Bondi gave didn't make that much sense. It was something about a tech glitch. And the confusion's gone on for the last 3 weeks. Now there's new reporting. The FBI actually has in its possession a copy of the video with the missing footage. So what exactly is going on? Will Summers, a senior reporter for The Bulwark, who has been closely covering this story, and he joins me now. So I want to just start on the missing minute, okay? People noticed the missing minute, I think, in the time codes and in the metadata, and I want to play Pam Bondi's explanation of the missing minute, which I just want to start off in saying my inclination is not to think that, like, they edited the video and that he was murdered in his prison cell. I think he probably did kill himself. I'm trying to be, like, rational about all this, but they're being weird. So here's Pam Bondi. Take a listen.
The video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video.
Okay, so Will, now CBS reports there's a version of the full video. So was she lying about that? Like, what's going on?
It's really hard to know. I mean, I think like with so much of this Epstein situation, there are all these unanswered questions, and the government, in its attempts to close the case, keeps creating more questions. On one hand, perhaps, we were promised here the full and raw footage were their words. And now they're saying, initially, as you said, she said, there's 1 minute missing, which we, by the way, forgot to mention initially. And now it's reported that there is a minute, and there's all these the metadata suggests that there's, in fact, maybe 3 minutes that were missing, or maybe the tape was weirdly sped up. So there are all these issues that the government really seems to be in no rush to answer.
There also is the point that Julie K. Brown made, which is that, at one point in the video, you see him walking in, right, through those doors, but that essentially there's another avenue to reach the cell. So it's not even of the cell, it's of like the entrance to a block that the cell is in, and there's another way to get to the cell. So like at some level, it's not even clear what this shows.
It doesn't really prove anything. I mean, the CBS analysis really goes into it. And as you said, Julie K. Brown, who's followed this case so closely, has said the same thing, that this doesn't, the government presented this as sort of case closed, that if you watch this video, you'll see that no one came in. But in fact, people could go in another way. And through the analysis of the video, CBS showed that people are able to access the block without being on the video, or they're able to access it without guards. So all of these things the government is saying, on one hand, maybe their analysis of the video was just really botched and rushed, and that creates its own issue, or combining that with the weird way other things in this case have been handled, with the president telling everyone to move on, get over it, insulting people over it. You wonder, is there something else going on here that's more sinister?
I mean, again,
All right, let's hear what the MAGA base is saying about the Epstein stuff. After the Hogwatch, I'm going to move on, because there's no, any new updates beyond the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a Texas federal prison, which is weird. Oh, this is old? Wait, this was published 23 hours ago, though. They reposted it?
Trump ally Joe Rogan repeatedly slamming the Trump administration over the Jeffrey Epstein investigation.
Have you seen dumb right-wingers go after Fantano, who made a response/apology, and they're still calling him a racist? I saw a DJ Academics post. Apparently Anthony Fantano, back in his real edgy days, said the N-word with a hard R or something, which is, incredibly fucked up. He was quoting as a quote. I mean, still not I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, this is appropriate. It's not. But let's watch the video. This gets brought up every few years. I had never heard of that.
Fantano here, internet's busiest music nerd, and in case you haven't noticed, I'm getting torn apart on Twitter, which is nothing new for me personally, but the discourse seems to have reached a fever pitch that's making a lot of people concerned and angry, and even thinking I'm covertly a racist, bigoted person. Now, these are the same sorts of allegations that I have fought against and won before, and I'm happy to do it again because I have nothing to hide and I know they're not true. I don't want to waste anyone's time, so let's just get straight into it. With Exhibit A, this clip right here, which has just been going absolutely viral, and here's my explanation for it. Early on in my YouTube career, I had some pretty lax views when it came to quoting the language of others, and my point of view was, what does it matter? It's not me saying it. I'm relaying a lyric or a sentiment or a point of view expressed by someone else. I'm even embarrassed to say that I don't think it was until like a few years ago that I actually changed and censored the text of this 2014 Death Grips review title. And as you can see in the comments of this video, there's even a lot of discourse and jokes flying around about me not saying the title. And at the time, this sort of thing left me feeling like this is more or less a moral gray area. I extended this attitude into other pieces of content I have made, like this one, where it is also clear I am quoting someone even in the tightly edited state this clip has been presented in. And the reason I'm doing so...
Yeah, I love Anthony Fantano. I think he's a great dude. And I knew that he, like, I didn't know the extent of it, but I knew that he was like an edgy guy, right, initially. And that's, by the way, not a fucking defense of people being racist, okay? Before people just like slam words into my mouth and just fucking be like, mah, 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 white guy defending another white guy being racist, like, none of that. And he is now exactly the type of dude who would never allow that either. I don't think he would defend himself using these words and anything like that. Too late, the Clippers already got what they wanted. I don't give a fuck. The Clippers can suck my cock, dude. They can suck my left nut and then the right one, okay? Jesus Christ. I remember you saying the N-word when reading MLK. How is this different? The N-word? You think MLK said the N-word and not like the Spanish word for black? Like, which N-word are we talking about? The fuck? MLK, I have a dream that one day every American can have a nuclear weapon. That's what he said. Yeah, he's great. A white telling the black community who's allowed in the culture and who isn't. I don't care. Dude. That's on you, man. If you think that he's like a cultural gatekeeper for black culture as a white guy, I don't know what to tell you. No, he's just a fucking music critic, man. Holy fuck. He's a music critic. He's a music critic. He's a music critic. He's a music critic. What he did was inappropriate. Okay? That's it. And I'm sure he'll explain how he also, this does not reflect who he is now.
Is to voice disagreement with calling people racial and homophobic slurs as a bit, which is what the original content creator I was quoting was doing. And he himself has since apologized for this whole era of his career, but I'm not getting deeper into...
I guess he's talking about like iDubbbz. Is that what you guys were saying? I'm piecing it together. Oh, it's so funny how quick people get whipped up into a frenzy when directed by like horribly racist right-wingers that will cynically weaponize cancel culture shit, and everybody hates it normally. Like, everybody's supposed to hate it, but I mean, this is the classic like 2016 era shit where it's like you said something fucked up 12 years ago, 13 years ago, and every couple of years we're just gonna keep recirculating it to get people mad at you. It's like, yeah, everyone has done something fucked up, okay? Some way more severe than others. What you have to focus on is who this person is now, who they became, okay? That's it. Not even right-wingers, is academics, Lackey, and certified Jared, Drake, Dick Rider. First of all, academics is a right-winger. What are we talking about? It's just the overload of Ack fans, Drake stans, and people that hate his music. He's acknowledged and talked about these things many times, which sucks. Fantano has done plenty of work promoting artists and expressing humility within his views. So this is silly in retrospect. Meanwhile, people like Tucker Carlson exist. I know. In a weird way, I think this does make like, this is a broad thing that I'm going to say. There's no defense for white people behaving in a racist way throughout their past. Okay, this is not a defense of this whatsoever. I will say, however, that we do have this attitude on the left where we just constantly forget that people have the capacity to evolve and change. And not only that, but we also let right-wingers tune us up so much. Okay? We let right-wingers tune us up so fucking much. We just eat that bait every fucking time, dude. And I don't know what the best possible way to go about it is. Like, I don't know how, because like this is not like this is not to say that like you should let people be racist, you know what I mean? And think about the way I'm even talking about this issue. Like, I have to qualify it 1,000,000 times over because I know there's some cynical asshole always lurking in the fucking corners, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to say something that they can like cut in half so they can just fucking post it and be like, this guy's a racist piece of shit. And then the person posting that half the time is like the most racist person you've ever seen. But then leftists with no fucking like critical analysis skills get tuned up by a guy whose name is like Groiper Himmler, who's like spamming the N-word over and over and over again on all the other tweets, and they just fucking recirculate that shit. I don't know. Look, no matter what happens, I'm a white guy talking about another white dude, okay, who has done fucked up things in the past, okay? Things that he has learned from, things that he's grown out of. I care about what a person represents now far more than what they've done in the past, okay? Yeah, I know I'm gonna get accused of making this a dangerous space for black people. I know, but the reason why I try to push this a little bit is because like it does play a role. It does. See, look, this is what I mean. This is what Sean was talking about. You're too charitable. You really just need to talk to him. Do you think Anthony Fantano's a fucking racist? Do you? Like, what are you talking about? This is an indefensible position. It literally shuts off the any sort of productive conversation from being had. Okay? It shuts off any sort of productive conversation from being had whatsoever around this issue. This is a major problem for the left. 100%. This is not to say like we should make excuses for racists, okay? Or, oh, well, they apologize. If you don't want to fucking forgive someone for not checking themselves, not recognizing their privilege early on, and behaving in a way that is racist and harmful, then that's on you, okay? But if you want to think about like any sort of broader shift, broader ideological shift that we can bring people on board to, you have to be, no matter what happens, you have to be a little bit more open-minded about people's capacity to change. That's it. That's it. Listen to POC on POC issues. Is that simple? No, it's not that fucking simple. It's not. It's literally not that simple. Anyway, we have to find a way, and I don't know how, but we have to find a way to like overcome this tendency that we all have for substituting self-defense for purity, because the interest, I think, is reasonable. It's not always coming from a place of just like fuck everyone else. It's not always coming from a place where it's like entirely about ideological purity and maintaining it. I think it comes from a place of self-defense. Okay? But the issue is when we're so ready to just be like, everyone that has done something that's fucked up in the past, who have acknowledged it long ago, who have apologized for it and have tried to make amends for it, they're still bad and wrong because I just found out about what they had done in the past and now I'm pissed off. Well, okay. We're just never going to be able to fucking... We look repulsive to normal people, okay? Leftists understand that social conditioning plays a formative role in people's development, and it's directed off of the material conditions that we exist under. We live in a white supremacist society. If you live in a racist country, then yeah, most people, especially white people, and even black people, will exhibit racist tendencies, anti-black tendencies. Anti-blackness is fundamental to the development of America, okay? It's foundational to this country. And therefore, it's in every fucking orifice of this goddamn nation to this day, okay? What is the byproduct of that? The byproduct of that is that people are obviously going to reflect those values. People are going to be careless. People are going to say fucked up shit. You're going to experience microaggressions. This isn't to say that it's appropriate, good, and you should just suck it the fuck up. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm simply saying is we have to approach the issue with that recognition, and as long as someone overcomes that social conditioning, be a little bit more charitable to people that we understand have made mistakes in the past and are no longer repeating said mistakes, and as a matter of fact have become active defenders against those unjustifiable hierarchies. You know, that's it. Because from the outside, I think there's a lot of people in the margins that look at stuff like this. A lot of people in the margins look at things such as this and they go, oh, well, I mean, look at this guy. He apologized profusely. And people are still eating their ass alive. Like, it comes across as, it's not only unproductive, but it also comes across as, like, repulsive to normies in general. It's also not really reflective of how normies view things anyway. I don't get it. I try to do, to be fair, normal people do the same shit. No, they don't. No, I don't think that's the case. What is repulsive to normie black people, though? When I say normies, I'm including black people in it as well. In the real world, you are not hyper scrutinized by your worst moments in the past, by cynical actors with regular frequency. In the real world, when you are around other people, they judge you by who you are at that very moment. They judge you by your worldview and whatever you signal. What about people that have Nazi tattoos and say they're no longer racist? Do you think people should have understanding for them? Serious question. I mean, there's literal fucking programs that dedicated to lasering that shit off of people. And yes, some of those people like Derek Black are great examples of people who have literally worked tirelessly after being born into a fucking famous Nazi family to overcome those views. Yes, I think even the most extreme cases, even the most extreme version of this, which is what you are describing, is still it's still appropriate to focus on rehabilitation and to assume the best in people. Sometimes I feel like people that go, Hasan, what about someone that just was racist yesterday and today magically says he's not racist? Should we apologize for them? Should we defend them? You know what that sounds like? That sounds like Steven Crowder being like, what if someone turns trans on the moment of their fucking weightlifting competition? Like, that's not a real thing. And you can make that fucking calculation on your own. You know what I mean? You're an adult. You have the capacity to figure out whether or not someone is being fucking cynical in that very moment to test your ideological purity or your boundaries. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. It's like an inherently reactionary way to view the world. It's very frustrating for a multitude of different reasons. One, because I myself had opinions that I've reformed on, as you guys know. It's not a secret, okay? And two, it just shuts off the idea, the fundamental idea that leftists should believe in, which is people's capacity to change for the better, okay? It's something that I have been yelled at for years and years. And thank God I never fucking listened to people. And I will consistently continue to defend this principle till the day I die. This is not making an excuse for racism. This is not making an excuse for continuation. It's not like, oh, we need to protect racists. I'm not saying any of that stuff whatsoever. But I have always explained to you that we all have an intersectionality of privilege. Okay? Every last one of us have privileged blind sides. Blind sides born out of one privilege that we exhibit over another. Okay? Especially when you focus on the entire planet, all of a sudden you can expand on this. Like many Americans, right? Like a black person that has experienced anti-black racism is worse off than a white person that has never understood that experience whatsoever. But a black person in the United States of America that has experienced anti-black racism is still fundamentally in a better place in society and can experience a privilege, a blind spot of privilege when it comes to Western chauvinism. As when we talk about like an internationalist perspective, for example. And plenty of people do that, by the way. Plenty of people do actually experience that blind spot. We all have these blind spots. And the goal should always be to work on them to become more understanding. And to allow others to grow as well in the process. Okay? Yeah, an able-bodied person has, in most circumstances, a blind spot against a disabled person, for example. You're mixing two different conversations that are going on? No, these two things are directly related to one another. The intersectionality of privilege is at the heart of this conversation. The intersectionality of privilege is at the heart of this conversation because it creates these privileged blind spots. But those privileged blind spots are left unacknowledged for most people, and then they think they don't have them. And in the process of growth, when someone actually recognizes it and becomes a better person by working against those privileged blind spots, then we should celebrate that. We should welcome that. We should demand more of that. I've never been a firm and committed believer in the idea that when someone has made an egregious mistake, no matter how severe, that they are irredeemable because it comes from a place of great evil. Okay? I don't believe that. If I believed that, I wouldn't do what I'm doing right now. I wouldn't actively try to change people's minds on a litany of different issues. You understand? Read my older chat. Forgiving for growth conversation is what you're talking about, but what the other chats are referencing is a conversation around Sean, Mike, and Gremlo. I have no idea what that conversation is. I have not paid attention to it whatsoever. Is that the reason why people are constantly? Is that the reason why people are like yelling at me in the chat? Because I have no fucking clue what you guys are even remotely talking about. I'm talking about my principles that I have. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, dude, you're missing a big combo. I mean, I guess. Tension's just high right now. Yeah.
The weeds than that, because this video isn't about him. Because the fact of the matter is, I should have.
He's not missing it. Y'all brought it up with no fucking context. Now Hasan's trying to play catch up while running defense against the freaks in the chat, calling him racist. Yeah, I don't know what people are talking about on that front. I watched a clip from Sean the other day. Was that about this broader discourse? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I don't think that's it. What is this? This week has just revealed that an overwhelming amount of people who identify leftists are devoid to practice and education, especially about marginalized communities, and they just take whatever take is spewed by big names. That is scary. Oh. There's a community-wide POC streamer trying to communicate how we often put grievances in front of POC issues and not speaking over them. There's a community-wide with POC streamers trying to communicate how we often put white grievances in front of POC issues. I mean, are people saying I'm doing that? I don't get it. Am I doing that? What is happening? What? Hella people are saying yes. Some people are saying no. Yeah. You guys know my exclusive hyperfixation has been the whitest issue of all time, which is Israel's genocide of the Palestinians, which I've dedicated pretty much every single day to covering for the past 22 months, which is, of course, the peak of white issues. So, you guys are right. I love talking about issues that pertain to white grievances. Famously, that's my hyper focus. The fuck do you mean? It's things worth listening to. Some aren't open to hearing it. No name specifically. Okay. Well, anyway, let's get back to Fantano.
Could have just censored myself while pointing this behavior out, but unfortunately,
please don't get defensive. It's literally not just about you. No, I don't even. Okay, I wasn't. The only identity is class identity. We're not libs, we're leftists. Open your eyes, chatters. No, I have class first politics. This is true. You've caught me. But this doesn't mean that race does not play a major role. I've often talked about how racialized violence is also, it's directed on the basis of race, but it's actually still dished out on the basis of classist violence. The example I always use is black people and black communities being consistently underfunded, being kept deprived of the same resources that white communities have been afforded. This is class warfare that is directed through the lens of race. This is also part of the reason why class politics turns into race politics, both on the opposing side and also even on the defensive side. Holy fucking airball. What? Oh my god, this, you are doing it? Holy fucking airball. What is the airball? This is something that I've said a million times over. This is not my first time having this conversation. If you guys think that this is not a conversation that was taking place when, once again, I had, 100 people in this community versus right now, you'd be wrong. Here, I'll give you an example. The famous Lee Atwater quote of using racial dynamics in racial politics, anti-blackness, and the way that anti-blackness has obviously changed throughout time is a decent way to understand this, right? The ultimate goal is to deprive people of social safety nets. But the way to try and successfully get that across is to talk about welfare queens, like a heavily racialized element, to make it seem to get white people on board with their own personal demise by saying, oh, well, black people are using these social safety nets. I think you are either missing the point or intentionally avoiding it. No, I'm not. I am missing the point, I guess. How about you listen to actual critique instead of getting defensive? I'm not being defensive. This is one of the more annoying aspects of this conversation, because it literally turns into people just being like, you're being pretty defensive, bud. Instead of telling me what the critique is. What is the critique? That's kind of the issue with this convo. It hasn't stopped happening in 5 years, and since then, how many marginalized streamers have been chased off the platform? Chatty hasn't been in the convos of this week. Calm down. Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck anyone is talking about. I don't know. But I would expect people to at least have some shareability and to tell me what the issue is. I literally don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. But here, look at this. Can you remind these folks that POC people need to differentiate themselves from black issues? The conflating of experiences non-black POC is a form of anti-black erasure. This isn't the reason why we're not going to get health care, but it certainly doesn't help. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to do the, oh, we're never getting health care because of this. It's not, this isn't the reason, but it's certainly not helpful. Sean made a great point about how even if you have Medicare for All would disproportionately benefit white people due to the lack of service in black communities. So simply saying Medicare for All benefits black people, so they should get on board as a hint of white supremacy. Like, even if medication is free, black women wouldn't be even be getting the prescription by a white doctor to begin with. Hopefully I didn't do a disservice to his point. I mean, this is I mean, yeah, this goes back to white supremacy and anti-blackness being foundational in American politics. But ultimately, that doesn't mean Medicare for All is bad, and it doesn't mean that Medicare for All is bad for the black community either. I think we should be working to abolish both of these unjustifiable constructs, whether it be paywalling healthcare, but also simultaneously trying to eradicate white supremacist attitudes everywhere that it exists. It reminds me of a conversation I had with like a liberal that was anti-union and saying that where anti-union liberal was like, racism won't be ended when unionization happens. Yeah, but, well, one, in the United States of America, there's a higher union participation in the black community than there is in the white community, for the record. That's number one. There's different reasons for that. But number two, unionization or socialism is not going to eradicate racism, but it at least will improve people's material circumstances so that the environment is less hostile to solve those issues as well. That's it. That's it. You said it's like saying, yeah, you get high-speed rail too, but there's no metro in their community. Okay, but I mean, okay, now I'm talking to Sean through someone else. Like, I would rather just talk to him directly than to talk through what chatters are saying. Is this? But anyway, none of this has anything to do with what I was talking about with respect to Anthony Fantano. So I don't know why chatters were trying to fucking slam that in to that conversation.
Left me feeling kind of nonchalant because it's not the words themselves but the sentiment of them that's being expressed that's truly disgusting. And sure, while that is true on some level, explicitly quoting him was in bad form and just unnecessary. I would have still gotten my point across and done so without upsetting anybody had I taken that approach. And I feel this way now because of an important realization I only made after tons and tons of people were watching me, that I don't make content just for me, I do it for an audience. And I can't dictate what anyone watching may or may not find harmful or offensive. No more than with a review I can dictate what music you do or don't like. So I would rather err on the side of caution and not hurt anyone by explicitly voicing language that doesn't exist in a vacuum, even if I am quoting it. And that's actually been my approach for a very long time now. I mean, this clip may be new to you, but it's actually almost 10 years old. If this was ever something I made a regular habit of doing, believe me, you'd be seeing more examples than this. All I can do is take ownership of having quoted these words in this way, and obviously say that I'm sorry, which I am in fact sorry about this. Now, there are going to be some people watching this video who will say, no, that's not enough. I know you're a racist. I saw a clip of you laughing at Trayvon Martin's death. Which I guess this is the clip.
Vegan invited me to an event that taught me about PETA's buying guide / neoliberal whiteness and Trayvon Martin. Okay.
Dude, fuck Trayvon. I was thinking Trey Melvin. I had a big thing with Trey Melvin.
Which I will agree, that doesn't look good. But believe it or not, the way this clip has been presented is a lie, and it's been heavily edited too. First off, I gotta say, the Drunken Peasants podcast where I was appearing in that clip is explicitly not a right-wing podcast. While, yeah, it's true the show has featured a pretty wild range of guests over the years and the humor tends to run a bit edgy, they also regularly make fun of right-wingers, alt-right psychopaths, and the president. And in this clip that you just saw, I'm reading a super chat that is on the screen that was sent in by a viewer of the show. And the reason I'm jumping into reading it is that partially it is a dig at me, because on the show it's not exactly a secret that I'm an openly liberal vegan. And from there, here is what actually happens.
A vegan invited me to an event that taught me about PETA's buying guide / neoliberal whiteness and Trayvon Martin. Okay.
Dude, fuck Trayvon. no. Oh, shit. I was gonna.
You're such a.
I don't know. I was gonna say Trey Melvin, but it's no Trayvon Martin.
Man, you're so. You know what, Jeff? You're so right wing.
As you can see there, that is not the clip that is getting passed around. In this original clip, Jeff Holiday there on the podcast doesn't even finish his sentence. He apparently gets Trayvon Martin mixed up with someone else entirely, and I even call him a moron. Because that is obviously something a fucking moron would communicate. So, voila, that's actually what happened in that clip. With all that being said, I realized a long time ago that I really do need to be careful about who I talk to.
The Rocky Marks is, who is Trayvon Martin? That's crazy. I mean, this person quite literally could be from Iraq. So that's, you know, everybody calm down, okay? Before you yell at the dude, remember, they're probably from Iraq, okay? And probably too young as well. What is this? Yeah, true, but as white people, will they be listened to? It's not better to mainly focus on what you would be better and work together across boundaries? What? Hassan, I hope you do talk to Tron about this, even if it's off stream. You realize the really important points about how leftists can reach marginalized audiences better and build a truly diverse coalition. I think the community really needs to hear it. I'm not sure I get your meaning, but I'll say there's no hope for the leftist movement that is segregated, and that's how it's been forming, and I've noticed it for years. These divides need to be bridged, and Hassan is good at building bridges. I mean, I try, but I'll be honest with you. These kinds of conversations are ultimately, and people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. These kinds of conversations are hyper niche, okay? The average person's political understanding is so far removed from this that when they see it from the outside, and it doesn't matter what their background is, black, brown, white, when they see these conversations taking place in a community like this, they go, oh, what the fuck are they talking about? Not a good take? No, I know you're going to say not a good take, Demi Charm. But it is. We look crazy. We look crazy to the average person. You know what the best possible way to do, quote unquote, political message to the average person is? Don't be a fucking douchebag. Okay? That's it. That's it. Don't be a fucking douchebag. Why do you care so much about trans people? Why do you think that like Mexicans and Guatemalans are actually stealing your fucking job? What are you, stupid? They're literally poorer than you are. Those three things that I just said are profoundly impactful in comparison to like whatever kind of academic perspective that you want to bring from standpoint theory into a fucking political conversation. Okay? Like, that's just the reality of the matter. And I'm always willing to do housekeeping when things get out of control. And it seems like this is an issue that has been boiling over. Okay? But, like, this is what this reminds me of, okay?
If we want to defeat capitalism, we are going to need a party that will organize working people to fight for the demands that we want and to win socialism. Thank you so much.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Unc, this is not it. No. To the app. Unc, you're getting defensive, over defensive to a point he's not making. You're doing what Sean is exactly talking about. No, man. I'm saying, regardless of the veracity of certain fucking claims being made, okay, and certain demands being made, to the outsiders, that are completely uninitiated to our worldview, regardless of their fucking background. That's how we come across. Like, can you imagine doing discourse like this with, like, I don't know, Black Boy Max and his community? Like, if we're talking from the realm of content creators in general, or like Jason the Ween and his audience, or the AMP boys, like, that would be... I think we're talking past one another, okay? And that's the problem. But yes, I will talk to Sean about this. That's not what's happening here. This is a conversation about Twitch. You're not standing on a stage in DC having this convo. It's a Friday night Twitch stream law. This is the niche space where these conversations happen. No, you're wrong. You want to know why you're wrong? There's a reason why. It's not... I keep burping, sorry. It's not an accident that there's a conversation being taken place right now with 28,000 people as opposed to 2,000 people. You think we didn't have similar conversations such as this one when there were 2,000 people in here? I'm not even saying it's a bad point, okay? There are people who fucking... This is not a comparison to anti-black racism that black people experience. But there are people who fucking walk all over me on a daily basis, call me a fucking terrorist, Islamist fundamentalist, demand that I get fucking deported, try to literally alert the authorities to get me deported. I still talk to them, okay? I still talk to them. I still try to get them to understand. And many of them do change their minds in the process because that's just what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to eat it, okay? Everybody has some kind of valid concern, valid point of frustration. But there are some instances where you just gotta fucking eat it. Obviously doesn't mean that you're supposed to, you know, allow people to walk all over you and just like open up the floodgates of discourse to just like active, overt white supremacists. You know? But I've always explained to people that, like, my goal here is to reach out to as broad an audience as possible to get them acquainted, to get them in the process to get them started on the process of learning, okay? I mean, it's not the same, but it's similar when you do IRL streams with guests and you bring up BDS when buying drinks, your guests just blue screens. Exactly. No, I understand. I understand that. There are certain things that I'm like willing to entertain, certain awkward moments that I'm willing to entertain, and certain moments that I'm not. Everyone's allowance is different. Okay, depending on their own personal experiences, everyone's threshold is different. Okay, and the more you experience marginalization, the more you experience virulent racism, for example, the less tolerance you have for seeing people, especially in a community that's supposed to be otherwise like progressive. All right. But if you want to understand what my dynamic or what my boundaries are or what my belief system is, I'm telling you, there are plenty of people who make valid criticisms. sometimes those valid criticisms are addressed and I change something. But there are plenty of instances where I don't, because I know those criticisms are valid and I'm still refusing to change it because I have a different, more dynamic vision of getting more people on board. The example I use is oftentimes from the perspective of like transphobia and trans issues. People get real mad, right? When I'm talking about trans issues, like there are trans chatters that'll sometimes be like, this is fucked up the way you're talking about this. I don't like the way you're talking about this or whatever. And I try to explain to them, like, this is ultimately a space that you can go to, okay, to enjoy, to learn things that you didn't know. But when it comes to trans issues, like, I'm not speaking to you. You're trans, right? You already know what the fuck is up. I'm speaking to people who are transphobic. When I talk about black issues, I'm not an expert. I'm not a black person. I'm speaking to anti-blackness and the anti-blackness that people have. I'm speaking to white people. Okay? Sometimes even black people as well, because anti-blackness is so pervasive. Please stop talking about black issues, Jesus Christ. See, this is what I mean. I'm not going to do that, okay? Shut the fuck up. This is so fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean, brother? What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? How is this any different than when fucking people come in here and they're like, why do you speak out for the poor? You're rich. The fuck? That's literally every single thing I've ever done. I'm a white man. I am a fucking rich white man. What, are you stupid? I shouldn't be talking about any of the things that I'm talking about then. No more LGBTQ related issues. No more black issues. No more undocumented migrants. Like, I shouldn't be talking about any of that. What is this? What is this? It's so stupid. They just don't like you. No, that person is a 48-month subscriber. It's not that they don't like me, that they're just fucking tuned up and angry. Yeah, I can only speak on issues that pertain to a 34-year-old dual national American Turkish citizen. Like what? What does this mean? But yeah, if Sean is in the chat, like I'm down to talk to him about it. And I think people need to fucking stop. Like, you can have disagreements with me, you can have disagreements with Sean, you can have disagreements with everybody. But if you wait for me to fucking give Sean the go-ahead and to agree with him for you to like change your perspective, then that's ridiculous. You know what I mean? That's fucking crazy. Like, don't do that. Listen to people about their own personal perspective. You can agree with them, you can disagree with them, but don't just fucking, you know, don't just like immediately fucking attack people and be like, you're being a liberal or whatever, okay? It's interesting because it's like, even if there is something that I disagree with Sean or with any number of different friends or other content creators, it doesn't matter. I'm not even saying I do have disagreements. I'm saying it still wouldn't matter. We're fundamentally on the same side. And I feel like it's so crazy that people just people are just like fucking writing each other off. I don't think Sean wants Hasan not to talk about black issues. He just wants chatters that only watch Hasan to go watch some black leftist perspectives as well. Don't be like those strength. Yeah, I mean, that I agree with that, by the way. Yeah. How are you so blind on this? See, this is what I mean. Bro, oh my fucking Lord. You're doing the thing. You're doing the thing that's the most annoying thing that everybody fucking hates. You're just like vaguely gesturing to some kind of thing that you think I've done without telling me what it is. Stop doing this. This is fucking annoying, and it doesn't matter what your background is, okay? What the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this information? Oh, you're so fucking, you're so, oh, you're so bad. You're so bad at this. I can explain what I mean. You want to come on? You can come on. There's a fundamental issue here. That is that we don't do gaming anymore. That causes the space to boil over. I know. I'm going to be gaming in a little bit. It's been an hour. I still don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't either. Anyway.
What platform I appear on publicly, because in the eyes of the wrong person, any association or appearance can be read as a deep tie or an endorsement of an idea that I don't fucking agree with. Like, for example, if I did a stream with this guy tomorrow...
Fucking a dude, will you let him fuck you?
No.
Why not? Suppose he's like, yo, bro, listen, yo, you always wanted me to be next to you. Now I could be inside of you. Pause.
Yo, I'm not gay.
Nah, you
suck a dick, though.
Yeah.
People might understandably think that I endorse the idea of having sexual conversations with underage boys, and I don't. So while I know that nobody owes me their forgiveness and I can't control what everyone thinks about me, I'm going to continue to do my best to make sure that I'm not sending across the wrong idea, especially considering a lot of the music I review and endorse on a regular basis deals in some pretty heavy and serious topics. Topics that I would be completely in opposition to were I a bigoted weirdo. But as much as this is a principle of mine, I would also like to be spared the headache of just some freak trying to frame me disingenuously and make it seem like I'm okay with a child being killed by a racist vigilante, which is where the most truly aggravating thing about this whole situation comes up, because we currently live in a time where between ICE, between our current president who got in the position where he is after saying that Haitian...
Please check out his VOD after stream for context. It doesn't have anything against you. Wait, Sean the Black? I don't think he has anything against me. What? What is happening? This is not politics. This is just being parasocial. You guys are being parasocial. This is like when fucking chatters would go into Will's stream and just be like, if you don't treat Hasan better, you're gonna lose him or some shit like that. Like, what are you talking about? I've known that man for fucking almost 2 decades, okay? You don't know us as well as we know each other. Please, I know your intentions are pure here, okay? But don't do this kind of stuff either, okay? It's all good. Okay, lol, I'm sorry. Oh, it's all right. You're fine, chatter. I wasn't, you know. Oh, yeah, my fucking banners are broken. Hold on. How are they still broken? Just replace them. Sean, I DM'd you on Discord.
Immigrants are going to eat your pets. White supremacy is like really at a fucking peak right now, and because of that, it's vitally important that when things are being called out as legitimately racist, that those accusations actually mean something. But I guess instead what some people would rather do is water down the impact of that, deceptively edit clips to make it look like I like it when children are killed. All right, I don't think I have anything else to say here. If there's something I've missed, I will try to circle back. That is, if we are talking about a case of something I've actually said.
You should have hand waved this when the video was being spread by a Drake dick rider. Yeah, it was DJ Academics that blasted it. I hadn't seen it. I wanted to just hear what he had to say. I don't think Anthony Fantano is racist. I think he was, much like many people and their starting points in America, probably exhibited a lot of you know, not so great tendencies in the past, but he has actively worked against that. He's dope. He's great. I can't even speak on his like music taste because I don't listen to music. So that I don't really care about that at all. Maybe that's why I like Melon Man so much, because I don't have like a favorite album that he's given a light 6 to that has made me want to firebomb his house or something, which I feel like a lot of the animosity comes from. You know what I mean? He doesn't like Yeet? Oh, okay, never mind. I hate him now. That's fucked up. Yeah, a solid 80% of the people trying to cancel Fantano don't actually care that much about racism or homophobia and are doing so solely because they don't like his reviews. Yeah, 100%. And I see this in my own personal experience as well. All right, here, I'm calling Sean. Wait till he reviews Iachad? That's unacceptable. Anything but a... Hello? Bro, you gotta turn on your virtual camera.
Right.
Jesus Christ, this guy, bro. Literally a streamer and he still doesn't... Amateur hour. Sean the Black, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Friend of the show, Sean the Black. You already know. So what happened? What's going on?
Honestly, I can't even tell you like exactly how it started. And I think people are just, you know, very heated, just in general, because it's Twitch, so it gets like that.
Yeah.
But I can explain what my perspective is and what I've been talking about. So like people aren't confused and people aren't saying, you know, this is what I believe when it's not what I actually believe.
Yeah.
I guess I can start with kind of the overall issues that I think people are seeing with the chat. I can speak to like what my experience on that has been as well, and it's about just, you know, frustrations about the space being overwhelmingly white, as all spaces tend to be, and that leading to chatters not necessarily listening to marginalized people when they have issues. And so this kind of came to a head with like the Lolo situation. That's kind of how it started, where people were being like, oh, chatters were like reflexively defending Lolo and yelling at and accosting the victims. Wow, like just like off of reflex.
I didn't see any of this because I don't have Twitter on my phone, which is a great thing for me, at least.
Yeah, I also don't. This is not about like you specifically. I don't blame you for like really any of this. It's just a more of a chat-focused conversation, the way the communities operate. So what happened with the Lolo situation, and then when Mike got banned, there were people who were kind of weaponizing or coming after or attacking marginalized people that did have an issue with what Mike was saying. I'd say that, there probably were people who were going, probably harder on Mike than I probably would have. But they were coming at Mike, or coming at the people who were saying, hey, what Mike is saying was unacceptable. And it kind of feels like it kind of led to this culture of, if you're a marginalized person and you're speaking up about something that upsets you in the space, then you will be kind of ejected from the space because you're not like playing ball. And that's something that I felt that I've seen from my perspective. I know we talked about the dean stuff a while ago.
Yeah.
Where we didn't have an agreement on that, and that's fine. But
wait, let's reflect on that though for people who have no idea, because there's people in here that don't know even who Mike is and why he got banned.
Yeah.
So, Dean is a liberal TikTok debate guy, and apparently in the past, not that long ago, as a matter of fact, only a couple years ago, he was like a MAGA guy, and I think he got canceled or he got called out for saying slurs back in the day, right? Is that, am I getting, because I'm unfortunately not very tapped into everything that's going on. But he's the guy who always on TikTok with the rest of the TikTok debate guys will debate Trump supporters, and he'll be like, why did you vote for Trump? And I personally think that's unproductive, and I've tried to communicate that to him, and with the hopes that he will move away from that and move away from liberalism in general, and have a more well-defined worldview. But I also think it's partially because he's young too.
Yeah. And my frustration with that is not necessarily with your perspective of trying to do outreach to Dean, because he is a young person, but more of frustration with the idea that for a lot of young white people, they can have that experience and they can have this radical shift in their perspective, and they are oftentimes elevated to the point of the leader in the left space. When it comes to marginalized people talking about their own perspectives, they are kind of like ejected from the space, being like, I hear what you're saying or whatever, but like we're also doing this thing right now, and that's where my frustration with that came from. And so, because I agree with your perspective of doing outreach and talking to people and getting in spaces where the left usually isn't in. I think you do that very well. The issue with that oftentimes comes is when they're like the people that are brought in are oftentimes elevated to the space of like the leaders in the left, while like marginalized people are still talking amongst or trying to talk about their issues and their perspectives.
Well, I don't think he's on the left at all, to be fair. Yeah. Like, I mean, I don't even think this person is on. I would like for him to be, but I think that there would be a lot of growth for that to happen regardless.
I agree. The issue being is that he's still a popular voice. So I think it goes deeper than this. Is like, I'm just describing like white supremacy at this point. Like him being a voice even in like liberal spaces when there aren't necessarily voices of like black voices in those spaces to the same degree.
Yeah.
Like Harry Sisson, going on like Adam Frieden's podcast, or getting invited to the White House, or talking about all the opportunities that he has. There are like black liberals who are in similar circles, but they're also still not taken as seriously as Harry Sisson is, because Harry Sisson is a young white man. And so there's just a difference in experience when marginalized people share their perspectives, even in liberal spaces, but that extends also into like leftist spaces as well. And so during that situation, there were members of the chat who were, when I had that critique, who were saying that I was a wrecker, that I was a liberal, that I was opposed to change. There were some people who were saying that I was joining like Ethan Klein's hate brigade for even levying the complaint in the first place. And so I was just like, it's kind of weird because I've been in this community for so long that, I thought that I would be receiving a little bit of grace and a little bit of charitability.
100%.
When I levy a critique that like, I'm not immediately ejected being like, oh, I'm actually a wrecker. I'm not a part of this space.
No, I completely agree with you. I think that it goes both ways, and it should be more charity extended to someone like yourself and your complaints, rather than more charity extended to someone who in the past, or even continues to actually demonstrate that they're like a leftist, or a progressive, but just because they resemble the same background as a person or the same life experiences that like a white person has had, I think that's where it comes from. Like, there are a lot of people in this community that are fairly progressive, but I think that they weren't necessarily fairly progressive in the past. So when they see someone like when they see someone who has been racist in the past, they see themselves in that person. So they're way more inclined to listen to their complaints than to listen to your complaints. And that is, you're not wrong when you say that that does come from a place of, I mean, there is definitely a blind spot that people have there towards a black content creator in this community that's like experiencing something or making valid concerns. My attitude on this, and I've told you this before, I mean, you know this, you've heard me speak on this probably, is that there will be people in this community that literally are fucking straight up Nazis even, right? And obviously, as long as they don't, say Nazi shit in the chat, they're welcome to listen and hopefully be convinced and hopefully have their minds changed. And I'm using the most extreme example of this right now. Obviously, that's not the case for many people. But given that we do live in a white supremacist country and anti-blackness is foundational, and it is exhibited in every orifice of modern society, that I and also because of my own personal privilege as well, I am way more, like, I have way higher tolerance for that kind of thing than someone who is a black would in that situation, because like you're experiencing anti-blackness every single day of your life, and it has shaped your life in a very meaningful way. But that's what I always try to stress to people, is that when I talk about trans issues, when I talk about black issues, when I talk about undocumented migrants, the goal there is to get people in the margins on our side. And they're not going to come to our side on every single front immediately, but I think through time, people become more understanding and change their minds. So it's not a completely safe space.
Yeah, and I understand that. I think a part of the problem is the fact that some of the people, when they do come in, a lot of people in chat think that their learning is done. They think that they've arrived at the leftist position. They've heard everything you're saying, and they're like, okay, we got it, we're here. 'Cause I feel like a lot of those people have came into my chat when I love these critiques the last 2 days, and are saying, you actually don't understand this. This is actually what was going on here. Trying to explain to me like the foundations of like white supremacy and why I'm incorrect for explaining the core tenets of it and how it manifests itself in leftist spaces. And so I think people who are who listen to you and understand your perspective will then turn around and be like, I'm not going to go any further. I'm not going to do any more reading. I know people, like other people on like leftier than this space have had that critique as well. But when it comes to talking about black issues and the black experience, when black people are talking about, hey, this is what my experience is, and this is what I'm seeing in this space, they think, well, I'm already done learning and I'm a leftist, so therefore you must be wrong when talking about your experience. And I think that's coming out of some chatters when they are, especially like when they start, like when they call me a liberal. This is the thing that like that really irks my brain, because our chatters who will position it as like, Sean's a liberal, he's doing identity politics when he talks about black issues from like long-term community subs, and that's, that hurts my feelings a little bit because I've been in this community for so long. I thought that people would understand my perspective and what I'm saying, and that I try my best to not exhibit like liberal tendencies. But like I feel like I'm being put in this box of like, oh, if you critique this space because this is a leftist space, you must be a liberal because you're not 100% on board with everything that's being said here, and therefore we don't have to regard any criticism that you have as serious because of that.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I also don't think that like everyone is always going to agree 100% either. Like we can have reasonable disagreements on certain things, you know what I mean, or place emphasis on certain things more so than others. Like that's a normal and healthy part of discourse, and normal and healthy part of like coalition building as well. And I think people need to stop being hostile. And also, on top of that, they shouldn't wait for me to pull someone like yourself up on the chat to arrive at that conclusion either. Like, they should be adults about it on their own. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is something that Caroline talked about in the clip. I don't know if you saw the full Caroline clip. But Caroline talked about it in the clip with like the Lolo situation, where like she was calling out some of the chatters who were being parasocial towards Lolo and only changed their mind when, I don't want to call specific chatters here, but like there was a chatter online or a Twitter user online who like changed their bio to like Lolo overruled defender and was attacking the victims until you said something about it, and then they were like, you know, oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to do this. There are people who like I hear like so closely due to the parasocial nature to what you say that they won't craft up an opinion of their own, and then they will go out to like other spaces, Twitter, Reddit, what have you, and act on like I'm doing Hasan's will by calling people the woke of the day in this other space that, you know, is separate from Hasan. And I think a lot of chatters see that, which is why a lot of chatters are so, you know, repulsed by the idea of like woke of the day. Even though I understand, I understand what's being said with woke of the day, and I get what it means. The way that it's utilized outside of this space is so far from the intent, what it was actually used for, that when they hear it in this space, they're like, okay, this is bad, this is not good, I don't like this.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't know what else to say about it other than that. I don't know what more I can do to make sure that people are not, I guess, like defending people parasocially and only changing their perspectives after they hear my take on something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know what there is to do. I don't think it's why part of the reason why I didn't necessarily think this conversation needed to be had, because like we agree on pretty much everything. I share your perspective on a lot of things, and I think that some chatters like were utilizing my words to try to, you know, get my point across, not in the best way. But also some people also just imagined that, you know, when I was talking that I had a disagreement with you, even though we've spoken about some of these things before. I understand what you do for the left. I understand why it's important. It shaped a lot of what I do and what I try to advocate for as well. And so I think my overarching point is to not treat, you know, good faith critique, because there's a lot of bad faith, but not treat good faith critique as though they are like foundational disagreements that we need to stamp out because they're like, you know, liberal, or that they're, you know, not real or something like that. Because we do have a lot of agreements.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, there's like, I love FD Signifier, for example, but there are disagreements that I have with him, both in private or in public as well. And ultimately, I would never let that get in the way of, because it's not like foundational. It's not like we're not having disagreements on anything that is outside of like methods, for example, or even like Bad Empanada. Yeah. There is plenty of disagreements that I have with Bad Empanada in the way that he conducts himself, but I don't even spend much time just like talking to him and criticizing him on any of those things as well, because like I ultimately am of the mindset that like we are, like I believe, especially on the issue of Israel, that like he wants the apartheid to end. He wants what's best for the Palestinian people, and the same goes for a litany of different issues that we have here in terms of organizing in America as an American left. And I also do recognize that there are plenty of blind spots in terms of organizing in black spaces in general for the left. So I think you're right. I think that like I've talked about this before, especially with like the Zoran stuff, because there are plenty of young black leftists out there, and there are plenty more that could potentially become young black leftists, right? Who are just like kind of rudderless and have checked out of politics altogether. And I think that's an environment that we need to tap into, and it's not going to happen if it's like if we're pushing away people, if we're being off-putting.
Yeah, especially when you're trying to do outreach in those spaces. I think FD's video speaks to that specifically about just there's a very clear conclusion or thesis for that video was just talk to Black people, get their experience, understand what they experience, and then speak to that experience as well.
Yeah.
So I was talking about this in the clip from like a few days ago, and that is we've shaped the media ecosystem around, how do we attract straight white men? Straight white men are going right. How do we stop that from happening? How do we engage with those men? And we've radically shifted the media ecosystem around young politics, around those men specifically. Why can we not do the same thing for Black people as a whole, in general? Why can we not speak to their issues? Because it seems like the Democratic Party, for some reason, has a way of doing so. They have a stranglehold on the Black community, and they can speak to Black issues. What are we doing when it comes to the Bernie Sanders of the world? How are we feeling when we're doing outreach with those people to attract those people into our spaces? And I think part of it is that the spaces are already overwhelmingly white, which means that it already inherently is off-putting towards Black people who want to see themselves in the spaces that they occupy. And the second part of it is I think when it comes to getting the Black perspective, I think people oftentimes fail. I think Bernie Sanders didn't do as well as he probably could have in that regard. I think Zohran Mamdani is doing a lot better than Bernie Sanders is doing, and which is why he's succeeding a lot more when it comes to young Black voters.
Yeah. No, I think that the reason why both Bernie and Zohran Mamdani are more appealing to young Black voters goes beyond representational politics, though. I think it's just more so like the turnout machine, older voting demographics, and their tendency to be more conservative or more safe in terms of their voting patterns. At least something that I've seen. You might speak to this a little bit better than myself, of course, but. I think there's a lot of different complications there, but in terms of representation, I think people from these communities would be far better advocates. I don't even mean skin color. I mean literally from these communities, directly from the zip code, would be far better at getting their neighbors on board with these kinds of politics than people that are coming from different backgrounds without that same world experience, without that same worldview. So I think there's a lot of importance there as well. As far as the younger Black voters goes, I think the reason why they find themselves captivated by Bernie Sanders or Zohran Mamdani's politics is because they're young, they're tapped in, they're online. They also, we all experience the same resentment. My fear always is that resentment inevitably, if there's no singular figure that they can build a coalition behind, that resentment inevitably leads to nihilism. And there is a lot of reactionary tendencies in all young people, not just young white men, but because you were talking about white people. You were talking about young white men becoming radicalized. I think that the media is oftentimes hyper focusing on that stuff, but I think that young Black and brown men are also becoming more nihilistic, becoming more right wing as well. Not in their voting patterns, just in general. Most young people just don't vote. But I think when they're exhibiting, when they're talking about their own political worldview, I feel like they find themselves leaning more in the direction of being apolitical, which is usually a substitute for being right wing, without even recognizing that it's right wing. I feel like we've lost this space of being apolitical to the right pretty handily. So that's part of the reason why I try to be more graceful with having these sorts of conversations whenever there's people that are coming in, unless they're directly attacking me on the base of being a terrorist or something. I'm usually I try to be as forgiving as possible because I know that they just don't know any better.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of truth to that. The only thing I would push back on is yes, there are young Black and brown men who are also being radicalized. I think the difference is that they're not being marketed to in the same way that young white men are, because young white men are seen, or I think young. We said it with older Black voters being seen as more conservative. I think that's also true, but young white men are not seen as a part of a monolithic group or monolithic force in the same way that young marginalized men are. When young Black men are being seen as, you know, reactionary, that makes the black community seem as more reactionary.
Oh, no,
in the lens of how it's looked outside.
Yeah, 100%. You're absolutely right about that. I mean, I've talked about this before with like the root.com style article heads that write like black liberal academic article writers will oftentimes give like a permission structure for white people to also exhibit white supremacy by talking about like by hyper focusing on black people are so homophobic, black people are so queerphobic, there's so much misogyny in the black community, but it's like that's every community, and singling out black people, of course, is like just a way for liberals to basically say the same racist black men are violent trope, but in a more woke way. So obviously I'm not, that's not what I'm talking about at all, but that's part of the reason why I guess the only reason the disagreement that you and I might have is that's part of the reason why I do focus on universality. Hasan, you do this though. I literally do the exact opposite of this, for the record. I mean, or maybe Sean, you might actually have a disagreement with me on this. I think I do the opposite of this, but
I don't see you as speaking to like black people are more homophobic. I have seen with like Zoran specifically, the take that black people are not implicitly more Islamophobic, but we didn't immediately rush to Zoran's defense because they are exhibiting Islamophobia, as opposed to a more general wariness to progressive politics. No, you didn't say that. I'm saying that that is what people have seen, so they may be attributing that position to you.
People are saying black people are Islamophobic. Black people are Muslim. What the fuck? Like, I mean, that's crazy. I don't think that at all.
Yeah, that's what I have seen. So I haven't seen you doing that. It's like black people are monolithically this, you know, one thing. I forgot what my point was. So yeah, that's I haven't seen that personally.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I remember on universality. We actually might have a disagreement on universality specific. I was talking about this morning as well. Yeah. I think there are limits to universality that I think are not adequately addressed in leftist spaces and in like progressive leftist politics when it comes to things like free healthcare. I think oftentimes when marketing leftism or progressivism to black people, people will just drop like free healthcare as like, oh, of course, why wouldn't black people like free healthcare? Free healthcare will help them specifically, along with helping white people. Oftentimes losing the fact that healthcare affordability is different than healthcare access, and a lot of times like access to like healthcare clinics, doctors that will actually listen to black people talking about their pain and prescribing prescriptions because of medical racism, stuff like that. When it comes to like access or like actually getting equal services to white people is not a specific focus that is talked about on the left. We're always focusing on like affordability or college. Like free college is a great policy, but it's very hard to do and very hard to implement in a way that is equitable when black people are still faced with admission discrimination.
Yeah.
And that is something that I think is missing on the left, because we always focus on like the economic policy about like affordability without talking about the access part of it. And universality is only that would be a part of universality, but for some reason the leftist movement currently is not focusing on that part of universality.
Yeah, I mean, I always say that universality is a marketing tactic. Like I like the example I use is not on anti-blackness, but I usually use it for like transphobia, where I always say like, no, you say you want Medicare for all, and if people are like, well, what about trans people? They get medicine too. It's like, yeah, they're gonna get medicine too. Shut the fuck up. Like that's my my argument is that, and the reason why I take a class first approach on this kind of thing is specifically because it's the broadest, it's the broadest filter that you can have. But that doesn't mean that you're supposed to compromise on other issues of inequality.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the time it comes into the point of, especially when you're talking to black people, which is what this conversation is really about. It's like, you know, speaking to the experience of black people. When you're talking to black people and you're talking about the issues that they face, universality may not be the best way to bring them on board with the mission, right? When you're talking about like, you know, free buses or free public transportation, that's good, but if you're talking to a person in an underserved community where they don't have access to public transportation, they're not going to see that as a policy that works for them. even if your plan about, public transportation is expanding access to public transportation, that's the avenue that you should take when marketing that policy to that person.
I think you bring up a really good point. I think that on the national stage, like talking about universality is one thing, but I think it's also important to stress that there are plenty of underserved communities that don't even have the bare bones, like don't even have the basics, like a foundation to build on in terms of like any sort of expansive universality that you can focus on as well. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that's a good way to market it. It's a good way to talk about these policies in general. But I mean, I will say, I don't think people, when they say Medicare for all, they're not. That's actually a really good point that you made, unironically, because I always have been like, I don't understand why won't people listen to Bernie's message on Medicare for all? Like, that's going to help black people too. Like, as a matter of fact, it's going to help black people, a higher percentage of black people than it's going to help a percentage of white people, because like black people are underserved. But I do think that it's I mean, that I don't think that Bernie Sanders was trying to do like a FDR style New Deal where they would just like write black people out of this conversation. But I do think that it's important to stress that this would also mean that you should build a foundation to begin with, so that it's not just like a promise of everybody getting healthcare and then underserved communities just staying behind, like America always has kept them behind.
Yeah, like I think it's purely the way that it was viewed, or how it is viewed from the black community, and why Bernie seemed to have struggled with like the middle-aged black vote, and how they view policies from like progressive candidates. Because I think they understand that this would be in general be a good thing if they had equal services, but there's still a disparity in the way that white supremacy serves white people and still underserves black people in all regards. And so they feel like if you talk to them and you're not bringing up that fact, you're like, okay, you don't really understand my perspective. You don't really understand what I'm going through. So why would I vote for you? Why would I support you when it feels like you have your own plan for the white community and you just want us to come along for our vote? Even though Bernie Sanders would have helped everybody in this country. Like, it's not a question.
Yeah, also,
it's just the way that it was viewed.
Chatters, like, Sean is not saying, Sean is a Bernie bro. Like, he's not saying that like Bernie Sanders is bad, right? I mean, maybe. Yeah. I don't think you are.
To be fair, I couldn't be a Bernie bro. I couldn't vote for him in 2016 because I am pro Bernie Sanders. I like Bernie. I like what Bernie Sanders is doing. I'm not saying Bernie Sanders is bad. I'm saying that Bernie Sanders, or like, it's not even about Bernie Sanders specifically. It's about like the white leftist movement, the progressive movement, and how it oftentimes messages to people based upon their experience.
Someone in the chat said FD had an interesting point, saying the highlighting how these policies will help black people is a poison pill given how racist America is. But I think he has like a more a pessimistic approach on this issue.
I mean, FD's older than I am, so he has like he does have a more like, he has to tune into like the older, not calling him old, but like older black vote. So that he might be correct.
For sure
on that. But I'm speaking to what I've seen in my community as well.
Yeah.
I did think an interesting point that I did hear yesterday, that it's not the biggest deal, so don't crucify me, chat. But it's about Zoran's African American thing. Because I want to preface it by saying I don't agree with like the let's take Zoran to town for his African American take or whatever.
Yeah.
But I do think when it comes to like messaging to black people, oftentimes white progressives will fall into this trap of trying to defend things that they don't need to defend. Because as you said yesterday, it's bait. And oftentimes white leftists will take the bait to try to defend it because they want to defend the honor of Zoran instead of actually just maneuvering around it. So if a black person brings up to you, like, oh, he put African American on his college application or whatever, don't try to defend it in a way to be like, oh, technically he's African American, he's like, he's born now.
I agree. Yeah. That's why I said it's bait. Yeah, I think the media is let's just say they're no longer as capable as they used to be, but like when it comes to stuff like this, they're still pretty devious. Where like that story was placed in the New York Times specifically for that reason. So that people would turn around and be like, "Whoa, what are you talking about?" He's like people would defend it. Most people would defend it on the boundaries of like, this is ridiculous. It's not like something irredeemable. You're being silly. And then there would be plenty of people who would then turn around and be like, well, he's from Africa, he's from Uganda, and then that would be used as like the most significant, like that would be highlighted, that would be elevated. I talked to FD about this as well specifically, but luckily I don't think that turned into that big of an issue overall. Or maybe it did. I don't know, but it didn't.
No,
it didn't
I don't
feel
think
like
it did. I think
it didn't reach that level. It didn't reach that like boiling point of like, there we go again. Like Bernie Bros are being racist or being insincere, and
I think part of the reason why it didn't work is because Zoran is actually inside of these communities. Like, and Bernie was old when he was running in 2016.
Also, I think the other reason is because he's also brown. You know what I mean? Like he's not. It's not the same as being black, but like. He is literally not like a white man. He is not like Bernie Sanders, Yeah. So I think that also plays a role in this as well. But you're right. You're absolutely right. Being in these communities is a huge part of it. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, see, people are still doing it. Does African American not mean from Africa? He's mixed brown and black. No, he's not black. He's not black. He's Indian.
It's a weird. It's not necessary to defend it. Like when you go out of your way to be like, oh well, well actually technically this is what it is. Like I think a lot of it comes from a parasocial nature as well, not just with Twitch streamers, but also with like the politicians. Like you'll see a lot with AOC, where like AOC has a lot of like political stands. So whenever AOC makes a bad decision, there are people who are attacking AOC and then defending AOC from like a parasocial like avenue. And so like I think people are doing that as well with Zoran Mamdani to be like, I need to defend him in every regard against every undue attack because that's my guy, and I must defend my guy instead of like what is actually effective for the movement, and then I'm going to do what's actually effective for the movement.
Yeah, no, I try to reinstate that in this chat all the time, where I try to explain to people that it's not like these are not people that you should have a parasocial relationship with, that they're going to do good things and do bad things, and you should criticize them when they're doing bad things. I will say, I guess, like in terms of how the Democratic Party and like liberal institutions have been able to so perfectly capture the attention. I wouldn't even say like loyalty necessarily, but like more so the attention of the older black community. I think like it's mostly turnout, right? Like that's what I've always assumed, that it's like church groups and community leaders that are directly aligned with the Democratic Party, or basically a part of the Democratic Party's like establishment turnout machine.
Yeah, I think it's two things. First, I think it's actually identity politics, what people call identity politics. I think that is definitely a part of it, because black people seem to be in the upper echelons of leadership in the Democratic Party. They identify with, like the Jim Clyburns and people of that nature in the party.
Yeah.
I think that is a part of it for older black voters. Because my grandparents live in South Carolina, and they're not pro Jim Clyburn, but like they like seeing people that look like them in places. So I think that's a small part of it. I think the bigger part of it is about like safety and like security and falling back on the status quo, because like, historically, white supremacy has been so pervasive and damaging to the black community. If it's the choice between like, the Democrats who suck but, are kind of feckless, and the Republicans who make it worse, it's easier to fall back on like the status quo and safety as opposed to like flipping the coin. As opposed to like flipping the coin against, maybe get something good with a progressive, or them losing, and now we're stuck with something even worse. And it's incorrect messaging, but it's something that we have to message around, because that's the way they view a lot of elections.
Yeah, I think like one thing that I talked to FD about as well, and I don't know if you ever heard me talk about this, but like I have a sneaking suspicion that the generational divide that's happening in all demographics, but especially the black voting bloc in general is because of the last time that black people remember when the Democrats actually did something for black people. So that's why, like, the older you are, the closer you are to a time when the Democrats did actually stick their neck out, kind of, for black people. But it was significant, right? Especially because, like, the bar is so goddamn low. And I think the younger generation is, like, that's where there is definitely like almost a separation. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about this. But I feel like the younger you get, the less you care about politics in general. And I mean that, like, even Gen X onward, like even with black millennials, I feel like they either, if they're interested in politics, they either like someone like a Zoran style candidate, they might like AOC. Well, there's also Jasmine Crockett. I think, like, Jasmine Crockett does get a lot of play, unfortunately, even though I don't like her.
I'm not
a
a Jasmine Crockett fan.
Yeah.
I will say I think Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris represent something in the black base of the Democratic Party, and that is a very an adherence to very overt, like, blackness, like, black culture. Like, they're both a part of Divine Nine fraternities and sororities. They are both, like, you know, black women, very outspoken, and I think a lot of people see that and they project themselves onto that image of, like, oh, this is a black person who's not, you know, afraid of being black in politics and standing up to, like, white supremacy as a whole, even though they don't do that. But that's what they see. And when you're in these spaces, because I went to a HBCU as well. So when you're in these spaces, community is kind of everything. It's about seeing people around you and that look like you doing things and fighting. Like, protests are huge on, like, HBCU campuses and things of that nature. Like, there was encampment at the one I went to last year, and so, like, it's very much about, like, being black and black being central to people's identities. And they see Jasmine Crockett as, like, you know, yelling at Marjorie Taylor Greene, being like, that's what I like. I want more of that. It's like people who want Zoran because they want to fight her against Trump.
Yeah.
But it's that, but, like, from an optic perspective, because, like, Jasmine Crockett's not actually fighting against, like, the Republicans. But
no, I definitely see that.
Yeah, they see a black woman doing that, and they're like, we need more of this. We need fighters. We need people who are unabashed and loud and talking back to the evils of the MAGA base. And I think this is also where identity politics comes in, because they see that from a black woman and they adhere to that because they feel that inside of themselves. They see white supremacy bearing down on them, and they're like, you know, if I was in this space, I would be doing what Jasmine Crockett's doing, and that is yelling at Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that's where we need to come in as leftists to be like, that's actually not effective. What you should be doing, if you actually hate these things, is you should be doing what Zoran Mamdani is doing, because that's what's actually effective. And we need to be capturing that anger and refocusing that anger around to, like, where people actually need to go.
I agree with you. I'm just reading my favorite Gen X chatter, Demi Charm, getting mad. You know, I'm sure you've seen her name. I've yelled at her many times over the years.
She's in my chat.
Yeah.
As well. So.
Jasmine Crockett is being herself. No one has to agree, but dismissing her is not cool to me. Look, I really respect Demi because, like, after years of me banning her and yelling at her over and over again, she's still in here. She has not, she still watches, she still disagrees with me every fucking day, especially the moment that I say anything black issues related. But, you know, she's still in here, very resilient.
Yeah.
No, this is the type of stuff, like for example with Demi, this is exactly what I mean when someone comes in and is like when I'm talking about, I don't know, when I'm talking about, like, fucking pro-Palestinian advocacy or, like, undocumented migrants getting kidnapped, and people are like, you don't understand, black people are tired, this is not our fight. And it's like
Obama's tired and stuff like that.
Obama's tired. That was the craziest one. Like, Obama is a black man and he's tired. Yeah, he's tired from what Netflix deals.
Yeah, I mean, I think in chat I've defended you on this before because I do agree with you. I've said it before myself. Like, I don't quarter any black liberal who wants to check out of the movement because they've classified themselves as tired and they don't want to actually do the work. Because for me, it is foundational to the Black identity to be against oppression for all people. This is just how I view it. This is how I was taught by my parents. This is how I was taught growing up. This is what I saw when I was going to an HBCU. Like, when oppression is happening, right, Black people are the people who understand. Like, we are supposed to get it. And you are not allowed to check out from the movement because you have thought that your fight is over. And this is where I understand people's
but Black people's fight's not over either. That's the other thing. It's just not over. Like,
but like when people see Kamala Harris almost make it, because she's trying to run again, but when they see Kamala Harris almost make it to the presidency, or they see Obama being the president, they view that as the win, and not like actual. Because I think again the problem is the progressive, like the white progressive base, is not offering solutions to the Black community. They're not saying, hey, we're gonna fix the issues that you are facing here. They want to fix issues in general, which I think is not a bad thing, but that's just what it is. And so they think like maybe maybe Obama will get it, maybe Kamala Harris will understand it, maybe Jasmine Crockett will get into the position and actually fix the issues that we're being faced with. And that's a lie. It's not true. But it's either you're not being spoken to at all, or somebody utilizes their identity to get into a position of power and then do nothing with it. And then you're just kind of stuck here as a Black person without your issues being fixed by either regard. And it's a frustration. So that's why people will just take the win when it comes to like Kamala Harris or whatever. Also, I think that they're also just liberals and they're not done learning yet.
No, for sure. There's definitely an ideological disagreement there, 100%. I think the most nefarious version of this was Obama, though, because like he actually did understand it 100%. Like, coming from his background, like, or who he associated himself with, leading up to his campaign, how he communicated on these issues during his campaign, and then just kind of casting all of that aside to continue the racial pecking order, to refuse to fix any of these problems. And on top of that, not just problems like within the Black community, but like problems in problems that he advocated against for all Americans, that then created unimaginable resentment on top of the fact that he was a Black man and kept being called an African Muslim socialist when he was none of those things, unfortunately. If he was like all three, he would have been great, I think. The Israel stuff would be packed up. There would be no more issues. Yeah. Okay. Well, I hope this was productive.
I hope so. I hope my chatter stopped yelling. I think I was able to portray how I felt and how a lot of chatters feel, but no promises that the frustration ends there. But I think that we came to a conclusion on this.
Yeah, I think one of the things that's really important to recognize amongst my community and my chatters is that, like, when I pick and choose like who I'm criticizing or how I'm criticizing in a weak moment or whatever, that doesn't extend to like every single grievance that people bring up that isn't like immediately class centered. Like, it's not about that at all. There are instances where like someone is coming into the chat specifically to like put forth a ridiculous claim, to be like, you are anti-Black. Like, when someone, and oftentimes I do this, like I banned a chatter named Afro Luffy earlier because he was like, you need to stop talking about Black issues. And it's like, I get that frustration. I didn't ban him permanently. I gave him a week off. But like, that's a 48-month subscriber, okay? That is a 48-month subscriber. That motherfucker knows better. Like, he's been in here when I've talked about Black issues. He's just mad in that moment, and he wants to chirp, and I don't think it's the same as like a valid critique. But once again, that doesn't mean that like my behavior is something that you guys should be doing all the time to other people, to other content creators whose community that you're going into. You know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous, especially because like people don't know what your background is. People don't know if you're a black person or a white person at all in the chat. You're just anonymous, and you're anonymously, at the end of the day, you're anonymously yelling at a black leftist content creator who's also a part of this community as well. And I guess my point is, just don't. How do you know if the critique is valid if you reject it out of hand? Because saying don't speak on black issues to a political commentator that speaks on all issues is not valid critique.
I do think that. I told my community this as well, because
Like-
oftentimes they'll be like, oh, they will kind of come in into the chat and kind of pop off with like a snippet message without explaining their position.
Yeah.
And so like it's very hard to, you know, to message don't speak on black issues as a valid critique, instead of being like, you know, I think you could benefit from having a black perspective and talking about insert X here. But it's also Twitch, so people like to, you know, be inflammatory on the platform.
Yeah. All right. Well. Yeah, but you never ask why they don't want you to, man. No, I do, and then they don't say anything. Anyway, all right. Well, thanks, Sean, for coming on. Sean the Black, everybody.
Thanks for having me.
Hopefully this was a productive discourse. All right. Peace. All right. Hasan, there are multiple marginalized creators that have left or are considering leaving Twitch because of the culture here. That's all. Wait, you do? Oh wait. The other thing I was gonna say about that is, like, you guys know that this platform has become increasingly hostile to marginalized people in the past couple of years, especially the last year, for some reason, right? Like, that's not right on the money. Someone went terrorist lover. Literally, dude. How many people do we ban every single day that come in here to be like, I'm gonna come to your house and kill you because you're a fucking terrorist? I'm just saying. I know this platform has become significantly less habitable to people of all different kinds of backgrounds. But I don't know if you know, I'm the leading voice in making it that way. Maybe. I have decided to blame this rightward shift on you. Okay. You might disagree, but I think Twitch is way better after you got big on it. It used to be so much worse. No, I'm not disagreeing with that. I recognize that. For a lot of people, politics is just content. They're not consuming it because they want to change their perspective. They're just like consuming it because it's just trends, okay? They're following trends. And for the longest time, right-wingers used to fucking cry all the goddamn time about how woke this fucking platform was, because I was the largest political content creator on the platform. And that, I think, created a permission structure around leftist politics on this platform, okay? And that made, for example, other content creators who have similar worldviews, even if not like completely aligned, to be more open about their progressive opinions and to create a space that is safer for people from marginalized backgrounds. That's gone. Post-Trump, that's fucking gone. Like, that is so gone. It's like revenge. People have people's politics have shifted in the direction of revenge, where they think whoever has been designated as like marginalized groups that were having it too good for far too long are the singular responsible forces for why you know, people aren't getting pussy, or why people feel like they're never going to have decent pay at their jobs, and why they can't afford rent. But things will change. This specific space isn't for marginalized people, and he told us to get bent instead of considering how you could improve. I mean, I still believe that. You aren't helping as much as you think. No, I still say that all the time. And I will reiterate that over and over again. This is a safer space. I'm gonna be Israel right now, and I'm gonna explain to you something. This is a safer zone. This is not a safe zone. It has to be a safer zone instead of a safe zone, because it focuses on education. You know what I mean? There's a reason Lolo happened after Andrew Callaghan. What do you mean? What? Andrew Callahan? Okay, I don't understand what you're trying to imply here. Are you saying that I'm bringing up people so they can be sex pests in my community or something? Like, that's crazy. I don't think that's a valid criticism. I think that's you just being angry. Like, that's... This space doesn't listen to marginalized people, the sex workers that came forward who were harassed. I mean, I've always been pro-sex work. I don't know why you're, like, I don't have any control over that. I don't know what you're I don't even know what you're talking about. Like, I genuinely don't know what you're talking about. Like, have I done that? I don't understand. You can't even say lead by example on this matter, I think, because, like, you could at least, like, you could point to something that I've done personally. Implement safer space regulations. They exist already. Give victims a way to come forward. What? The liberal TikTok women have been dragging for what? What did I do? Does that increase hostility on the platform in your view require white male creators such as yourself to do continuous learning and moderation, or when white male creators have safer spaces, does that mean charitability to hostility over marginalized community members' concerns? I don't even know what kind of fucking policy I could enact in this situation. What? But there's an endless amount of hostility, and it's getting worse. And that reflects on every, like, this is my policy on this is Twitter first. Once Twitter opened up the floodgates of hatred, that started changing discourse on all the other platforms as well, because they're interconnected. When that happens, and people are seeing the hateful messages more frequently, they become less interested in hearing that at all. They get an understandable hair trigger. That's number one. But, like, broader discourse shifts to the right. Okay? Overall. This doesn't mean that, like, I'm going to shift alongside the rest of Twitter. I'm not, like, you know, dropping the R word because it's, like, cool to say now or something. You know what I mean? That's not what I'm doing. But But overall, there is they're lumping you with Lolo rules, saying that leftist men are unsafe and that you fantasize about grape. What? Okay, I can't speak to people's fantasies. Like, if they're fucking hallucinating shit, if they're hallucinating things that I don't believe, I don't know what to tell you. Like, that person is just out of their fucking mind. It's always fun when people start treating a Twitch streamer community like a splinter Discord, a 30, 40K streamer treating their community like a 50-person Discord. This kind of discourse is poison to a larger audience. You would have 2K viewers max if you bent to these people's desires. There should be a place to spread propaganda, not a replacement for personal relationships or friendships. I know, that is why I say what I say about like how I choose to moderate this community. This conversation this conversation that we had, or at least like the place it's turning into, the shape it's taking currently is awful and is poisonous for fucking normies in general. But make no mistake, I'm going to be playing some video games in a second, so all of the fucking annoying people who are just in here to have their voices be heard as though they're making like, you know, very reasonable suggestions are... What is this? Go to take. Hasanabi's part of the white male ecosystem, but left flavored, so he has to still cater to the dirtbag left and edgy Ohioans in his audience. No, I'm not catering to a specific flavor of leftism. This is just who I am. This is who I am. If you think I'm annoying, it's just because you don't know about all the discourse. No, I'm not. I just don't know what you want as far as what you want as far as like more moderation. If you think that there isn't enough moderation in this community, if you think that, like, I'll say it like this: if Lolo was doing shit that he was apparently doing in private fucking DMs in broad daylight, he would have been cut out from this community far before it happened. You know what I mean? Like, when I found out about it, I cut ties. What are we talking about? And in terms of like moderation, we do moderate this community. There is a like a built-up expectation that there will be some like microaggressions and things of that nature. It's just a part of the learning process. All we're saying is the space needs house cleaning. There are many POC marginalized voices in our space that are being listened to or heard at all. In our attack for speaking out, critiquing, it doesn't feel safe sometimes, especially since the majority of the space is focused on white male leftists and voices and opinions. Our voices aren't centered as much in the conversations. We're just asking for a seat at the table too. What is this? Mr. Beast would like you to join Discord? Where? What Discord? Join Mr. Beast call? He's not even DMing me. Chatter isn't trolling. No, I know. He texted me the other day, I think. Dude, just listen to your community. But also, people just keep saying, like, we need a seat at the table, but I don't understand, like, what the demands are. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what the, like, what do you guys want from me? And people that say your chat defended accused victims of lying, remember when they called the drama and warned you about brigading? Okay, there are a fucking million different people that come in here. We don't have any fucking safeguards. There's literally... And that is by design, okay? That is by design. That doesn't mean that every single person is like a fucking long-standing community member. And sometimes there are long-standing community members that have differences in opinion or behave in a way that I don't think is like appropriate. I don't know what you guys like what the statement is here. This is one of the most moderated communities on the internet. Okay, what we're doing here is virtually impossible to fucking recreate. People try to recreate it, they can't do it. Part of that is because, scroll down. Hello, what? If you think it was a question, not a request. Hello, it is me, Mr. Beast. The left should stop centering white perspectives in our anti-capitalism. I'm still thinking this is some hyper niche thing the ops have latched onto. No, this is a classic case of I know. No, I don't think it's a hyper niche thing that the ops have latched onto. I'm sure the ops are fucking highlighting it. But no, this is our tendency to consistently fucking lean into things like grievances that might be somewhat valid, but stem from a misunderstanding. What I mean by that is this. Whenever there's a chatter that comes in here and says something fucking insane, you can always expect at least 10 other chatters to go, no, that guy has a good point actually. That's just how it goes. Okay? That's just how it goes. They're saying you are white and a man, you don't matter. No, they're not. Shut the fuck up. They're not saying that. They're not. I understand why you're not the Joe Rogan of the left now. It's because Joe Rogan doesn't have to deal with any daily derailments by people who need their personal feelings considered in every single situation. It is by design. This medium that I'm a part of, that I try to take advantage of, requires constant feedback, constant back and forth communication, and therefore that constant back and forth communication will lead to people going, I don't think this content that I'm consuming is tailored to my expectations. The community grew and now news is slow, so people start to eat themselves for entertainment. Happens every time the audience grows rapidly and people get bored and news slow down. I agree. They're using your terms from right before the call with Sean Law. Audience, that's what I said. There was a point before I talked to Sean where I said, I'm white and I'm a man and my opinion doesn't matter because of that. Some of you, and I mean this sincerely, have to realize that you just don't understand what I'm saying, and then you go along with that misunderstanding, and you internalize that misunderstanding, and you think that this is like a real political disagreement that you're bringing up. Mr. Beast wants you to join the call. He is, where is this coming from? You're not being charitable to us. Okay, Valerie Gothic, you need to issue a concern for me to understand what you are saying. And you're not doing that. You need to make a point. Like, you can't just say, address me. Address your community. Y'all are fucking exhausting. We are speaking out because we don't feel like we have a space at the table, and your reaction is the reaction of most white leftists to run defense, show no charity at all, and go where you aren't looking at the bigger picture when it's like the bigger picture is a white perspective. I don't know. I don't want to be a part of it. Guys, I mean this with all sincerity. The reason why you feel comfortable enough in a space as large as this one is because of what I've been able to achieve with my moderation, with our community's self-moderation, with the mods in general. This is not a new conversation. And this is also not political commentary. Okay? There are other content creators out there that can create a safer environment for you. This isn't like me centering my whiteness or anything like that. Okay? But if you think that there is, you know, a centering of whiteness here, and if you don't consider the commentary that I'm doing to be safe enough for you, it's okay. It's not a Discord server. There's a different goal here, okay? We are trying to achieve a different goal. That's it. Also, there are amazing trans content creators out there. There are amazing black content creators out there. There are amazing female content creators out there. Why are you in here getting mad at me? You can go watch them. Anyway, I can't even continue. I can't even do the fucking Mr. Beast thing. I don't even know what it is. But I can't even do it regardless because I have to do an ad. I tuned out. How'd you piss everyone off? I don't think I pissed everyone off. I did piss off the same group of old Hasanabi heads that have always been angry for the past 8 years that I'm not like, I'm not like, I don't know, just, I don't even fully know what the fuck the issue is. It's just like, I'm not, this is too white-centric or something. Like, the community is too white-centric, or my politics are too white-centric or something like that. It's just, it's always been the same, it's always been the same struggle. I think ultimately it doesn't matter. It doesn't. If it's not, I'm not perfect, you know? If you don't like the commentary, if you think that it's like too centered around, if it's not your cup of tea, then it's okay. You know? I think it's less productive that I even like try to address these things and instead just keep pushing. I'll be honest. Not all people are conflating things they experience on Twitter and Reddit with stream, I guess. No one wants you to be perfect. We just want you to acknowledge your blind spots and kick more assholes out of your chat. No, I'm not going to do that. I already kick plenty of assholes out of the chat. Yeah. All right.
IKEA. Did you see, you know, there's an IKEA in the valley near Burbank Airport, and near it is an In-N-Out burger. And evidently, the head of In-N-Out left California to move to Tennessee. And she said the reason why she did it, she said California's a really difficult place to run a business and try and raise a family. So I did a little fucking research on this person who said that. I'm thinking, like, it's a difficult place to run a business. There's a fucking line down the street at every In-N-Out. Like, what is difficult about that? All your locations are crushing it. I looked it up. It's a lady who she took over the business, In-N-Out Burger, family-run business, run the right way, right? She took over the business at 27. becoming one of the youngest billionaires. She's a fucking billionaire at 27. It's a hard place to raise your kids. When you're a fucking billionaire, there's no hard place to raise your kids. It's a hard place to run a business. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so sick of fucking people Americans trashing states because they watch 24-hour news networks and these fucking networks are pulling this goddamn country apart. You don't fucking hate a state, you idiot. They're on your team. It's so fucking dumb. Maybe a sports analogy. If you guys would start realizing, just look at every state like they're a player on your team. Have you played organized sports? How many players cannot like the other player on the fucking team before you're not going to win anything? So fucking dumb. You're a fucking billionaire. It's a really hard place to run a business and raise a family. Oh, gee, well, I hope you have better luck in Tennessee, you fucking billionaire. Billionaires, the worst. All right, Simply Safe. She's talking about the taxes. That's not California's fault. California didn't bring us into fucking Iraq and make us stay there for 25 fucking years. That's why you don't have any money. That's why the taxes are that fucking high. Jesus fucking Christ. It's because you're Gavin Newsom. Oh, is that what it is?
Thank you. Overall, it seems like people want this space, want this to be a space that is not. And I say this is a multiply marginalized person who is not safe here, but enjoys it nonetheless for what it is, / what Hasanabi does do. I think that conversation with Sean was needed. Very good, though. Thank you. Thank you. That's it. Like, it's, I understand if you can't, you know, if this is like too hard or something. And I don't think chatters should like immediately fucking criticize people who are like, I can't do this. This is too unsafe for me. I do enough of it on my own, okay? To people that are chirping at me all the goddamn time. If you think we're just your everyday haters, you're just losing perspective. I don't think you're my everyday haters. I know exactly who you are. I know. Every single clip of me yelling at a fucking chatter that has gone viral is because of people like yourself who have come in here to say, this is just not suiting my expectations. And it's like, okay, well then you misunderstood the expectations. Stop derailing the stream at this point, please. Okay? I do not agree. I do not expect you to agree with every single thing that I say and do. Okay? I am a content creator. I am a political commentator. I have very clear, well-defined goals. That is why I'm doing what I'm doing. Okay? While I do appreciate the feedback, I am trying to explain to you what my boundaries are, what my personal boundaries are with what my goals are. If you don't like it, and I'm not banning you, but if you don't like it and you think this is not for you, there's a really valuable alternative here that you could use, which is to just like kind of check out a little bit from the community. That's it. Like, just change the channel. What are we doing? You're also slamming in. Honestly, I think you're coming at this convo wrong. It's because I'm tired. I'm tired. It's because I've explained it a million times over. What you think I'm doing in terms of like creating a permission structure for like bad political opinions or whatever is a deliberately crafted method for casting as wide a net as possible. You might disagree with that, but don't assume that I have some sort of cynical purpose, some sort of sinister purpose in mind. And yes, I know, I saw this. The reason we bring it up is because your community is so large that it affects every other space people are trying to make, so we have to come to you actually for a solution to fix and make things better because we want to be here as well. Okay. once again, it's moderation, okay? It's moderation required by other communities themselves. And I do not agree with people from this community, from this chat, that go into other fucking places and yell at other content creators. That is fucking ridiculous. But what do you want me to fucking do when someone comes in here and does some shit that I find to be unconscionable? I ban them. This is not the first time I've had this conversation. I would say this is probably around the 8th time that I've had this conversation. It's okay. It will pass. Many of you guys, we are trying to address an approach to moderation that you could adopt. You aren't perfect. We are asking you to do this better. It's white fragility. The specific space isn't safe for considering how you can improve. Implement safer space regulations. The issue is what women has been doing. We're not comfortable coming forward. We are not bad faith. She means we, all the people in the community who are speaking together, a misunderstanding on your end. No, you're misunderstanding. You know what the misunderstanding is? You think this is like political activism. You think typing in a Twitch chat is political activism. It's not. Okay? This is a fucking Twitch channel. What are we talking about? Holy shit. No, we can't. It's never gonna work. No. It's just not. This is why I usually ban people ahead of time, so that we just don't derail it.
Right. I don't know anything about Gavin Newsom. All I know is it's not his fucking fault this fucking state has no goddamn money. You fight a never-ending fucking war, and you never leave for a quarter of a century. Yeah, you're gonna run out of money.
Okay. I'm gonna watch a little bit of this until I get started on the hashtag ad. Okay. God damn! Look at how fucking poisoned this has been. We went from 30K to we lost 8,000 motherfuckers in the process. Because everybody wants to be like, no, actually, this should be a meta commentary on how my favorite streamer needs to fucking handle himself in these, like, in the realm of political discourse. After doing this for fucking 8 years, Jesus Christ, please give me a little bit of charity, please. I know what I'm doing, please. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know for a fact that Charlie Kirk's audience is coming in specifically to watch him dominate someone like a liberal. You know, whereas like I don't think Theo Vaughn's audience is that invested in politics at all. Even if they're seeing an expression of politics, they're not reading it as political. They're just mostly looking at it on moral terms, like Israel. Theo Vaughn is very obviously very open about his distaste for what Israel has done in Gaza. He's called it a genocide. He'll still go and interview J.D. Vance, but even in that interview, he'll bring that up. He'll bring that, he'll call into question. And I think like he is a better demonstration of what the average American feels like.
It makes me think about, I don't know if you're keeping up with Joe Budden all the time, but thinking about how Mark Lamont Hill, like writer, scholar, you know, this guy he knows his stuff, right?
Yeah.
And he's been doing that kind of sort of public intellectual work for a long time. And now he's on Joe Budden's kind of video podcast and
nobody's killing it.
But it's a similar philosophy to what you're describing.
I texted him about literally what you're telling me right now the other day, where I was like, bro, it's crazy how, you know, like it's crazy how appreciative I am of what you're doing, because like it's what I do every day, which is like butt heads with some of the dumbest people. But you have to keep your composure. He's so good at disarming his opponent and then like getting his point across. I really appreciate that.
And that makes me wonder, like the way that you're thinking about what Mark Lamont Hill is doing, and also like kind of how you described how you think about a lot of, you know, this sort of mass audience of, you know, a lot of times guys who think of themselves as apolitical, right? Who do you think your audience is, and what do you think they see in you?
My audience is pretty diverse, I would say. It's like quarter female, 75% male, which is definitely a much higher percentage of female fans than most of the other content creators in the space that I occupy, because Twitch is like very male dominated, white male dominated. Yeah, that's what my audience profile is as well. It's 18 to 35-year-old men for the most part. And a lot of them are white, a lot of them are atheist or agnostic, a lot of them are in college and education, or you know, have just started their jobs.
But what do you think they are looking for?
That shit's about the job 90 times, that shit that happened now around. No, it's not. You're fucking stupid.
From you, what do you think they like see in you that keeps them engaged?
I think that they want a shared... I think people don't understand. If I was unironically more bigoted, like a little bit more bigoted, I'd have a fucking larger audience. These people are deluded into thinking that the type of politics I represent is actually fucking broadly popular. I'm trying to maintain a delicate balance between like reaching out to as broad a fucking audience as possible while still maintaining my goddamn moral compass. Y'all are fucking stupid. Okay, I'm sorry. That's the reality. In the real world, everyone is insanely fucking intolerant. Okay, everyone is insanely intolerant. Half of the fucking enmity that I experience online is directly a consequence of like the way I present myself and what I think is inappropriate. What I try to do to maintain a fucking safer space, which makes people really mad because they want to say the R word. They want to be transphobic. They want to fucking shit on women and call them whores. But because I don't let them do that in here, they get fucking mad at me. And some of you dumb motherfuckers literally still come in here and go, it's not safe enough. It's not safe enough. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. And the people that I'm talking about aren't white. You think they're white, but they're not. A lot of, everyone is like this, okay? Everyone. This is just the norm. And I'm desperately, actively trying to pull the norm in a different direction. But I can't, because some of you motherfuckers keep yelling all the goddamn time. Holy shit. Space. They want a sense of community because they see everything that's going on in their in the world, and they feel as though, at least this is what I think that I serve the purpose of. They see all of this stuff happening in the news and they're like, this makes me angry. Why is no one communicating the anger that I'm experiencing? And I think they see me as someone who goes, someone who has shared values to a lot of these people, where they go, oh, I get it. This guy gets me. This guy gets exactly what I'm upset about. I've never heard someone verbalize my anger in this way. I've never heard someone communicate exactly my desires in this way. I felt lonely before. I didn't realize that there were other people who also felt this exact same way. That's my job. And my job is also to obviously inform people. So I think a lot of people see what I have to do as almost like Zoomer NPR, where they just tune in and they get some of their news while I'm in the background while they're doing chores or at work, and I'm just kind of speaking and walking them through the day's news in a way that is, I think, probably easier to digest, in a way that is more personable, in a way where I am angry a lot of times, and I think that anger is something that they also share. That feeling is something that they also share, so they're there for that.
That makes me think about something else. Another sort of phrase that's being thrown around: Joe Rogan on the left. Joe Rogan on the left. Like after the election last year, there was a lot of talk about, like political influence and manosphere and pro podcasters, and some political commentators have been calling for a Joe Rogan of the left. And some people have pointed to you as someone who could possibly be that person, or who is that person. I don't know, but I wonder, do you think that the Joe Rogan of the left is like the right solution to push for?
No. And I keep repeating to people that the Joe Rogan of the left is a silly thing to look for. I'm sorry, I just put gum in my mouth.
You gotta break it down first.
Almost done. I just put 2 every time. I'm a bit of an addict. I'm a nicotine addict, so if I don't have nicotine gum or Zyn,
you gotta have something that you don't understand.
I have an oral fixation. Okay. People keep asking me about whether or not we need a Joe Rogan to the left, or whether or not I am the Joe Rogan of the left, and I keep repeating to the Democrats at least that like a Joe Rogan is not going to solve their problems. They need to change their policies. They need to actually, do real politics, which is so strange for me to say. But I love that, like, all of the advice I've given to Democratic consultants, to CNN, to NBC, CBS, and every other outlet that's interviewed me, there was a guy out there who actually was organically doing exactly the things that I was saying, and he had tremendous success in the Democratic primary in the New York mayoral race. His name is Zohran Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani, yeah.
Yeah, and he did that. He went out, he asked people, why did you vote for Trump? Like, or he asked people, like, what are some of your biggest concerns? And he identified 5 of them. And he said, these are my 5 policies. I'm running on this. This is what I will do. I'm gonna do a rent freeze. It's been done before. I'm gonna make the buses fast and free. He's already done that. He's already worked with Eric Adams and like pushed Eric Adams to do that on at least one of the routes. I'm going to increase the housing supply. I'm also going to tax the super rich to the best of my ability. I will work with Albany. I'm going to do that. And people looked at that and were like, okay, that sounds great. That's exactly what I'm looking for.
I mean, it was a very effective message. Everywhere I went in New York after a while, because I live here, you could see, obviously, his posters everywhere or whatever. But also, it was like, I would see a sign that said fast and free buses, universal childcare. These are all, like, I could rattle off his talking points after a while because they were so easy to remember. They've been so well packaged. They were very policy-based. The public, a lot of political commentators have interpreted Zohran Mamdani's win as like some sort of grand surprise, but it sounds like what you're saying is like, these are kinds of the things that you think that the Democratic Party and Democratic politicians should have been embracing for a long time.
I've been saying it. I've been saying it. Bernie's been saying it. People say, I don't think they're unpacking it correctly, by the way. No disrespect to your colleagues or no disrespect to the members of traditional media, but I think they've like either deliberately taken an obtuse framework here, or they just it's completely outside of their scope of imagination. Because I watch more news than people's like racist grandparents do. Like I watch more Fox News than people's grandpas do, like straight up. And I watch more CNN. I even watch Morning Joe, which I feel like is the oldest somehow. It's even older than Fox News audience. In any case, I see all of the gaming in approximately 18 minutes. Gaming will commence in 18 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, gaming is going to happen in 18 minutes, okay? Just calm down. I will be gaming in 18 minutes. What they're saying is they only identify Zohran's victory with like he's young, he's charismatic, and he did good social media. Yeah. All 3 of those things are true, right? But they only played a role in highlighting the platform policies that he had. It's actually the policies that caused people to pay attention to him. That was what was first and foremost like the most important thing, because no one knew who Zohran was. It's not like people were young Cardamom fans ahead of time and they were like, oh my God, that's my favorite rapper. Like, I can't, I'm so glad he's running for mayor.
What you're saying too, it makes me think about something else. I mean, there's been this idea, I think pretty much since like 2016, but it's really picked up a lot of steam, especially since 2024 election, that the Democratic Party or the left, progressive politics in general, are just like too woke, too PC for young men to feel comfortable, to feel like they can engage, because they're so worried that they're going to say or do the wrong thing and get canceled. There's been kind of a popular line of thought that in order to capture young men and to get young men invested in politics, or to get young men invested in a politician enough to want to go vote for them, that they need to engage in some of the bro stuff that we discussed earlier, like really trying to just signify and code as many things as possible. But when I think about Zohran Mamdani's like specific brand of masculinity, it feels like so not what so many people's knee-jerk reaction has been. He's a guy, he's walking the streets, he's in a suit, he's telling you fast and free buses, universal child care, and rent freeze. I don't know, I'm wondering, like, what do you make of that? That there's this, like, popular train of thought that we gotta embrace sort of bro aesthetics to get young men invested in politics, with Zohran Mamdani's win, where he did engage a lot of young male voters, and he also is a young man himself who's not embodying this idea of what a lot of, both political commentators and armchair theorists alike think that the left should be embracing.
Yeah, I think he was just being himself, and that's what's important. And here's another guy who's always being himself, uncompromisingly, in an unyielding manner, who was also incredibly affable, someone that people love. His name is Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is not this incredibly beloved figure in American politics and has like a broad appeal across political ideologies because he's super sexy or because he's just really good at social media. He's like incredibly charismatic. Like, no disrespect to Unc, but Bernie is very old. But the reason why people like him is because he is an earnest communicator, and he has been an incredibly stubborn guy for all of his life, for his entire life. He's always been anti-establishment. He's always advocated for select policies that you can very easily identify. He is defined by what he is advocating for. And I think politicians need to remember that. That's what they need to do, because ultimately that's what we want. I'm not going to Wendy's because I really want to read what's on the menu. I'm going to Wendy's to get a Baconator, okay? And I think people forget that. In politics, like, your job is the policies, but the policies in the bag. Put the policies in the bag. I don't care about anything else. I only care about what you can do for me. And I want the Democrats to remind themselves of this, because Republicans certainly know that that is the way to win elections. They will either create hysteria surrounding issues where they will actively position vulnerable populations and minorities as like the vector of hate and the reason for all of the things that are going wrong in American society, and then they'll actively write legislation to harm them. But that's something that they're offering to their bases, whereas the Democratic Party refuses to do that, and oftentimes even refuses to recognize that people are angry, or even sometimes will say there's only certain forms of anger that are appropriate. Your kind of anger is actually an expression of male rage, let's say, and therefore inappropriate or something. I don't know. It's just like, it's perceived as smug, elitist, entitled, and completely out of touch by a lot of people. And I think it's not just men in general. There are a lot of people who feel this way about the Democrats. And the best possible way to stop that is by just being normal, being chill, being someone that's fun to be around, and genuinely caring about improving people's material circumstances, because that's what your job is as a politician at the end of the day.
When you're talking about policies and the right, Republicans' approach to that, it makes me think about the fact that, like, since Trump's been in office, like, we've seen countless ramifications, right, for the things that he's promised. Immigration enforcement, cuts to federal disaster aid, cuts to Medicaid. And if you're online as much as I am, then, you've seen the gamut of reactions from, Americans, like, all across the political spectrum. A lot of people are not happy. But I wonder, how has this moment maybe influenced how you want to speak and who you're trying to reach?
Oh, it hasn't changed my rhetoric or strategy even remotely, because I literally said that this was going to happen. As a matter of fact, I said that this was going to happen after Trump wins, before Trump even won. I've been saying this for the past 10 years. I've seen this cycle play itself out every single time. Republicans think they like a policy because the Republican politicians whip up hysteria surrounding a thing that they claim is happening. And the most common example of this is migrant crime. Or before, it was always white supremacist versions of that, specifically that was like anti-black, right?
What you're saying reminds me of that Lyndon B. Johnson quote. If you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you.
And that's true. White supremacy is a fairly important motivating principle but I think that the most adequate solution against that is not simply to say like, oh, this person is a white supremacist and these people can never change their positions or whatever. I come at this from a place of understanding that we are all victim to social conditioning, and that if we are to understand as leftists, as progressives, that America is a racist, sexist, homophobic, bigoted country, then it's understandable that there's going to be expressions of said bigotry that is left dormant in a... Yeah, it's kind of sad that the day that I got this interview is the day that NPR announced that it's like being defunded. A lot of people who have not explored or gone on a political journey and kind of just like take all of these pre-existing social constructs for granted as though it is the norm. And possibly because, you know, I am a privileged person. I'm a straight white man. I guess like the only line of attack in that regard is usually the fact that I'm Muslim, you know, and Turkish. But from my position of privilege, I guess I am more comfortable to be able to say this, but I recognize and can be a little bit more forgiving of people's, I guess, micro aggressions and people's issues, and be able to work through that. Isn't that interesting? I had this exact same conversation, but with a much more understanding figure, literally a couple weeks ago. That's crazy. Look, would you look at that? Would you look at that? Oh, wow. Same exact combo, but this time on NPR. And there's nobody to yell at me. Without the stun locks, it just seems like I've addressed this a million times over. I can take on this emotional labor because it's not as exhausting for someone like myself, because it doesn't directly impact me in that way. And I understand that everyone has what I like to call privilege blind spots. There's an intersectionality to oppression, there's an intersectionality to privilege. Yeah. And I think everyone has some kind of a privilege blind spot. Like many Americans, as a matter of fact, for example, have... comment sections are bullshit self-care. Oh no, they're being heavily brigaded. Which, of course, obviously, it is upon you, chatters, to go fucking seize control over the narrative. And show support to NPR, which is unfortunately in a dire state and needs the support. It's like the only line of attack in that regard is usually the fact that I'm Muslim, you know, and Turkish. But from my position of privilege, I guess I am more comfortable to be able to say this, but I recognize and can be a little bit more forgiving of people's, I guess, micro aggressions and people's issues, and be able to work through that. I can take on this emotional labor because it's not as exhausting for someone like myself, because it doesn't directly impact me in that way. And I understand that everyone has what I like to call privilege blind spots. There's an intersectionality to oppression, there's an intersectionality to privilege. Yeah. And I think everyone has some kind of a privilege blind spot. Like many Americans, as a matter of fact, for example, have the blind spot of being a part of the labor aristocracy, that they are beneficiaries of the unequal exchange that we have from the global south, where they are immediately in a much better material circumstance than like someone living in the DRC, someone you know, someone living in the global south that's seeing a lot of conflict, someone living in Yemen, for example. And we have sometimes animosity towards people like this without even realizing that we have this. So like I try to work people through that by showcasing the humanity of people in the global south, by trying to give them a voice. That is how I work through it, because I come at it from an understanding that like everyone has like some kind of a blind spot, and it's not because they're truly evil people, and I don't subscribe to good bad dynamics when it comes to politics. I understand that people are just simply a victim to their social conditioning, or just kind of going along and trying to survive every single day. Without really reading too much into how socio-political constructs have been defined and exist in society, and how that might impact them and others around them.
Getting outside of the current news cycle, you spend a lot of time online. I think that's an understatement. And and as somebody who also spends a lot of time online, I'm sure that you also have seen so many things that were sort of like casual, sort of online or social media trends or sort of currents that you saw bubbling up in culture become extremely politically relevant over the past like 5 or so years. I'm wondering, like, I don't know, what are you seeing or noticing right now that, you know, maybe the everyday person isn't familiar with, that you think that they should be paying attention to because it might become extremely politically or culturally relevant, you know, very, very soon in ways that they might not be thinking about?
Ooh, I mean, I was just thinking about this the other day, but I feel like young conservatives, especially those who work in politics, are definitely a lot more right-wing, like ideologically invested in I would say far-right Nazi stuff, or, you know, Catholic nationalism or whatever, like Christian dominionism, like whatever iteration of far-right ideology they've developed for themselves. It's usually a manifestation of fascism, and I think there's a lot more people, especially in politics, that are under the age of 35 on the Republican side that abide by these principles and live out those desires than we think. So I say watch the space. There's also another thing that I've been noticing where pure reactionary politics have basically turned into this incredible endeavor where it's so hyper focused on owning the libs and like getting a reaction out of liberals that nowadays I think there is nowadays any sort of reaction, no matter what that reaction is, like disgust, revulsion, is still, I think, considered a positive in like conservative circles.
Interesting. So it's not even about like, when you talk about owning the libs, I think like about like those Jubilee videos where people go on and like,
oh God,
debate 50 people or something like that. That's a whole other conversation. But what you're saying is sort of like anything. It's almost like, reminds me of like, I don't know, when my younger sister and I used to fight when we were children. And it's like anything that irritates you,
yes,
is a win for me.
Yes, and any kind of irritation is a win. It doesn't matter what the punishment is for yourself, what the penalties are for yourself that you're incurring in the process. It's just you made them react. You made them react in a negative fashion, and that's good.
And that's enough.
It's like a child. I think we're getting dumber. That's the other thing. I think we're just getting dumber and dumber. We have no interest in the arts. We have no interest in culture. Everything is turned into content. Movies are content now. Everything is TikTok, aura moments. Movies are being made for TikTok aura moments. All of that, I think, is just lowering the standards for everything else.
I wonder, what's the alternative?
I don't know. I don't know what the alternative is. I think taking a step back, taking a breather, becoming a Luddite, deciding that there's too much technological progress, and
getting a dumb phone.
Yeah, it's important to just like kind of scale down your over reliance on tech. Not that I do that. I mean, I don't do that. I'm live every single day. I mean, I kind of do that for AI. Like, I don't use any AI whatsoever. That's just like, I have not used any AI. I think I've like been on ChatGPT one time for a video or something. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all. And maybe it's because I'm old. I'm 33 years old. Maybe I'm a boomer. But I think that
very old. That's funny.
Well, in my line of work, that's you're dead. You know. They ask like the young MBA recruits what age is Unc, and they say like anything past 25 is Unc. Yeah.
I think I was 31 the first time that a younger colleague called me their OG. So yeah, I mean, it does sneak up on you. It does sneak up on you.
Yeah, you go past 25, you're Unc or Auntie or OG. It's over.
I got one last question. I'm just curious. I'm just purely curious. I have not indicated that you've given me any type of clues. But
oh, you saw that NBA vid too, bro? That NBA vid hit me too hard. Oh, it's bad. I saw that, and it killed me. But you have used AI unknowingly if you use any major social media platform? Probably. I mean, I've literally probably also done that too. It's just, I'm talking about like deliberately and intentionally using AI as a substitute. You know what I mean? oh God, I don't like it. You use the song AI? Yeah, we did the AI song thing as well. I guess that's a little bit different. I don't know why. I mean, it was like, it was for content. Like the content itself was not about, like, it wasn't about like a market substitute that we were trying to create. You know what I mean? Like there was no way that you could do that without like we weren't like making trailer music or something with fucking Suno. We were doing it for the purpose of the content, if that makes sense. Yeah, it was supposed to be bad. Like it wasn't supposed to be like a good song that you listen to. It was supposed to be like silly and stupid. But ultimately, I just think, yeah, also all proceeds, Haas is right, all proceeds and more went to support working artists from that stream as well. But, I mean, I don't know. I just don't like, I think AI makes everything stupider. It's just dumber. But, you know what's not dumb? Gaming. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the time you have long awaited is here. It's gaming time. A lot of people didn't think that this would ever happen, but it is happening, and it's happening now. It's time for Terminal Brigade. #ad. Thank you, Terminal Brigade, for sponsoring the stream. Whew. We're going to be doing a cooperative action roguelike shooter, Terminal Brigade. A hyper-paced battle beyond the nullverse. Okay, it's not turning on for some reason. I don't know why. But when it does, it will happen. Hold on. Okay. Oof, that's loud. Hold on, I'm gonna fix that. Don't freak out. I have some criticisms of that. How the community is not moderated. If you have time. Oh, I definitely have time for that, for sure. This is a good time to do that. All right. And speaking of AI, as a matter of fact, the hyper-paced battle. What? Country region Afghanistan. That's crazy. Not. What does this thing know? I just doxed myself. That's right, the entire time I was actually here from Afghanistan. It says select your age. Oh God. Wait, this is crazy. It says select your age and you can select one. Oh damn, look at that. I have to scroll all the way down. Lots of scrolls there. Yeah, every time I said live and alive from sunny California, I meant Kabul.
The technological marvel terminal is officially online. Countless users are flocking to terminal on
How do I fix this? Hold on. I need to... I need to get to a setting. I need to get to a cogwheel right now.
I've transported you to the deep data space.
Okay.
Head to the target zone and retrieve the lawkeeper's coordinates.
Okay, we did it, I think. I fixed it. I think I fixed it. Okay. Boom.
Place your humans. System error.
Everything comes to a conclusion.
Tactical gear deployed.
Uh-oh. Easy. 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 Oh my god, I'm clicking heads. I'm clicking. Oh, left control evade.
You can't hide.
Use abilities? I am. I'm doing them as they demand. The game tells. It's tutorial, chat. Calm down.
Confirm airdrop location.
You really think you can escape?
Tactical gear deployed.
Whoa, chill. Whoa. That's a big boy. Okay, never mind.
Confirm airdrop location. All clear. Mission accomplished.
This time.
Good work purging the virus. The system has synchronized all coordinate data. Return for now. There's a more urgent mission at hand.
Smoked them. QEC passive. One of the world's top esports players, Aurora treats life like a game. One where she always comes out on top with a virus taking over most of the terminal worlds. She's found her next target, taking down the virus. Colonel Gutter as a soldier through and through. Okay, I'll be honest. I feel like one of the things that Chinese devs make really well is they farm how sexy the characters are. Like they are locked in on this. I've seen this with other games as well. You know what I mean? They are. Also the tiny head, which is, you know, some people will say, oh, Hasan, why do you like the character so much? Is it because of the character's tiny head? And to them I say, representation matters. Representation matters. You understand? It's called taste, sweetie. Look it up, okay? All right, I'll try this one. I'll try the Aurora. Get another Rogateer for free for the 7-day sign-in. Aeon, the next mission is critical. First, choose your preferred character. Wait, I can get another one? Has anyone played this game in the chat, by the way? When you're ready, proceed with the mission. Is this the first? I'm playing a video game right now that no one in the chat has played. That's awesome. Stop. Hold on now. Stop! Bro, brother, are you joking with me? How do I unlock this? Oh my God, the skins have different color too. Oh my God. Okay, how do I unlock this? Purchase. What is this? Open 1 time, open 10 time? Epic or higher rarity skin guaranteed with 10 opens. I don't even know what I'm doing. Wait, what am I doing? A decoder pack? No. Buy treasure box. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Hold on. Exchange platinum coins. Please exchange purified data to platinum coin to purchase. Not enough purified data. Purchase more. Okay, I need to get. Okay, I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm purchasing. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. I'm adding funds. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't know what happened. I don't know what took place, Chad. Bro, I'm supposed to be. Okay, I got 6,000 purified data. I don't even know what I just did. I don't even understand what I just did, okay? I just did it. I blacked out. What is this? Ability modules, Rogeteers. Okay. Let's take a look. We got... Oh my god, there's so much. Wait, oh no, they gave me a code, I think, that I could redeem. God, I'm so stupid. Hold on. I think I also have a code. Where's the code? What is this? Is this what people call gacha? Is that what it is? Is that what I'm doing currently? Is that what's happening? Hold on. I need to find the link. I need to find the... Enter the game event benefit redemption code. Nope, that's the tutorial. Stop trolling. No mail. Where do I find the benefit? Okay, whatever. Oh my god, what is this, bro? Scorch mark, virus contender, limited purchase, decoder supply. Wait, there's an exchange store where you can exchange coins too? And you can buy... Dude, I'm a bit confused. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. But this is so much. Server maintenance update. Okay. Fuck it. Let's go.
Not a moment to lose.
I can only do Roget.
Score and score.
This is not ADHD friendly. No, I mean, it's some might say too friendly. Okay, Aeon's perk, Arbiter of Desire, shoot passive perks and passive perks. Arbiter of Desire will deal continuous damage. Arbiter energy perks will grant extra damage on hit, increase skill caps, unlock new active skills. Arbiter of music perks can repulse or charm enemies. Fuck it, let's do Desire.
The Lawkeepers were once my allies, but the virus invasion severed our connection. We must re-establish contact with them. Let's move. Be careful. Elong security is in the area.
Show me something. Can't touch me. Hey, gotta reload.
Oh,
hey, DB, catch this.
Where they at?
We finally found a Lawkeeper.
Yeah.
No idea who we'll find. Only one way to find out.
Get a perk.
Fool, it's you. I need your help.
Perks are granted. Thunderstrike. When reloading, apply Thunderstrike to 1 random damage. Every 4 weapon attacks, 1. Okay, I'm gonna go lightning attack. Actually, you know what? No. Should I do that? Are these good? What do we think, chat? What do we think? Lightning fast. When activating L control evasion, create 1 Thunderball starting point for 3s. Just do the feature one? Okay. Replace that with Cupid Flames. Oh, wait. Did I? Oh, dude, I died. That's crazy. I died there. Oh, I'm chaining. I'm chaining these bad boys.
Yeah.
Coins will automatically be collected once the area is cleared. You can get coins by defeating enemies and by destroying containers in each stage. Which containers? Where are the containers? What is this? Can I kill this? Nope, that's not a container.
Show me something. I'm not ready yet.
It's up a level.
Hey, gotta reload. Yeah. Show me something.
Yo, chill. Don't get so close to me.
I'm not ready yet. Woohoo! Liftoff! Game on!
You're dead. Ultimate is ready. Should I use it?
Hey, best bros stick together.
Boom. Dude, I cleared the frick out of that area. Hold on now. I don't know what that is, but
Go acquire a permissions upgrade. Permission upgrades can enhance the levels of permissions you've already acquired.
is there Chinese dubs to the VA? I don't know.
Reloading. Don't worry, folks. Aurora is here. Show me something. Hey, newbie, catch this. Woo!
I'm ripping.
Enemies, kapow.
That was easy peasy, dude. What the hell? What does this do? Oh. Enemies, kapow. Digital healing program. Get perk. Let's see.
I assume you have your own opinion on this?
Summon missile QB. Summon a missile QB that seeks out enemies when reloading. The missile QB launches 1 tracking missile, dealing 1,684.8 skill damage. Automatically attacks nearby targets. Summon high energy QB. Seeks out enemies and deals 499 skill damage when activating E primary high energy QB. Should I go with the featured again? Fuck it, YOLO. Okay, hold on, I gotta pee. 1 second, chat. I'll be back in a second, I gotta pee. Yeah, it's a roguelike, yes. Finally, an anti-woke game. Wait, there are unclaimed rewards? Is this the unclaimed reward? Oh, there's a boss. Where's the unclaimed reward? The reward is the shop. Okay. Digital healing, max HP. Level 1 out of 3 randomly selected perks are yours. Lightning attack. Leveled up. Wait, there's more. Why is he immune?
Reloading.
Oh.
No one can understand my hatred.
Oh god. Okay, he got way powerful. What? I thought I was cooking. I was not looking in chat.
Woohoo! Liftoff. I'm not ready yet. Hey, newbie, catch this. Show me something. Don't worry, folks. Aurora is here.
Pay the price.
Hey, best friends stick together. I'm not ready yet. Show me something. Hey, gotta reload.
Oh, I thought I dodged that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Show me something. Where? I'm not ready yet. Show me something. Yeah.
I won't accept your plan.
Let's go.
Implemented numerous reward mechanisms within the terminal.
Oh
The keys of
my
potential are one of
god.
them. They can reconstruct the capabilities of data entities.
Woo! I just girl bossed. I just gate kept. I just slay queen. I mean, first try. Can I get some praise up in here? Excuse me. Okay. Potentials provide Rogueteers with 3 random enhancements unlocking their power.
Game on!
We got Barrage Suppression. We got Endless Barrage. And we got Weak Point Explosion. What do we think? I think the first one decreases all damage though. Pick the yellow one. Good one, dude. I'm gonna go with Weak Point. You need some sustain because you can't dodge on. Yes, I was dodging my freaking ass off. Y'all are crazy. I don't know why I just got that one because it's heal. Oh, I didn't. I need to heal. You're right. I was like, I thought I'd be fine. I didn't need it. Get all the relics, Unc. What if I not? Oh, you think I should buy everything?
Reloading. Yeah. Hey, newbie, catch this. Show me something. I'm not ready yet.
That was easy, baby. Cleared the frick out of that area. Come on, give me the coins. Should I keep farming frozen in place? Okay. Wait, what the hell?
Hey, gotta reload. Can't touch me. Show me something. Next room.
Dude, this is easy for me. This ain't nothing to me, dude. I feel like I'm doing really well, chat. This is PvE. It's not PvP, it's PvE. It's a roguelike. It's like, think Hades and Marvel Rivals. And it's cooperative.
Tell me, Pen,
tried purging the virus? Or are you just goofing off every day with more pointless stuff?
Treasure Cat joins the team as a QB. Wait. Every instance of damage from the Arbiter of Thunder perks increases the next instance of damage from the Arbiter, stacks up to 10. Thunderstrike, Thunder QB. How is it a co-op? You can do a cooperative. I'm not doing it right now. I was supposed to do it with Will, but he had some other things that he's doing. Two or you're throwing, but this one is featured. QB's attacks can trigger Thunderstrike at most every 0.2 seconds. QB is a term that refers to Rogateer summons, which attack automatically and can also launch follow-up attacks alongside the Rogateer. Y'all just want me to get the treasure cat because it's a freaking cat. Stop. Y'all don't know anything.
Only the best for a superstar.
I'm going with what the game tells me. Sorry. I'm trying to do what's right.
Reloading.
Oh my god, she's collapsing on him.
Hey, best friends stick together. Show me something. Show me something.
Dude. Am I OP? What is happening? I feel like I might be OP. Chat, am I goated? Buddy, turn down the voice volume. No, buddy, I'm not turning it down. Okay, I'm not your buddy, guy. Am I goated with the sauce or what? I'm gonna go lightning a little bit. I need to go lightning a little bit because that one's really good too. These little things ain't got nothing on me, dude.
Gotta reload. Woohoo! Liftoff! Kapow!
Easy. Okay. Oh, we got a shop. We got the Arbiter of Desire perk. Hit miss. Generate a fog of desire when taking damage, triggered at most every 10 seconds. Love from above when reloading drop one heart on a random enemy nearby, dealing area damage and applying 5 burn stacks to enemies in range, triggered once every 0.3 seconds. Each burn stack deals 120. Heart flutter, increase reload speed by 42%. If there are 2 or more active Arbiter of Desire slots, further increase reload speed by 21%. That one is like blue. Yeah, we gotta go with blue. We gotta go with blue. We gotta go with blue. I don't even know if the second one sounded better. Oh, wait. Shoot. Summon high energy QB. Wait, what is the perk? Cannot exit at the moment. Oh, it's upgrading one of them.
Yeah, this is in the bag.
It is in the bag.
Yeah,
Oh, it's
this
boss
is
time.
in the bag.
It's boss time. The way she says bag is crazy, by the way. This is in the bag. Yo, why are all these bosses so fast?
Intruder detected. Initiating termination protocol.
No, she Canadian, bro.
Reloading.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Show me something. Yeah.
Target
I'm not ready yet. Hey, can't touch me. Stick together.
Structural damage
Why is he
detected.
immune?
Lifting combat
Hey,
restrictions.
newbie, catch this. Show me something.
There's no escape.
I'm
Enabling
not
assault
ready yet.
mode.
Hey, let's stick together. Show me something. Woohoo! Lift off. Watch and learn, guys. Watch and learn. Show me something.
No! Wait, did I kill
I'm
it?
not ready yet.
I didn't kill it yet. Wait, I did. Wait, I killed it before the ult? Oh my god, I killed it so fast. I thought it was gonna go into the second, Bro, I thought. This was the tutorial? It's not. Stop. I don't know what I'm doing. Play with Ron, he's alone. Is Ron actually playing? Is Ron playing this game as well? Oh, he is. Wait. I'll call him right now. I'm calling him on his phone. It is so loud, the music. He found a partner. Oh, I mean, you can play up to 3 people, but I think. But hold on, I'm gonna show you the characters I just unlocked. Save. Language settings? Why? Why would I do language settings? We'll have to go to a party as a farmer, chat. I mean, low-key, yeah. I didn't even know he had to go to a party as a farmer. Why do you know that?
Never miss.
Maybe chatters do know. What is
Oh, I hear
this,
you.
bro?
Since you went to so much trouble.
Thrill of the hunt. /5 random enemies at... Oh, Blade of Destiny. Unleashing a blade blast forward. Each hit reduces the holy jiggle physics. Yeah, oh, this game's got it all, dude. You want me to do Chinese dub? Actually, you want me to go boss mode on it? Hold up. Why not? Wait, which one is it? Wait. Which one is the voice? That's Korean. I know that. That's Japanese, right? Or is this... Which one is Chinese, bro? Maybe the first one. I assume it's the first one, right? It's got to be the first one. Ron's phone died? Am I even friends with him on Discord? I don't know. Ron said his phone broke. Tell him to check his Twitter DMs. Minus 100 subscribers. Say stop. I can't talk about that. Bro calls himself white Chinese, by the way. I am. I'm white Chinese. The problem is, guys, stop. Let's not talk about this stuff, okay? Let's not. I don't know. I don't know what the sponsor is comfortable with me saying. Oh! Bruh. I want the sexy man, dude. Give me the sexy man. I need a hot man, okay? Yeah. Sign in for 7 days. No. Just let me unlock the sexy guy. I want to unlock the sexy guy. Sign in for 7 days with a Rogateer. Perfectly clear any world on difficulty 3 to unlock combat terminal. Okay. Let me see. These outfits are sick. I don't really care about this guy. This is like the type of dude that I normally wouldn't play with. Like, this is a character that I don't find myself playing as. You know what I mean? Junkrat. That's what it reminds me of. Hold on. Let's see the skins. Though. We gotta look at the skins. Damn, they got, bro, this game is woke, dude. Look, he's got a disability. This game is woke, dude. I like it. I think I'm gonna go with this one. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go with this one because she's for no reason. You know what I mean? For no reason. Oh my lordy. Oh my God. I think. I mean, you gotta go with the white hair, I think, right? How do I unlock this? Wait, I can't? No. Advanced pass rewards, collector's pass rewards. Wait, here. How do I purchase? Ah! That would have been crazy. Thank God there was nothing on there. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank God. Thank the Lord nothing was on that screen. Oh my God. Ah! That would have been crazy. But it won't let me unlock the Rogateer. Wait, I'm confused. Why won't it let me unlock the Rogateer? I thought it was just like a pay to play, you know? Wait. So I have it now. No. Okay, okay. I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to play with Ron. That's the battle pass. Go to season. This? No. What is the event? Okay, okay, I'm just going in. I'm 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 gooning. I'm gooning. I'm gooning. I'm going in. I'm going in. So we just did Ring City. Oh, okay. Wait, why isn't it unlocked? I just did Ring City. Didn't I just do Ring City? I have to do it again? Oh, I did. Within the next 60 minutes. No, it won't let me change the difficulty. I thought I just did this. I can't change difficulty, chatters. Look, it won't let you. You have to unlock it. Like you have to do ring. Oh, I have to use the same character. Okay, whatever. That's fine. We'll do it level 1 again. New character, Donut. Okay, calm down. All right. Wait, I have teammates now? What is happening? Wait, I got randoms on here? Uh-oh.
Yeah, woman.
Oh, she. Would you like? Wait, can people hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Wait, why is this person not agreeing? Oh, these guys are cracked, dude. This... I can't even kill nobody here. Wait. Uh-oh. Increase all QB damage. Summon high energy QB. Summon revenge QB. All right, I'm gonna go with the middle one. I'm getting carried and I'm like kind of worried. They're clearing the area before I'm done with my perks. Stop. Stop. I don't even have enough coins. I'm getting carried. Oh, my right click is crazy. Okay, I got a couple this time. Wait, I ulted for no reason before I even got to this. Oh my god. Oh my right click is so good. Get a max health boost, cool. Frozen in place after activating C minor, decelerate. Icy piercing, increase skill damage if there are 2 or more active arbiter security slots. When reloading, if there are no enemies. Right click just went viral. Oh! Why me? Oh god. Dude, I'm cooking this guy. Okay, I did the most on that one. I earned my keep. I came in the clutch at the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, right? That was carry. Major stopping power there. Hitting the enemy with a weapon has 5% chance to restore 25% ammo. Each enemy defeated base weapon damage. Maximum 200. Oh, that's sick. Every skill cap you own increases Q ultimate damage by... Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. Which one? Okay. Hold on. I gotta get my perks. Oh, I should have done repulse. You have to get kills for 2? Okay, stop. Kills are nothing for me. They're easy. Look at me, dude. Look at me. Look at what I'm doing right now. Yeah, look at that. You gotta get kills, chat says. Yeah, it took me a second, but... Don't you dare!
掼弹导引去下个地点吧。
Increase E primary crit rate. Okay. I think that was good. I don't know. I'm just buying everything. Survival challenge area ahead. Dude, what the hell? I'm melting, dude. Oh my god, I'm melting. I think I could go pro in this game. Low key, but high key. Oh my god. Are you winning, son? I'm cooking. And not only am I winning, I'm cooking, dude. This guy, at first, probably was like, this guy's a lame-o, right? You probably thought it was lame. He was like, oh man, this guy sucks, right? And now he knows better. He's like, damn, I'm so glad I got locked in to battle with, like, I'm not gonna press Q. I'm holding out for the health is full. I'm holding out for the end. Increase magazine capacity by 32 if there's no enemies. Increase own damage. No, that's not good. Ice shield recharge by 16%. 2 or more active. No, no, I got the wrong one. Oh, I clicked on the wrong one. Do you guys ever feel like you're just kind of clicking stuff if you do co-ops like this because you don't want to like fuck up the vibes? This is why I didn't use the thing before, chat. Oh god. I didn't know he could do that. What is this immunity? Then it's not even funny, dude. Full of passion, activating C minor creates a fog of desire that follows you. Generate a fog of desire, taking damage triggered almost once every. Ooh. Can I use robot? Key factoring. Ripples. Ease primary ability. Ripples upgraded spinning blades. We can stop enemy attacks. Oh. Oh, primary damage. Dance again after the banquet. One scoring critical hits of the enemy. Gain Q power increases. Which one? Which one? Which one? Quick, 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 quick. Power decay. One. Okay, we're going one. Should I sell any of this? No.
我的回报.
我的回报. I'm learning Chinese. That's another benefit. By the way, thank you. Gaming is back. Terminal shouts out to Terminal for sponsoring the stream. Yeah, get blasted, dude. Get freaking blasted. What is this?
我的回报.
我的回报. Increase power 22% if there are 2 or more active arbiter music slots. Increase max HP. I need that, I think. Even though I'm undefeated and impossible to defeat, and it doesn't matter. That was quick. Cooked it.
耐心点，这里的敌人都被消灭。
Bro, me and this guy is just cooking it. Increase all crit damage against shields. Convert all. Okay, that's what we gotta go with. That's easy peasy. You can't hold any more relic. I don't even know what the relics do, honestly. Secret alley boss? Okay. Wait, what? Oh, that's me! I'm fighting me! Wait, what? No! That's literally me! Oh shit.
耐心点。致命。
Oh, that's a phantom. That was crazy. I destroyed her, bro. I literally destroyed her life. Upgrade tier, Frost Strike, increased damage against decelerated, Icy Piercing. Key refactoring. Delayed gratification. Oh, I kind of like that. Instead of ripples. Yeah, I like that. I like delayed gratification, low key. What should I swap this for? Maximum relics equipped. How do I put it somewhere? I can't. How do I replace it? Oh shit. Did I miss them? No. Did it automatically take me there? Oh, it did. Dodge and destroy viruses. Don't let them hit you. Wait, what? What is happening? Why can't we go through? Bro, this guy keeps taking the L's. What's happening? Oh shit, I took an L too. What does this do? I'm learning Chinese. This game is so beautiful. Thanks. You're welcome. Super shop? Oh, I don't have enough money for anything. Is this a boss fight? Oh, I gotta watch this. I'm sorry to the teammates, but I gotta see this. Tail Devourer. Wushang! Not enough money. Shit. Oh. Wait, I can't even fucking take it out? What is this? Do you see that? I did that. Defeat the Void Menders? What are the Void Menders? Wushan! doesn't keep fighting the Void Menders?
武断已开启，
刀影婆娑，正点，无踪，
Oh shit!
别急，
Why is it immune? Wait, what the hell? Yeah, there we go. Ultimate ready! It's over. Dude, this boss is beefy, dude. Shit, I didn't hit the head. I was too far away, Chad. Did I miss that? That was crazy. That was a boss battle for the ages, you know? Why is he not taking any damage? No, he was. I was just melting his ass, dude. I was a damage maniac. Wait, what do you mean? He did way better than me. I thought I got carried. I thought I cleared it so well. I thought I was I thought that I was doing well, but it turns out I wasn't. Okay, well. Chat is teamwork, is teamwork, is teamwork, is teamwork, is teamwork. Anyway, but that'll be all for me today. Once again, thank you to Terminal Brigade. Hashtag join the brigade, hashtag ad. Thank you for the ad. It's late. I'm tired. I love you all. I enjoyed it. You can click on the panel below. There's a chat bot, I think, in there as well. It's free if you want to get addicted. Anyway. Ace Combat 7 tomorrow, Unc. Dude, I do Ace Combat in the real world, okay? I don't got time for games for Ace Combat. Oh, in any case, everybody, love you all. I must bid you adieu. Many of you said gaming is not real and gaming can't hurt you. Turns out gaming is real. It's very real. It's the most real thing that's ever happened in this stream, in this community. From all the ups and downs, we did it again. Dude, look at my water bottle. I had to drop it so I could go and cook this boss. Another 9 hour broadcast. You already know what it is. You already know what's up. We did it again, baby. Gaming was real. It's not a mass delusion. It's not collective psychosis. And I will see you tomorrow. Special guest tomorrow. Noah, not Colwyn, the other Noah Samson. That's right. That's a little teaser for you guys, for the gaming watchers, the real ones. Love you all. Thank you, and bye-bye.